Around 9:35.
Because it picks it up for you because it's your so it'll pick them up and pick you up. Yeah, it's back and forth. There is that ambiguity, obviously. But still, everything.
As well as the participants to day 3 of the International Centenary Conference on Discovery of Indus Civilization. We start our first session of the morning. I would like to call upon Mr. Omar Khan to chair and moderate the first session. Omar Khan grew up in Austria and Pakistan and is a graduate of Dartmouth College, Columbia, and Stanford Universities. He's lived in San Francisco for over 30 years, where he recently retired as Chief Technology Officer at Common Sense Media, which he helped start in 2004. He founded and has run Harappa.com since 1995. He also collects and researches early photography and ephemera of the subcontinent and is author of 2 books, Paper Jewels, Postcards from the Raj, and From Kashmir to Kabul, the photographs of John Burke and William Baker. Please, sir, I kindly request you to take your seat on the stage. Yeah. We'll be having 2 talks in the first session. The first talk is to be given by Dr. Brenda E.F. Beck, titled What the Seven Pleiad Sisters Can Tell Us by Their Presence in Mesopotamia on IVC Seals and in Kongu Nadu Today. Ma'am? The second talk is by Dr. K.M. Maitri, titled Hampi Tungabhadra River Basin Cave Rock Paintings, Resemblance to Indus Seals. Sir. I will now call upon Mr. Balakrishnan to felicitate our chairperson and speakers of the first session. Thank you, sir. Sir, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased and honored to introduce Dr. Brenda E.F. Beck, our first speaker this morning. Brenda Beck is an Oxford-educated social anthropologist who has spent a lifetime studying South Asia and, in particular, the Kongu Nadu area of Tamil Nadu. She has published 10 books and edited others, plus authored over 60 journal articles. Dr. Beck's passion for South Asian mythology has led her to write a variety of articles related to Indian goddesses and about storied animal figures like the wild boar as well. One unique folk tale, The Land of the Golden River, has held her interest for over 50 years. Brenda is an adjunct professor of anthropology at the University of Toronto, Scarborough, which is in Canada, and president of the Sophia Hilton Foundation of Canada, a charitable foundation that promotes the use of storytelling in education at all levels. Her earliest ethnographic work, Peasant Society in Kongu, was recently translated into Tamil by Adayalam, a well-known South Indian publishing house. In recent years, she has received more than a dozen awards from the Tamil community groups based in the US, Canada, India, Sri Lanka, and Malaysia for her work in helping to enhance the worldwide appreciation of Tamil folk literature. In recent years, she has lectured in many different countries, including Japan, Taiwan, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Poland, Latvia, and the UK. She has also thrice been a specially invited guest of the Government of India, appointed to lecture for a significant period at various universities in this country. Let us please welcome Dr. Beck.
Kale vanakkam elorakkum. I'm very, very pleased to have been invited to participate in this conference, and I hope I can bring a somewhat different perspective because I'm not an archaeologist or a classical scholar. I'm a social anthropologist who specialized in the oral traditions of a local area in Tamil Nadu called Kongu Nadu. And in particular, I was very fortunate soon after I went to live in a village in Kongu Nadu. I think it was the second full moon night, I heard the sound of Urukai drumming. And I asked my companion and cook, what's that? And she took me out to the main center of the village where 2 bards were telling stories. And I thought, oh, here's an opportunity to learn something through stories. And at that time, we did not have video cameras, but I did have a tape recorder, an audio tape recorder. And so I showed the bards how it would capture their voices and asked permission to take the story into my little box. And they said, yes, we'd be very happy to do that. And so then they turned to me and they said, what story do you want us to tell? Well, I didn't know the stories. And so I turned to the audience. There were maybe 40 people sitting around listening. And they all said, Anan Markaday, Adadam Vernum. I didn't know what that was, but it's something about elder brothers. And so I said, okay. And they started to sing. And I thought, oh, maybe it's a 20-minute, half an hour story. Well, they sung for 2 hours. And then they said, we'll come back tomorrow night. And then they said, we'll come back the next night. It took 18 nights. It was about 36 hours that this is no small folktale. This is a huge folk epic. And so 50 years ago, I ended up with this huge, wonderful story that had never been written down really in any detailed way. And so it was something fresh to share with the world. And it's been a very, very exciting and interesting journey for me to look at this story in depth. And when I was asked to come to this conference, I thought, how can I relate this to Mohenjo-Daro? And I thought, well, there's a very interesting aspect of this story. It's in 3 generations, grandmother, mother, and then the 3 children, 2 brothers and a sister. And there's a hint in the name of the story, Ananmar. It refers to elder brothers. But implicitly, there's somebody referring to the elder brothers that's not named. And that's this young sister. Her name is Tangal. And she is one of the Pleiades. She's a Kritika. Shiva, before she was born, Shiva brought one of the Kritika, the youngest one, who had fire in her breast, brought her down and placed her in the womb of the mother, who then gave birth to 3 children, 2 brothers and a sister. And what's interesting is how much we learn about the Kritika, and in Kongu Nadu they're called the Kanimar, what role they had in relation to their brothers. What was their reason for being there? And so I thought, let me look at the Kritika, or the Pleiades, elsewhere, and I knew that they were important in Babylonia. So I started there, and what we're going to do today is look at their role in Babylonia to get kind of the foundation. Then we're going to look for them in the Indus Valley and see if we can find them there. And then I'm going to talk about their role in this folk story in Kongu Nadu today. And hopefully that'll help give us a different way of looking at some of the hints and interesting materials we have about Kongu Nadu, because it's going to reveal the folk understanding that lasts to today that features these young sisters. Let's see. There, okay. So first, I want to pay homage to Asko Parpolo, who was one of my mentors and teachers. And he also saw a lot of resemblance and influence between the Indus Valley and traditional Babylonian Sumerian material. And he, in particular, in one of his first books, he talks about this trefoil, this 3 circles, or we'll see also 3 triangles, that seem to link both life on earth and life in the heavens. So this first image here of the round base is actually what's called a gnome. It's a sundial. There was a post in the middle, and as most of you will know, as the sun goes through the sky, the shadow of that post will shine on the base and tell you the time of day. So right there, we know it has something to do with the sun and the relationship between sun and earth. He then identified this gentleman on the left who we assume was some kind of divine king or semi-divine king, and the significance that he's wearing a robe with this trefoil pattern. So somehow he is being linked as partially of the sky and partially of the earth, and thus some kind of divine king. And then I put in this third image from Babylonia, where we also see the trefoil on what looks like a bovine, a cow or bull of some kind, but it has the beak and the head as if it could be also a bird, so that it maybe flies, and you see the sun and the moon on its back. So this is to suggest that Ascoparpolo, many, many years ago, already saw the significance of using Babylonian material to try to search for interesting things in what we have discovered about the Indus Valley. So this is an image of the scales. And I hadn't thought of it before, but it suggests this is an image used for the spring equinox, where the day and the night are equal. And that's an important moment when suddenly the days become longer than the nights, and we go into summer and the bright period of the year as opposed to the dark period. And the Kritika are associated with the spring equinox, and actually, in about 2300 BC, they were the constellation that rose in the night sky just before the sun came up on the day of the equinox. So they were like the leader, taking the sun up into the sky and suggesting now is the time where the balance is going to change. And the Kritika are often associated with a knife, a sharp knife, and you can see there that jagged, upright knife. And you can see the power there, the energy, like the fire in the breast of this young Tangal. The Kritika carry this force, this energy with them. And again, in Babylonia, these various designs I'm showing you suggest the time of the equinox is when the lion takes over from the bull. The lion is the power of summer and heat, and then the reverse where the bull in the fall at the autumn equinox takes over from the lion. What I really want to be sure you see in these images is the graphic that was used to represent the Pleiades. It's these 7 circles, and they're always presented more or less in that form, or nearly always, and that's because that's how they are organized in the sky. They're not in a line, they're in a kind of an oval shape. And the oval shape is also suggestive of a womb, and that area of the sky is understood in traditional Babylonian mythology, we can say, as the source of the life and the energy that the skies send down. They're also, in this epic that I've spent 50 years studying and have now published the text of, interesting images of, you see again, the Kritika up above. Then that's the image of Humbaba, the kind of great, mysterious, kind of frightening force that lives in the forest that is killed by Gilgamesh and his assistant Enkidu. And so you see the stars, the Kritika, are overseeing that and guiding Gilgamesh to Humbaba and helping him to, control and reduce that force. Well, this story is also very important in the Ananmarkadai. It has different names, but the heroes of the epic, kill a being. He's actually a wild boar in the legend of Ponivela, but he kills that boar with the help of his assistant in the same way as happens in the Anandmar story. So I've suspected for many years, and have written about it, that this is a very strong link with Babylonian tradition. The Epic of Gilgamesh is the first epic we have records of. And what is it doing in the middle of Tamil Nadu? We don't see it in other places. So it makes me suspect, and have suspected for many years, there was some very early contact in which the Babylonian idea of Gilgamesh and his story was transported to Kongu Nadu. And I'll talk about that later, but I'll tell you now, it's become clear already in this conference, that there was a lot of trade and a lot of exchange going on. Mohenjo-daro and Tamil Nadu and Babylonia, they were not isolated civilizations. There was trade. And of course, the Tamils were great sailors. And I think they were very active participants in this trade. And that there were boats going back and forth between the IVC area, Mesopotamia, and Kongu Nadu. Well, Kongu Nadu is an interior area. There's no ocean next to it. Why Kongu Nadu? Well, if you come down the south or west coast of Kerala, you know, it's full of mountains, this whole spine of mountains down the west coast. But if you look at it from the sea, you can see a gap called the Palghat Gap. And so sailors coming down looking for wood and spices and metal and other things, they would see this and think, if we stop here, the port was called Musiri near Calicut, we can easily access, we can get over those mountains into what must be the main area here where there are kings and lots of resources. So my theory is they used this trail, which probably had existed from a very early period. I've walked on it, it's still there. And when you take that trail and you get over the height of the mountains, you're in Kongu Nadu. It's right on the other side of those mountains. So that was the traders' and sailors' first real introduction to Tamil traditions, I think, was Kongu Nadu, and they left some of their stories there. Well, Kongu Nadu is surrounded by, it's kind of like a upland plain surrounded by mountains to a certain extent on the east as well as the west. So it's kind of isolated a bit geographically. It has the great Kaveri River running through it. And I think many sailors and traders stopped there and exchanged ideas. And then there, of course, were many later waves of culture that came over Tamil Nadu, but not all of them reached Kongu Nadu to the same extent because it's somewhat isolated. And so Kongu Nadu has retained, I argue, some very early traditions that can help us think about the history of the subcontinent. And of those, we're going to talk about the Kritika, who are still very important. They're called the Kanimar, and wherever you go within Kongu Nadu, you will see little shrines, often very humble shrines, the 7 little stones, usually quartz stones which kind of shine, and those represent the Kritika. This second image here that I've added because it shows a second way of representing the same 7 sisters, here in a lineal form, which the 7 stars seem to be wrapped by a naga or a serpent of some kind. The serpent, the naga, is also very important, of course, religiously and traditionally. I think because the snake sheds its skin, and so it can be reborn. It's reborn itself to become a new snake each time it loses its skin. And so this is to suggest to you that there were 2 ways, and actually also a third way there, that uppermost, whoops, pushed the wrong button. This one, there, here. This floral design, this rosette it's called, is a third way. So this is one way of representing the Kritika, this is rosette is the second way, and this kind of linear snake form is the third way. Also, again, overseeing the capture and killing of Humbaba. Significantly here we see it underground as well as in the sky, because of course serpents are associated with the underground. Here we have the same idea of heroes being given force, energy, fire by the Kritika, and it's not in this image, but this fits nicely with the Anandmar story because we could understand these two men in the center as the Anandmar, the elder and younger brother, and we're just missing the sister who, as a Kanimar, as a Kritika, is giving them energy and guiding them. It's also important to know that if you look at the heavens and you see the great bull, Taurus, in the sky, the Kritika are located right above the hump of Taurus. And again, here on the right, the Kritika are physically located in the sky right above the hump. And I thought the logo that we're using for Mohenjo-Daro is very appropriate because that bull has a beautiful big hump. And we just need to imagine the Kritika sitting right there above the hump. Also, this is the idea of the womb in the sky, that the Kritika are the 7 young girls, they're helpers for the great goddess Inanna, or in here also they're helpers of the great goddess Kali, Durga, whoever we want to say, and that she is helping to birth new life and regenerate life each year. And it's similar to Gajalakshmi, I'm losing my connection to my notes. This is not pornographic. This is a kind of worldview, the idea that the skies are constantly refreshing the earth, sending down new life and energizing it. And each year, of course, with the rains and the new crops, the earth is regenerated with the help of the Kanimar. And we also see this in various Indus seals. We're now we're moving on now to Indus Valley symbolism. In the round form is always the idea of the 7 with a circle in the middle, and often I think representing wells or sources of water or sources of new life. Also associated with the leaf of the peepal tree, which is the great tree of life. And interestingly here, this is one seal, 2 sides. The second side references the ocean in the sky, the mean, the fish, the force of the bull in the sky, and this would be the reference to the Kritika, the knife, which organizes and perhaps cuts the umbilical cord, but also structures and focuses the life that is sent down. As I was looking for references in Indus Valley material to the Kritika, I noticed that there's 2 forms of the Kritika. There's the trefoil form, and that's associated with this divine king and presumably with existence of human life on earth, but also, I think, in the sky, where it seems to take the form of 3 triangles. So just a kind of alternate version in the sky as opposed to on land. And here are some other examples of the importance of this motif in the Indus Valley, associated with both the bull or the buffalo and the antelope, and here above also in this inscription, which I have some ideas about, but that's a kind of diversion to go into that right now. And this, of course, all of you will know, this is the famous seal 1168, I think it is, M1168, where many people have said that these 7 girls here are the Kritika, the Kanimar. I think that's a very good guess. And some of the interesting features, they're wearing short skirts, they're all having a braid down their back, they're all almost identical. It's not their individual personality, it's their, as a group they have a character, not as individuals. And Barpola has suggested, and I think it's quite likely that he's right, they are underneath this scene of what seems to be an offering, a sacrifice, perhaps because there's a warrior's head here, being offered to a deity that is inside a peepal tree. Barpola suggests, for many reasons, that this figure is feminine. That relates very well both to Babylonia, where the 7 sisters are associated with the female goddess Inanna, but also in Kongu Nadu, where when you see the Kanimar, they are associated with the goddess in temples, and they are like the helpers, the assistants of the goddess. So we see exactly that here in the Indus Valley. This is the other Indus Valley seal, and I've given all the reference numbers in my paper. This is from Harappa, and I like it because it's neat and clean. It's the 7 sisters without other stories and elements to the picture. And this image here of the 3 vertical rectangles, we can find references in Babylonian star lore and via Gavin White to the meaning of that. It seems to have meant the base, the sort of podium, if you like, that the goddess sits on or stands on. And this reference also, I think it's in my next slide. Oh, there, these 2, purple and green, are further references to the power of the goddess. This seems to be, according to the Babylonian tradition, we don't have references for the Indus Valley, is a sign of control. And I think I've seen something like that used to control a cobra or a serpent in Kongu Nadu. It's kind of an image of power and the ability to control and manipulate. And of course, here it seems to be a sign of new life, of the insemination, if you like, of a womb that's going to create new life. Here, possibly a river with vegetation growing, again, the idea of water bringing forth new life. All those associations with the Kritika are appropriate both to Babylonia and to Kongu Nadu today. So there seems to be the graphics changed to some extent, but the theme seems to be related. And here I discuss in more depth the idea of control and of new life. Also, the idea of the snake, which we met earlier, the serpent. And I like the game of snakes and ladders because it is a very, very old game in India, and it represents the idea, I think you all know, as you're climbing up, one of these serpents can grab you, and if you've had bad luck, and you slide down, so to speak, as the serpent swallows you. You slide down and you start a new life again from the bottom. So it's kind of a constant circulation of going up, sliding down, and being reborn and trying again. Okay, now we come to Kongu Nadu, and these are the 7 girls. I had a wonderful folk artist illustrate the story, and as you'll hear at the end, samples of this. It's a 13-hour animation of the story. I don't have the full DVD here today, but if you want to see the full animation, there is a secret location on the web where I can send you so you can watch the full animation. So this is the birth of the mother in a lotus, and then she births the 3 children, and this is Tangal. She's associated with a little dog, which is, again, links very nicely to Babylonian traditions about a little dog and the goddess. And here we have her carrying the 7 pots, which will rejuvenate and rebirth her brothers who have just died. And here she is with fire in her hand, which is the same idea that she has fire in her breast. And of course, the Kritika, the guiding force, is Agni. And of course, also, you know the famous Tamil story of Shilapariharam, where Kannagi has fire in her breasts. I think there's a continuity there in the idea of the Kritika and the importance of fire. Also, she's guarded by a cobra when there are many ways in which the cobra is a very helpful character in this story. It's not fearful, it's trying to help Tangal. This image comes from a wonderful book by Neumayer on Indian rock art. And this is a burial site in his book. And I think, interpreting it in my way of looking at things, that these 7 circles are, again, the Kritika or the Kanimar. This is the body that has been buried. Its life force, if you like, is flowing upwards towards the 7 sisters, and they somehow help it to be reborn. And so this would be the last stage where the Kritika help replace that life underground, and so this person will hopefully have a rebirth. And the Kanimar are very much involved in this idea of giving new life and rebirth. These are some more images from Neumayer, which suggest that this idea of the Pleiades is very, very old. This image here is, I think, estimated at 20,000 years old. And these are more recent images from the Tamil area, but I think all of them have this idea of the 7 Kritika. These 3 or 4 men seem to be following the Kritika. The Kritika are leading them somewhere. We'll get back to that in a minute. And here again, perhaps the 7 Kritika leading these animals and others. They're like a guide in the sky. This is one of the most significant finds, I think. This is a seal from Asko Parpola's collection. And this is a boat, a traditional sailing craft, katamara. And look at what we see. The 7 little stones, which is exactly how the Kanimar are represented, still in Kongu Nadu, so the 7 little stones. And what's interesting is the sailors, and this is well known not just to a few people, but many, many scholars say that the sailors traditionally used the Pleiades as their compass. It would rise directly in the east, cross the heavens, and set directly in the west. And so if you sail at night, which is a very nice time to sail because it's a little cooler and the winds are good, and they would follow the Kritika across the sky. And so obviously they respected and honored the Kritika, they worshipped them, and they made them an important motif on their boats. Whether this is another reference to the Kritika and whether it's 6 or 7, I'm not so clear. Might be the return journey, I'm not sure. Whether it is 6 or 7 is an issue that I think is very interesting and worth pursuing. Maybe some of you can pursue it further, in that the story that I'm sure you're all familiar with the birth of Murugan and the six of the Kartikai Pengal who leave their husbands, the sages, and they help to raise the young Murugan. It's very, very well known, and you see them in many temples in Tamil Nadu. But my feeling is these are not the Kritika. That in the Mohenjo-Daro area, as we've heard now already many times, there was a lot of mixing of cultures, and I think these were probably two different traditions that somehow merged and got kind of blended and a little bit confusing after they sort of faced each other in the Indus Valley area. I think that because in Babylonia, there are definitely 7 sages, they're very important, but they're not married. There's no reference that I can find in Babylonia to the sages being married and their wives being important. It's just the sages themselves. And in the case of the Kanimar never marry. They're always virgins, they're Kanis, and all the representations of them, you see them alone in a line of 7, but never with small children on their hips. Whereas the Kartikai Pengal, which are often called the Sapta Madrika, their representations are not always, but frequently with small children on their hips. So they're different, and the Kanimar are more forceful in their own right. They're powerful, they're Saktis, they have fire in their breasts, they can protect and prevent incursions, especially around the womb. They protect the womb. Not like the Sapta Madrika, who are just helping to birth children, but they don't have these other qualities. So and this seal, which again the number is in my written essay, there's 7 on there's 2 sides of the same seal, and if you count the women you can see, there's 7 on the left and 6 on the right. This is from the Indus Valley area, and so it suggests that this 6 or 7 was maybe an issue already, and people were trying to understand the significance, what was the 6 and what was the 7. But it was not there in Babylonia, and it's not there in the Kanimar tradition in Kongu Nadu. This is another image I find very interesting. I'm not very confident about the source, but the image is very interesting. This is not a seal, but this is found by Srini Kalyanarayan, who does a lot of writing about Indus seals. But it's very interesting because we have here what I think are a reference to the 7 Kanimar, and reading it, I generally like to read from right to left, which is what you see if it's a seal impression, but it doesn't matter, we can look at it either way. I think that this, which when we'll see it again in other settings, is a vertical triangle with kind of steps on it, that like the Toranum in a temple, instead of reading it from bottom to top as would be the habit, let's say, of Europeans, my understanding is that you should read a Toranum from top to bottom, because it's what's being received, if you like, in the pots that on the temple to the goddess are at the top of the Toranum, and then it's kind of flowing downwards to the worshippers below. So if you think of that as the Kritika at sunrise, just before the sun, rising up in the sky, showing their beams of light, and being soft, because it's sunrise, it's not sharp. So it's kind of bent and soft, and it's lighting the way, and the Kanimar are showing the way to the sailors. They are the compass, they are the guide in the sky. Here are some other examples from the Indus Valley of the same idea. The compass, the 7 Kritika, the compass in the sense of the sun's rays shining out, the Kritika showing the way, and then, of course, we have this famous vessel, which people seem to generally agree, although there's debate about the specifics, has something to do with prosperity and goodness and, the common regrowth, re-energizing of the community. So it usually ends the sequence, and so it's as if the Kritika and guiding, they're the guides that lead to the refilling of the vessel and the rebirth of life. Here we have again, the 7 Kritika over the back of different kinds of animals, as if, again, the animal is being influenced by, directed by those 7 sisters in the sky. And when they're in, the brackets seem to be just a kind of extra element, maybe suggesting that the Kritika alone, they're responsible for this guiding of animals and human beings below. But now, there's a second way of representing the Kritika in the Indus Valley, in my interpretation, and lo and behold, it's 4 and 3, which is like what we saw in Babylonia. It's like a oblong, a kind of a round womb there. They're trying to represent it in a more formal way by having 2 rows. And then we have the fish, which would seem to represent the fact that they're part of the great ocean of waters in the sky. More examples of the same idea. The Kritika in terms of a womb-like shape and associated with this same triangle of light or power that they help to bring to Earth. So this is just other examples of the same. It's quite common in the Indus Valley materials. Again, but this one is interesting because this is one of the rarer seals that has 2 sides, and the same image on the upper side, we can say, of the vessel, and maybe this is a sign of the Kritika's knife. I'm not sure, but it's likely. And on the other side, we have a crocodile of some kind. And the crocodile is like the serpent in that, doing a little research on the crocodile on the web, I learned that crocodiles, of course, they have a scaly skin, and they also, like snakes, they lose their scales and they grow new ones. So they go through a kind of rebirth similar to what serpents or snakes go through. And the idea that they swallow life, kind of frightening with their jaws, but then perhaps they rebirth it much like snakes do. They have something to do with the recycling and rebirth, associated in this case, again, with the Kritika. I also like these pots. These are Indus Valley pots, claim to be anyway, likely are, from various antiquities sites where you can presumably buy, if you have enough money, examples of Indus Valley pots. And they all have a serpent on them. A serpent is always going counterclockwise, which you know is the inauspicious direction, and it's kind of a guard, it would seem, that the pot held milk or some other very wonderful amrita kind of substance, and the snake is there to protect it, to keep intruders from taking the liquid for themselves. And so significant that it's going in the counterclockwise direction to protect it. We have the same kind of character, in this case he's a wild boar, in the Anandmar story. And he is also frightening. He can, and he can bully and destroy and basically intimidate. And he, too, goes around the temple for the goddess counterclockwise. And he does that right before he attacks the heroes' fields and creates a great flood. So we have that theme, too, of clockwise and counterclockwise as perhaps being very old. Here we have him actually destroying the fields. That's the great flood that he creates. And here, I'm sorry, these pictures aren't better resolution, but you get the idea. Lord Krishna comes, and he's disguised as a washerman, interestingly. And he, after the wild boar is killed by the heroes, he steals the head. Why does he come as a washerman and steal the head of the sacrificed boar? Well, you know that Vishnu has 2 wives, and he says, I'm a washerman and my wife is undergoing pregnancy cravings. She so much wants wild boar meat. And so I'm taking the head of the sacrifice so that I can gift it to my wife and help her with her pregnancy cravings. So then Bhumi, the wife, presumably, as in many stories about the wild boar, she swallows the head, and then that's her pregnancy, and then she births a whole new yuga. So the boar and the serpent and the crocodile all have a kind of similar position. Now this is, we'll finish up. I'll go more quickly because I'm taking a lot of time. This is, I think, an important discovery. I'm pretty certain that this symbol here is the symbol of a smelter, where iron is created from raw rock sources, where there's iron in the rock. It's heated to great height of heat, and out of it flows the raw iron, which is channeled with little mud channels to create rods. Well, in the Anandmar story, it's very clear that these people who are hunters, who live in the hills, they are to some extent antagonistic to the farmers who have taken over the fields below the hills and cut the trees to start farming. They live in the hills and they produce these beautiful iron rods. So this, I think, is an image of a smelter. And I've been reading a wonderful ethnography on the Agarya, who are a Dravidian-speaking tribe in Madhya Pradesh. And we have very clear descriptions of how they made iron by using smelters. And the smelters have pipes going into this enclosed kind of hut, which is heated to great heat because the Agarya stand on what are teeter-totters or seesaws. And they are said to dance on the edge of the end of the seesaw. And as you put your weight up and down on one end, the other end goes in the opposite direction. So when your weight is on it, it goes up. When the weight is off it, it goes down. Well, the end that is not being stepped on has a rope attached to an accordion. And as you step on the end of the seesaw, so this other end goes up, the accordion opens up and fills with air. And the moment you take your weight off the other end of the seesaw, the accordion collapses. Whoosh! A great sort of flow of air goes through a pipe into the smelter. And you have 2 of these seesaws which you dance on alternatively, so whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Of course you get a very hot fire when you're constantly forcing fresh air into the hut. And then there's above where the air can escape, and below the exit points where the iron rods are made. Well, that's interesting in itself, and also they say that the Agarya say 2 things that I thought were very interesting. One, we must have a virgin girl from our community, the sister of one of the men, dance on those seesaws with us. That's what makes the quality in the iron. You must have that virgin girl. Again, the idea of the fire in the breast of the young girl who must be a virgin, it's right there in the very early ideas, I think, about how you make iron. And iron, of course, was revolutionary because once you had iron, you could have so many agricultural implements and also fighting implements. Well, in many Indus seals, you see the same image of the smelting furnace and the 7 Kritika. And the Agaria say they are the Asuras, they are the anti-sun. They only work at night, and they keep their furnaces under the shade of trees. They sort of hide from the sun, but then they create the night sun. And in a sense, they capture the sun, put it in this heavy oven to create the night sun. So the great power, and I think there's a lot to be looked at, because this relationship between the farmers and the iron makers, iron producers, is an old theme. It's a big one in my first book of ethnography of this area. The tribal groups and the farmers are, to some extent, adversaries, and they use this fire to express their differences with the farmers. This is another image I found interesting. Again, we have the smelting furnace, the 7 Kritika, but this time we have one added symbol which is two-sided, like the right and left of a body. And on the other side of the same seal, we have something that looks like a 2-headed camel. That fits very well, first of all, with the idea of being traders. Camels carried a lot of the trade goods, but also because these smelters, some of them worked in the forest making the primary resource, iron rods, but others became blacksmiths and then made, as craftspeople, made tools from the iron rods. So they kind of like two kinds of crafts are linked, the 2 heads of the camel, and also traveling versus being sedentary. And all of them, I think, are suggested in this kind of collection of symbols. This, interestingly, is a Sumerian image. This is one of the Sumerian words discussed by Gavin White. And we've already discussed the base, the 3 elements which seem to be the foundation, the great goddess who's being worshipped, and above her, the sign of a female. That's like the vulva of the female. That is the goddess sitting on this base. Well, what I see in the Mohenjo-Daro area, another version of the Kritika, but this time represented by 3 lines in that kind of formation. That's what Asko Parpola has said is a fireplace. Makes sense because you need 3 stones to support a pot when you're going to cook or make hot things. But here we have it associated frequently with this double circle, overlapping circles, which I suggest likely refer to twins. Twins in many cultures. As an anthropologist, I can attest to this, and particularly in African cultures, which were, of course, in contact with Mesopotamia through the Mediterranean trade. Twins are magical. If you have, suddenly you have 2 children rather than 1, it's magical, and it also relates very nicely to ancient Babylonian idea of Mitra and Varuna, the kind of complementary gods. So this is another kind of assembly of symbols I think is worth looking at. And here I show it. I'm going to have to move along because I know I'm using up time. Other places where we see the same symbols. And again, more. Then here, this is something that comes up very commonly in the rough seals. And this is one where we find it on 2 sides. I think this is maybe something that was handed out to pilgrims at temples and so on as a souvenir, the idea of the triple lines, which is the great goddess associated with the 7 Kanimar, and the prosperity of the vessel. Now some more images from the Anandmar story. We see the great, this was on a temple wall I found in 1965, This is Tangal, and she is like the goddess. She's given the central position in a larger building, and her two brothers, the Anandmar. And she counsels them, and she tests them, she guides them in many situations. She also sees in her dreams. She's a great dreamer, and she is her vision. She's able to see what's going to be in the future through her connection with the stars. And here she knows she'll never see her brothers again. It's time to stop. Okay. We'll just whiz through these. I like this one. This is the Kanimar at the Patipongo, and they're given this beautiful woven head dress, if you like, which is like that of a great snake. The association with Pongal here on this shrine. And then my last two slides, this is the way I think there was trade and transportation well before the Greeks and the Romans reported it, and that it came all the way from Greek areas and Rome down through the Arabian Gulf, or sometimes the Persian Gulf, and to Tamil Nadu, and came up here. Kongu Nadu is right in this area. And this is from one of my friends in Coimbatore, and a historian who mapped out the trade routes for me that he sees through Tamil Nadu, all focused on this Palghat Gap coming from the sea where the boats took off and landed. They went both ways, and I think they were sharing both ways. And then this, the celebration of the seven and the importance, I'm not sure if that's Kanimar, but a lot of emphasis on 7 watery pots. So that's the end. Thank you for listening. Sorry if I went over time. And I have placed outside, it's a gift, it's free for anybody who wants to take them, a DVD of the first 3 episodes of the 26 episodes that I've animated of this story. If you're curious about it and you want to see how it's done, it's in Tamil and in English, please help yourself. And if you want more information, just contact me. My email was there at the bottom. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Beck, for that fascinating cross-civilizational, cross-epochal discussion. Our next speaker is Dr. K.M. Maitri. Dr. Maitri is professor at the Department of Tribal Studies, Kannada University, Hampi. He has 36 years of undergraduate and postgraduate teaching, 31 years of research, and 29 years of administrative experience. He has completed 39 research projects, published 44 books, and 162 research articles in Kannada, English, and Hindi. His area of specialization and research includes regional and cultural studies, ethnic studies, tribal and marginalized studies, indigenous knowledge systems, Tamil literature, and much more. He has delivered many special lectures on public awareness and social justice towards nomadic tribal improvement. He has bagged 32 national and international reputable awards for his contribution towards tribal and nomadic community, culture, literature, education, and organization. Please welcome Dr. Maitri.
Thank you. Vanakkam, Seva Johar, Namaste, good morning to all. आज मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही कि तमिलनाडु की चेन्नई में 2 संस्थाओं की ओर से इंडस की जो स्क्रिप्ट है, इंडस की, okay, I will speak in English also. I will speak English, Hindi, and Canada also. I will come to my topic. Hampi Tungabhadra River Basin cave rock paintings, resemblance to Indus Hills. I am working in Canada University Hampi in the year 2005. I seen these pictographs, but I don't know what they shows in that time. After that, in 2014, we have conducted a workshop on Gondi Dictionary, standardization of Gondi Dictionary. In that time, from Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, few resource persons participated, and we visited this site. And in that site, Prakash Namdev Salame from Maharashtra and Dr. Motiraman Kangali, he was also from Maharashtra. He deciphered 19 pictographs. Out of 19 pictographs, on the spot, he said that 12 pictographs similar to Harappan seals. Prehistoric cave paintings are vivid and mysterious survivals from some of humanity's oldest art. Prehistoric art are some of the most fascinating artworks. They represent the earliest surviving evidence of the indigenous people, totemic artistic instinct in early humanity, and have been found on nearly every continent. In India, rock art sites have been reported from rocky landscapes comprised of sandstones or sedimentary rocks. This primarily refers to the Vindhya, Kadapa, Keeladi, and Bhima Basin, and Satpura and Aravalli ranges scattered over the states of Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, Uttar Pradesh, and Rajasthan. Highest density of sites is found in Vindhya ranges in Madhya Pradesh and just Kamurian extension into Uttar Pradesh. Considerable numbers of sites are also present in the granite hills of peninsular India. These areas include the state of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan, and the Datian district of Madhya Pradesh. However, sandstone and granite packets reaching from Ladakh, Janskar Valley in extreme north of Kerala in south, and from Odisha, Assam, Manipur in the east to Gujarat in the west are known to have rock art sites. I come to Hampi. Kotamba, we came to conclusion from these pictographs. We named it as Kotamba. Ancient rock paintings and carvings are found in abundance in the caves of rock formations of the world-famous Hampi area of Hospet Taluk in Vijayanagar district of Karnataka. One of such caves is the Gondwana royal emblem in the Rojasloth Bear Sanctuary and the Kotamba cave near the Talari Ghatta gate. This cave is located on a hill near the bank of Tungabhadra river next to the Anegundi. The Department of Tribal Studies, Kannada University, in collaboration with the Central Institute of Indian Languages, Mysore, organized a national seminar on standardization of Gondi vocabulary from 24 to 29 August 2014. Resource persons with knowledge of Gondi language and culture from the states of Telangana, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra and Karnataka participated in it. On this occasion, field visits were conducted in Daroji. We find there royal emblem of Gondwana, and in Hampi surroundings on 28/8/2014. The valuable information obtained during the field work is as follows. The study team visited the Kotamba Cave temple located near the Talari Gate on 28th August 2014 at 5 p.m. Prakash Namdero Salame from Maharashtra, on seeing the rock paintings, was moved to tears of joy. Interpreting that artwork, he declared in Gondi that this was a treasure of the Gondian ancestral home and identified it as the script of the Indus Valley. Research persons from Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh attempted to compare the paintings with those found in their Gotul. Unfortunately, Dr. Moti Raman Kangali was unable to visit the site in person due to the steep hill. However, upon viewing the photographs of the rock paintings, he too was deeply moved and clarified that these paintings closely resemble to Saindevi, it means Indus script. Moti Raman Kangali has studied and interpreted the 19 rock paintings found in Kotamba cave of the Hampi area as follows. A sketch of ancient rock paintings in Hampi. We can see in that rock shelter like this type of paintings which are resemblance to Indus sails. How much old? This is a pictographic script written in colors on a huge rock which is even older than the syllabic script. Resemblance to Indus script. The pictographs of this script, number 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, and 19 are similar to the pictographs of Indus script. Resemblance to Indus script we can see in references. How to decipher? It is possible to decipher the script by means of the root morphemes of Proto-Dravidian languages. Linguist opinion, Robert Caldwell, Jules Bloch, Professor Rajeshwaraya, and other scholars are of the opinion that Gondi is a free Dravidian language. By identifying the pictographs depicted on the above-mentioned rock, I have tried to read these pictographs by Gondi language through its root morpheme as follows. Dr. Motiraman Kangali, he deciphered these 19 pictographs and he sent his note to me on 19/12/2014. Decipherment of Hampi rock paintings. The first rock painting like that we can see in Hampi seal, Indus seals also. He said, यह माता, it means mother, का चिन्ह है जिसे गोंडी में यायल या अवाल कहा जाता है, जिसका अर्थ माता या देवी होता है. This is the rock painting of mother. It is pronounced as ayal or aval in Gondi language. It means amma, amba, kotamba, amba, ambe, ava, tai, devi in Kannada. In Tamil also we can say tai. This is second pictograph. यह कोना कॉर्नर का चिन्ह है जिसे गोंडी में कोमटा या कोपरा कहा जाता है, जिसका अर्थ कपड़ा या वस्त्र भी होता है. दिस इज द रॉक पेंटिंग फॉर कॉर्नर. इट इज प्रोनाउंस्ड एज कोमटा और कोपरा in Gondi language. It means muli or vastra in Kannada. I think in Tamil also mulai or adai. Third, यह अनाज के डंटल स्टेक ऑफ ग्रेन्स का चिन्ह है जिसे गोंडी में ओमा या नेला कहा जाता है, जिसका अर्थ खेत या क्षेत्र भी होता है. दिस इज द रॉक पेंटिंग फॉर ग्रेन स्टॉक. इट इज प्रोनाउंस्ड एज ओमा और नेला इन गोंडी लैंग्वेज. इट मीन्स भूमि, नेला, होला, प्रदेश, नेल्लू in Kannada. In Tamil also, Ur or Kalapai. Sorry, Nilam, Nelam or Nel in Tamil. This is fourth pictograph. यह हल प्लाव का चिन्ह है जिसे गोंडी में कुरी या उर कहा जाता है, जिसका अर्थ हल या स्थल होता है. दिस इज द रॉक पेंटिंग फॉर फ्लो. इट इज प्रोनाउंस्ड एज कुरी और ऊर इन गोंडी लैंग्वेज. इट मीन्स स्थला, नेगिलु इन कन्नड़ा, ऊर और कलपाई इन तमिल. दिस इज फिफ्थ पिक्टोग्राफ ऑफ दैट रॉक शेल्टर. यह छोटी कुदाली, स्मॉल स्पेड का चिन्ह है जिसे गोंडी में मेंढा या घोड़ा कहा जाता है, जिसका अर्थ भेड़, सीप होता है. दिस इज द रॉक पेंटिंग फॉर अ स्मॉल फ्लो और होई. इट इज प्रोनाउंस्ड एज मेंढा और घोड़ा इन गोंडी लैंग्वेज. इट मीन्स कुरी इन कन्नड़ा, small fade or sheep in Tamil, Kalpai, Kuriado. Sixth pictograph, यह धागा, थ्रेड का चिन्ह है जिसे गोंडी में नूल कहा जाता है, जिसका अर्थ ऊनी यानी कि ऊल भी होता है. दिस इज द रॉक पेंटिंग ऑफ एर्न. इट इज प्रोनाउंस्ड एज नूल इन गोंडी लैंग्वेज. इट मीन्स कुरी, उन्निया, नूल इन कन्नड़ा, नूल इन तमिल आल्सो. यह दो खुटों के बीच का अंतर, डिस्टेंस बिटवीन टू पोस्ट को दर्शाने वाला चिन्ह है जिसे गोंडी में आटुम यानी कि मार्केट कहा जाता है, जिसका अर्थ बाजार होता है. This is the rock painting for the distance between two posts. It is pronounced as atum in Gondi. It means bajar. Sante Marukatte in Kannada. 8th पिक्टोग्राफ, यह मार्ग का चिन्ह है जिसे गोंडी में सरी कहा जाता है, जिसका अर्थ माध्यम मीन्स भी होता है. दिस इज द रॉक पेंटिंग फॉर पाथ. इट इज प्रोनाउंस्ड एज सरी इन गोंडी लैंग्वेज. इट मीन्स वे और मीन्स सालू इन कन्नड़ा. इन तमिल सालाई. 9th पिक्टोग्राफ, यह अर्धचंद्राकार और धनुष का चिन्ह है जिसे गोंडी में पराई बिल कहा जाता है, जिसका अर्थ चट्टानी छत होता है. दिस इज द रॉक पेंटिंग फॉर द क्रिसेंट एंड द बो. इट इज प्रोनाउंस्ड एज पराई बिल इन गोंडी लैंग्वेज. It means rocky roof, Bandeya, Chattan in Kannada, and Parai in Tamil. This is the rock painting for a crack in a wall. It is pronounced as Konada or Kwappi in Gondi language. It means cave shelter. Guhasraya in Kannada. We can also see in that shelter that crack of that cave. This is the rock painting for a pair of scissors used in fire. It is pronounced as koya or koyal in Gondi language. It means shepherd, meshpal, or pachan kriya in Kannada. Kodiyal, kuriyadu in Tamil. This is the rock painting for a small plough or spade. It is pronounced as menda or goda in Gondi language. This is repeated in out of 19 pictographs. It means sheep, mesha, kuri in Kannada. This is the rock painting for curved pointed blade. It is pronounced as nang in Gondi language. It is used as a suffix in Gondi. For genitive case, it means of. In Kannada, pratyaya. This is the rock painting for a star. It is pronounced as sukum in Gondi language. It is the symbol of night, which is the symbol of night. It means nakshatra, ratri, or chukke in Kannada also. This is the rock painting for a plant at the bottom of a canal or a stream. It is pronounced as kalvai in Gondi language. It is pronounced as kalvai in Gondi language, repeated. It means time, kalve, or samay in Kannada. This is rock painting for a pair of scissors used in fire. It is pronounced as koiri in Gondi language. It means shepherd. This is the rock painting for a flow. It is pronounced as kuri or ur in Gondi language. It means site place. This sign also repeated in these 19 pictographs. This is a rock painting for two crescent. It is pronounced as Paraik in Gondi. It means morning. Munjavu, Nasuku in Kannada. This is the last pictograph. This is a curved symmetrical rock painting. It is pronounced as Kokra Kor in Gondi language. It means crowing. Koliya Kugu in Kannada. These 19 pictographs, Motiraman Kangali, he tried to decipher in a sentence like this. First, Yayal, second, Komta, third, Oma, three, Kuri, and Menda. Sixth, Nool, Atum, Sari, Paraibil, Koppi, Koyal, Menda, Nang, Sukum, Kalwai, Koiri, Ur, Paraik, Kokrakur. These are all Gondi words. And he given in English also, mother deity, corner or cloth, field or area, temple, sheep, woolen thread, market, way, rocky roof, cave shelter, shepherd, sheep, suffix, star, time, rest, place, morning, crowing. इसका अर्थ, the meaning of these 19 pictographs, he said like this: the Kotamba cave shrine is on the main road of the woolen market. This rocky roof shelter is for shepherds and sheep to stay at night till morning. Conclusion. Out of these 19 pictographs, 14 are similar to the Indus script. 5 pictographs represent Kuruba, it means shepherds, sheep and wool. This proves that the word Kuruba is derived from the Gondi word Koya or Kuruba, shepherd. In Gondi, Koyal means sheep herder. In India, Gond tribe is also known as Koya or Koitur. I referred his book and other books also for preparation of this PPT. And this is decipherment of Indus script in Gondi, Saindav Lipika, Gondi Me Udvachan, Dr. Motiraman Kangali's book. He deciphered almost all Indus seals in Gondi language. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maitri. I think the chairs are coming up, and we are going to be happy to take questions. As you all know, the audience has preference here, so if you have a question, please raise your hand and somebody will bring a mic over to you. Oh, here's a question. Please go ahead with your question.
Hi. Thanks a lot for the great, thanks a lot for the great presentation on Pleiades. I have learned a lot regarding the significance of the 7 dots in many of the iconographies. But to Dr. Brenda, I have a few just observations. One is, I think when you are saying that from a very ancient time, this kind of the mythological stories of Pleiades was kind of there, coming there. I think in 2024 only, there is a genetic paper on Elamo-Dravidian expansion from West Asia to South Asia. So that was, I think, that is possibly a source. Second thing, ma'am, it was a great thing. I think the goddess you were showing, that is Lajja Gauri or Renuma or Lamma, that is a fertility cult goddess. So this is the first time I understand the reason that sometimes the lotus-based, like solar head of the goddess, that is like sun ray and fertility of the land. Why it is sometimes being replaced by the, the snake, that is the Pleiades, possibly symbol for a day-night duality or something. That was illuminating for me. And the third question, madam, the iconography has a separate scope normally in Indus civilization, Indus script, and because for iconography to script, there is a many-to-many relationship. So I was just one possibility is, even if Pleiades is being shown in the 7 strokes in some places, can't it mean the month of harvest, a specific month? So does it have to have a strictly religious significance for the whole inscription, rather than can't it be a symbolism also for some administrative thing where a specific month of harvest for taxation or whatever else, any administration is also signified, like Kartik month, by this kind of symbolism? That is just a conjecture, and thanks a lot for the illuminating talk.
Great. Would you like to comment, Dr. Beck?
Could you possibly summarize? I had great difficulty understanding the question.
Yeah. Is there a question that can be summarized, Bahata?
I'm sorry, I didn't comprehend sufficiently to be able to answer the question. If somebody could...
Yeah, really, just a brief question, if you could turn it into a question.
Yeah, only the question part of it is, even if the 7 strokes are related to Pleiades in the script part, because iconography and script has a different semantic scope, does the inscription part in the script have to be a very religious meaning because Pleiades is coming there? Because the month of Kartik, that is also a month of harvest for different things, as an administrative inscription, even that could be shown with the symbol of Pleiades. That is a comment or observation, and for your comment.
Is this turned on?
Yes.
Yes. I'm only partially understanding, I apologize, but you're asking something about, does the inscription have to be religious? And does it have to be, I'm not sure, the other part of the question. I think many of these symbols are likely to be, just as the names of people in Tamil refer to the gods, they're not necessarily used in a religious way, but the symbols themselves are intended to reference concepts about the universe, concepts about the gods. But it may just be a statement about, I am so-and-so, and I'm trading with you, or there can be many uses of the same general concept.
Great. Maybe you both can talk after after we're done. Now, there's another question right up there in the front.
I hope I would make myself clear. We have a long tradition in Tamil that Lord Muruga was born out of 7 Karthikei Pengal. That perhaps should have been some connection with whatever you see in 7 repeated symbols in Indus Valley. And that has some connection in Kongunadu also as Kannimars, right? It's very strange connection to very old mythology. And about this Karthikei Pengal, you have a reference in one of the oldest Sangam literature, that is Tirumurhattupadai. He has made a very strong reference to this one. It is very mythological, but it seems to have some kind of strange connection with the Indus Valley.
Thank you. Any comment there?
I hope you could comment on it.
I am still puzzled by how we can connect the Kartikai Pengal and the Kannimar. I feel that they are somewhat different, but they have merged. And I'm not sure about how that happened, but it feels to me that the Kannimar, the Kritika, which references a very clear constellation, that is very, very old and was shared by many cultures through the sailors using it as a compass. The Kartikai Pengal is a different mythological tradition, I think, which is not referenced in Mesopotamia, but probably is a Indo-European kind of tradition. But I'm not 100% sure about that, and I hope someone will follow up and do more research on this.
In all village deity celebration, you will see they will make the first offering to this Kannimar, 7 Kannimars, even in small villages in Tamil Nadu. That I am very sure about it.
Yes, I agree. And especially at the Pongal ceremony, in the Patti Pongal, the Kannimar are the primary divinities that are referenced. The Kannimar and the sun. And so I think it's very old and very significant, and not directly related to the Kartikai Pengal.
Thank you. I think we have time for 2 more questions. Is there one right over here?
I have one question to the second speaker. See, for the last 3 days we have been hearing the words Dravidian, pre-Dravidian, proto-Dravidian. But actually there is no such thing as far as my knowledge goes. The ancient most grammar text available is Tungabhadra. It is said that it is around 10,800 years old, according to the application of Milankovitch cycle. So there are 2 things. One is Milankovitch cycle, that is based on the orbital nature of the Earth axis. Second is the assigning the date. So applying these 2 things, one Mr. Bangalore Guna has assigned the date of Tungabhadra as 10,800 years old. Another aspect is Dr. Robert Caldwell himself has confessed and confirmed that Tamil is the most ancient language. Still, I have chosen the word Dravidian.
What is your question to the
Taking
speaker?
from Sanskrit text. So, this being the clear case, why we should continue to call Dravidian, pre-Dravidian, proto-Dravidian, instead of straight away telling Tamil group of family of languages.
Okay. Go ahead.
May I speak in Hindi? Okay, we are all came from tribal origin. We should what you call, हमेशा मानना पड़ेगा। हम सभी आदिवासी से ही उभर के बाहर आए हैं, भाषा बाद में आया है। आदिवासी नहीं होते तो हम कहाँ से आते? आदिवासी के बाद में ही भाषा आई है, वैसे टूटते हुए अलग अलग ये जो जोन्स हैं या स्क्रिप्ट है, ये सभी उन्हीं का देन है। तो मेरा मानना ये है कि ये जो भी भाषाएं हैं भारत में या विश्व में, उसकी जो देन है अपने एबोरिजिन ग्रुप ही होता है। और वो रॉक पेंटिंग से ही हम शुरू करना पड़ता है। रॉक पेंटिंग के बाद में ही उसको एक आकृति मिलते हुए उसको स्क्रिप्ट में बदलाया गया है। स्क्रिप्ट भी एक नहीं है, भारत में बहुत से स्क्रिप्ट हैं। संस्कृति भी एक नहीं, भारत में या विश्व में अलग अलग संस्कृतियां हैं। क्योंकि जैसा हमें महसूस हुआ कोई साउंड, तो हमने उसको इमिटेट करते हुए एक भाषा बनाई है। इसलिए एक राज्य में 40-50 किलोमीटर दूरी पर भाषा में भी तमिल एक नहीं होती, कन्नड़ एक नहीं होती, बहुत से कन्नड़ होते हैं, बहुत से तमिल होते हैं। तो ये जो द्रविडियन स्टॉक की गोंडी ट्राइब है, गोंडी ट्राइब की जो शब्द हैं, ये शब्द पूरा द्रविड़ भाषाओं की सभी भाषाओं में मिलते हैं। बाद में ये अलग अलग एक राज्य भाषा हुए हैं, राज्य भी हुए हैं, स्क्रिप्ट भी आया है। तो हम कोई ना कोई आदिवासी से ही हम बाहर आना चाहिए। गोंडी ऐसा नहीं है कि 5 खंडों को गोंडवाना कहा जाता है। गोंडी का अर्थ यह है कि जैसा कुरुम्बा है, हिलमैन, पृथ्वी की आदमी, उस ढंग से उसको देखने की ज़रूरत है। ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई आज की जो लिस्ट आउट है ट्राइबल्स में, उसी से देखने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। उसे पीछे जाके देखे तो वो क्लियर हो जाएगी। तो मोतीराम कंगाली जी ने वो प्रयास किया जो टोटेमिज्म के मुताबिक जो घोटल में आज भी वो मौजूद हैं, और जहाँ पर रॉक पेंटिंग्स हैं, रॉक पेंटिंग्स में उसको देखते हुए टोटेम से ही स्क्रिप्ट बना है। तो उसको वो मद्देनजर रखते हुए ये जो स्क्रिप्ट है हम्पी में, शुरुआत में वो 5 को पढ़ के बाद में वो जाके 12 तक आए। अभी रिसेंटली नए इंडस जो सील हैं उसमें अप टू 14 तक हम गिनती कर सकते हैं। ये गंगेश जी जो काशी विद्यापीठ में काम करते हैं वो बताए मुझे। मैं इसमें एक्सपर्ट नहीं हूँ, लेकिन ट्राइबल स्टडीज़ में काम करता हूँ। हम सभी ट्राइबल ओरिजिन से बाहर आए हैं। अभी कोई धर्म में गिनती किए होंगे या कोई जात में, वो बात अलग है, लेकिन वी आर ऑल केम फ्रॉम ट्राइबल रूट। दैट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट।
Thank you, Dr. Mitri. There's... Okay.
With your permission, I would like to add something so that
Okay.
things are clarified. This particular conference, we today had two presentation. In my view, it represents a diverse view. One presentation as a scholar who has spent from 1962, lived in Tamil Nadu, based in Canada, and linking the Indus tradition and the Sumerian tradition with the Kannimar Kadai through her narrative. Second person who is involved in the tribal studies and trying to read the Gondi, the cave art, and try to explain. And then, so this is the way the scholarship has to be taken forward, irrespective of the language. And let me tell you, because why I chose to react here, I have worked in the Gondi speaking area for many years. I have traveled in the Bastar, undivided Bastar district, which is now been divided into 4 or 5 districts. I have conducted election, walked to every area in the Naxal area. In this area, we found 282 villages whose name is ending with Nod. Today, if I go to Tamil Nadu in any tribal area or the cities, if I go and ask what Sangam literature tells about Karandai flower, I don't think that anybody here can identify Karandai Malar. He can identify Malligai, Roja, Tamarai and all. But he cannot identify Karandai Malar. But I heard a song in the tribal Gondi language which talks about Karandai being offered to his lady lover. And again, let me tell you, there is a like Mohenjo-daro dancing girl statue, we will bring it, the small dancing girl statue. Today being made using lost wax method by the Gondi tribes, and also there is a tribe called Dogra Damar. Dogra Damar is a tribe which is making that statue, and the classical form of that lost wax method is only done in Swami Malai in the Nataraja statue. So this is a rainforest India. No singular narrative can be built about in India. Languages are born primitive, spoken in the caves and spoken by the tribals, and the tribals are the umbilical cord of this India. And then no language is born grow, and no language is give birth to all other languages, be it Sanskrit, be it Tamil. Let us be very, very clear. India is a rainforest country, it's a pluralism, and we will work for it. That is the voice of India. That is a voice of integration.
Thank you. Should we take one final question, please? But it should be brief.
Okay.
Just tap it, it might be working.
Hello. Ma'am, my question is tangentially related to your presentation, where you mentioned the symbol of the serpent and the serpentine symbolism being fairly universally present through the subcontinent. So my question is somewhat like this, that we through the last couple of days found a lot of continuity between the cultures of the Indus Valley region and the southern settlements later on. But we also know from satellite imagery and genetic data that some of the residents of those sites also had moved to the east of India, where many centuries later we find the Mahajanapads and so on. Now, because you specifically mentioned the serpent and then the snakes and ladder motifs which have been used in eastern India, particularly by the Shramans later on, can you please elaborate on that a little bit more? Are there other such symbols or themes where such a continuity may be even implied? I mean, for example, Asko Parpola had suggested that there's how the Shramans refer to Saturn with a turtle because it's slow, and then he relates it to a fish, the fish symbol with the roof over its head, even though that's not an widely accepted interpretation. So like that, I know it's a bit of a reach, but I would love to know your thoughts.
I think there are many more possibilities we need to continue to explore, and it's only recently that I have tried to take ideas from this folk epic in Tamil Nadu and extend it backwards, asking questions about are some similarities there in the early cultures. But I can point to one that I've discovered several years ago, again reading Neumayer's rock art work, because I'm very interested in the wild boar. I found a wild boar in Neumayer's work that is standing on its nose. Why would a boar stand on its nose? I think the answer is it's referring to a star or a constellation in the sky, and therefore you're not seeing it on its 4 feet, you're seeing it floating in the sky, and it could be on its nose. This is very, very early. I believe this image of the boar comes from the Madhya Pradesh area and is maybe, 15,000 years old. But it suggests that the boar, like the Kritika, is a constellation that was very important in the thinking of the people of that area at that time. And we need to do more to look at the relationship between these traditional forms of art and inscription and ask how do they relate to the understanding of the skies. And I think we may find a lot more of interest if we ask the question in that way.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful session and for the discussions. Please, I will request you to please take your seats. Yes. At this juncture of the conference, I'd like to quote Voltaire's words. I may not agree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. This is the principle with which this conference has been curated and is being conducted, with absolute inclusivity and respect to multiple views and narratives, and I request all the participants to please adhere to the principles and the spirit of the conference and academic discussions. Thank you. I have two announcemements to make. Dr. Brenda Beck has been very gracious enough to extend free copies of The Legend of Ponnivala, a folktale edition, which is available in English and Tamil. These are CDs that are kept out at the reception. So people who are interested to have copies of these, you can have them. And with the prior approval and permission of Brenda Beck, you can also have it signed. Yes. And the second is that we're breaking for tea, and I kindly request the participants to reconvene in 15 minutes. And Mr. Anwar, the bead maker, is opening the carnelian pot for all of our registered participants and delegates to view. So you can also go to the bead maker station, have a look at the carnelian finished beads, and then move to tea. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're starting part 2 of the forenoon session on day 3 of the Discovery of Indus Civilization International Conference Centenary. This session will be chaired by Marcia Gandhi ma'am. I kindly request her to take a seat on the stage. Thank you, ma'am. There are 2 speakers in this session. The first talk will be given by Mr. R. Balakrishnan, titled Understanding Indus Riddles in the Absence of a Bilingual Script. Sir. The second talk, will be given by Dr. K. Amarnath Ramakrishna, titled Indus Valley Civilization and its Impact Towards the Continuous Legacy of the Dravidian Culture Viewed from Keeladi Excavations. I kindly request Mr. Sridharan, former Commissioner of Archaeology and former Secretary to the Government of Tamil Nadu, to felicitate our chairperson and speakers. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, the stage is all yours.
Good morning to everybody. Now the first speaker we are going to have is Mr. R. Balakrishnan IAS. You all know him. So Dr. Balakrishnan, an independent researcher in the field of Indus studies, has been consistently working for the last 30 years on subjects related to the Dravidian origin, the prehistory of Tamils, and the Indus Valley civilization. He employs a multidisciplinary approach to reconstruct the past, focusing on place name clusters. His study was published in the book Journey of the Civilization, Indus to Vaigai. It has been translated to Tamil also and available. Balakrishnan is also a creative writer in Tamil who has written multiple prose and poetry collections. He is a retired member of the Indian Administrative Service and served as a chief advisor to the Chief Minister Office in the Odisha government. He has twice held the position of Deputy Election Commissioner at the Election Commission of India. He is the honorary consultant of the Indus Research Center at Roja Muthiah Library in Chennai. I invite sir to speak upon.
Good morning, everybody. I chose this topic also very consciously. Let me show this dancing girl to all of you. I got it mobilized from our place now. This is made by the tribes of Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and Orissa, who feel that this dancing girl belongs to us. I felt very, very happy. We get this statue made and bring for our book function. This is given as a memento. And then now this has become very, very famous. I think you can go to internet, even see that the Dokra Domers are making and the dancing girl. So that is why we need to understand Indus Valley. I chose this topic, the understanding Indus Riddles, in the absence of a bilingual script. The announcement you all had from the Honorable Chief Minister making an announcement that anybody basically deciphering in a convincing way which will be accepted by everybody, the stakeholders, will be given $1 million as on today. I think Dr. Umar Khan also brought to our notice that a similar offer is made from another source. Now put together $20 million is on stake. It can be deciphered. That would be a great day. But pending that, what are we going to do? That is this particular talk about. Riddles. Indus has got a lot of riddles. Who were the authors of that civilization? What language and languages? I'm very particular about it. Even I will go to the level of telling that family of languages and family of language or even languages in the fringes. There's a possibility. So what language and languages did they speak? Where to look for antecedents of Harappan urbanism? How do we trace the lingering legacies of IVC in the classical text of Indian subcontinent? Mostly from the archaeological point of view, my colleague Amarnath would be handling. There could be some overlap. I will guess what he would say that and try to avoid that. Are there any takeaways for the future? This conference, I'm telling you, this is, I will later on tell, in 1935, the Director General of Archaeology, K.N. Dixit, came to Madras University and spoke on a topic of the Indus Valley civilization. After that, except the current wave of Sindhu Valley being discussed in different districts and the forums and university, if you take away this current wave of Indus Valley in Tamil Nadu, after 1935, a structured discussion involving the scholars, teachers, and students and the stakeholder, this is the first time, 1935. Nearly 90 years after that, we are discussing in a serious way. That way, this is a first government-sponsored program. I can confidently tell I've been dabbling with Indology for the last 38 years, and this is for the first time I had a free lunch connected with the Indus Valley civilization. Yeah, otherwise, I work in my spare time, and my time is my time. I am an independent researcher. So this is a context. The Indus script has been linked to all possible linguistics affinity, including Austro-Asiatic. People like Witzel and many people have written about it. It's a Mundarian language and all. Dravidian. And so Dravidian language is the most prominently claimed. And Indo-Aryan. And then the texts have been fancifully linked to the Easter Islands also. There has been books have been written. This is an Easter Island connectivity. The complete absence of information about this vast and complex civilization in any of the historical records of ancient India. The historical records mean whether they are actually historical record or not, anything written in India or anything talks about the past or history, I take that as a granted. It's an historical record. Whether it is a Veda or Mahabharata or the Ramayana and the Sangam literature, direct reference to the Mohenjo-daro Harappa, people baffled. Such a things are not available. There is a vacuum. And then including Vedic text adds to the mystery of the civilization. Why I'm particularly telling Vedic civilization, Sangam literature far away, distance-wise. But Vedic is supposed to have been composed in that area. I'm mentioning that. Of all the suggestions on the language of the Indus civilization, the Dravidian hypothesis is by far the best working hypothesis. We use the word working hypothesis. We are working with the belief that it's a Dravidian. This is what many scholars have come to think. It's the best working hypothesis. This is a word used by Airavata Mahadevan for the decipherment of the Indus script and the understanding of the language and culture. Former, that's a scholar, Witzel and Sporet, consider the Indus script is non-linguistic. That means we are talking about an Indus script. Then we are also talked about Indus nondescript or non-script. And Airavadam responded to that. There is a solid archaeological and linguistic evidence to show that the Indus script is a writing system encoding the language of region, most probably Dravidian. To deny the very existence of this script is not a way forward for a further progress. So he basically gave a concluding remark to that. But the question still remains. This meant that the Dravidian language family was the only remaining viable potential linguistic relative to the Harappan language. I am not hiding. There is no point hiding. I am batting for the Dravidian hypothesis, but with an open mind. Any evidence given contrary, I am always willing to speak. I have written a book. I am not an academician. I am not a scientist. I am an ordinary student of Tamil literature. I studied only Tamil literature. But I can defend every page I have written in my book and in any forum. The presence of Dravidian loanwords in Rig Veda, widely recognized by scholars of Sanskrit and Dravidian, was used by Parpola to indicate the strong possibility of Dravidian languages having been spoken in Indus Harappan geographies, where the Rig Veda was composed in 2nd millennium BC, noting also that Brahui in Balochistan is the only surviving Dravidian language in that region. So then the current status of decipherment. There are some people claim, even now you must have seen in the YouTubes and WhatsApp is the source of history now, and YouTube is another story. Instagram is very quick in creating history. And so then people do claim that I have read this one, read that one and all. We don't take much note of it, but when it comes from the serious scholars, I take a note of it. Now, these two great scholars, Asko Parpola and Airavada Mahadevan, both subscribe to Dravidian. Why I went to different route, I need to explain to you. Asko Parpola and Airavada Mahadevan have also researched the possibility of the presence of Murugan in the IVC. That means even you can make a guesswork that if it is a closer to Tamil, or a early Tamil, or a old Tamil, or Dravidian, anything you tell, that you have to connect Murugan because he is a Tamil god. So then there will be a normal tendency to look for Murugan. And Murugu or Murugan. Asko Parpola considers that bangles on the Indus seal as one of the names of Murugan. He came to a conclusion that bangles is like a Muruku. Like he also uses that Palagaram Muruku, which is used that when we make a Muruku, it looks like a Valayal. So Muruku, it's a twisting. So that is the Muruku, and that is a rebus technique. It creates the word Murugan or Muruku by creating a Muruku or Valayal. Mahadevan interprets the Murugu as the demonic tribal god of ancient Tamil. You know that well and very artidal. Murugu then comes and possesses. So he used this symbol, which is saying that it's a spirit, a demonic spirit, where the rib and other thing, which he compares with the Harappan skeletal deity. I am an outsider, rank outsider. I have a 24/7 job to pursue. 40 years I have worked. I have always holding a very important time-taking assignment. Then I came to a conclusion, I will not spend my time in trying to decipher, because I was convinced from here, two great scholars subscribing to the Dravidian hypothesis, arriving at the same name using two different set of signs. I was disturbed. So then I came to that, howsoever I try to do that, somebody else is going to deny that. This is the status of Indus reading so far. No one will accept with the another person. Will Indus script will be ever be deciphered? Okay, now that $20 million available and newcomers, the hope is not with the people who are already spent. I am 66. Okay, we have a great scope in the IT people, the software people all over the world, and it's open. Probably some out-of-box thinking. Will a Rosetta Stone type bilingual script ever be found? We keep on telling we don't have a bilingual script. We have. Even if found, will it ever be released for public view? I'm consciously making this question. Consciously making. Suppose suddenly a Rosetta Stone type bilingual script is found elsewhere. Probably if it is found in Keeladi, it will be in safer hands. If it is in Adichanallur, we will guard it like eyes and our soul. But then elsewhere, will that Rosetta Stone will find a public view? I have a reason for it. Keeladi report is yet to be published. Adichanallur was not published for 19 years. Will an out-of-box solution arise from techno-driven ideas? There is a possibility. Until such time, what next? Are we going to keep quiet? No, we are not going to keep quiet. Indus archaeology, with reference to the south, has gone south. There is a phrase in English. You see that Cambridge Dictionary and all. If something has gone south, that means it's gone down the hill, finished, vanished, destroyed. Stock market went south. Okay, when it comes to the Indus research and the Indus archaeology, with reference to the south is already gone south. Daimabad remains frozen as the southernmost point outpost for the quite number of years. Nobody digs, nobody bothers. K.N. Dixit came to this Madras. He went to university in 1935 and his speech was published in 1939. The speech was 90-year-old and the publication is something like that. And the title was Prehistoric Civilization of the Indus Valley. In such a topic, we are now talking. He spoke in 1935. He is not from Madurai. He is not from Tirunelveli. He is not ordinary person. He was the Director General of Archaeology. He worked with John Marshall. He is a great scholar. And he came and told, do you know what he said? My colleagues in Chennai, Madras, archaeology, if they start digging in a place like Korkai, Tirunelveli area, probably we may find something similar or the contemporaneous to the Indus Valley civilization or slightly later. Because we have found a connecting material which is in Kutch and Gujarat, which is reminding me is the Adichanallur finding in 1904 by the Alexander Ree. Again, thanks goes to the Marshall. And this man came and gave a lead. No one touched it. 1935 to 2004. 1904, the Alexander Ree did it. After that, T. Satyamurthy is a friend of mine. He worked with me in Orissa. He came to Adichanallur. We had celebrated 100 years of the restoration of the Konark in Orissa. We issued a stamp. He was working with me. I was a tourism secretary. He got a transfer to Chennai and he said 100 years is going to be Adichanallur. That 100 years of Konark, he came to the Adichanallur because he was posted. If he was not posted, I don't think that anybody would have gone. But he did it in 2004 and 5. The report was not published till 2018-19. Somebody had to go to the court and argue for that and to get a report. Even after the court's intervention, ASI's first and second phase archaeology reports of Keeladi, done by none other than Amarnath Ramakrishnan, I have been there, have yet to be published. In the meantime, much water has flown in Vaigai and Keeladi, irrespective of whosoever say what. The prize announcement for the deciphering industry may encourage techno-savvy scholars and independent research to find new ways. But in the absence of decipherment, the option of studying the body language of the IVC remains open. That is what I have been doing. I have decided not to try to decipher the language. I'm not that qualified. And I have seen the example of Asko Parpola and Airavadam Mahadevan. Unless somebody comes and break the code or a Rosetta Stone found or something new out of box thinking coming, and a person like a career civil servant cannot do that, I decided to study the body language. Okay, what do I mean by body language? Yesterday, Mr. Rajan made a presentation. Phenomenal presentation. Book was released by Honorable Chief Minister. Professor Rajan's study indicates 60% of the graffiti marked found in Tamil Nadu had their parallels to the scripts found in Indus Seals. More than 90% of the graffiti marks of South India and the graffiti marks of the Indus Valley civilization had parallels. This study proves that deciphering the Indus script can help decipher graffiti mark found in Tamil Nadu or vice versa. If you study this one, you can understand. That is what he said. Okay, but the fact remains, neither graffiti nor that script or sign, whichever name you call it, even today the status is still undeciphered. In such a situation, however, till this script and graffiti is deciphered and the language is found, this corpus remains, according to me, a part of the body language. I will say the typology, how the same kind of signs could be drawn in graffiti, how they could write in the pottery. I consider that intention, that execution as a body language because I don't know the language. I will show you a map. Why I call? Because there is an approach. Somebody made a presentation telling that we have to have a regional and micro approach and build the conversation. And then the fact remains that there is something called taking an aerial view and taking a drone shot. Okay, pottery type, graffiti, and the body language. I will tell you, Rajan made a presentation, 15,000 and odd, and graffiti is found in Tamil Nadu alone. We don't know how much in Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Telangana, Karnataka, Kerala, and then Orissa. We started digging in Palur in the black and red ware pottery. We found the graffiti, 20 odd and all. It will be found wherever BRW. Why are 90% of the parallels for Indus graffiti found in Tamil Nadu? And why does graffiti occur only in black and red ware pottery? And why not in painted grey ware pottery? Despite PGW being an elite ware. Elite ware means a kind of a vessel or a ware used by the high class people or elite people. It is called in the archaeology, it's called elite ware. Or a common grave goods. What is put in the grave goods cannot be in elite ware or something like that. So that means common ware used by a normal man, like a potter or a person who purchased, there you find the writing, Tamili, script and the graffiti, but PGW, nothing is found so far. This particular island, which we draw this thing, this map in my book, I see that all the white dots, the entire India, the entire South India, entire this field, wherever you find the dot, this is the PGWs meeting the BRW preceding, and someplace it will be the red pottery, then it will go into the northern block painted ware, and then this is found in Adichanallur and not other places. The entire South India, Gujarat Harappan civilization matured, it goes via Narmada and Dapti side and gets into the Kaimur hills and climb up to the eastern UP and gets into the Jharkhand, and then Bihar and Orissa, Bengal and Assam. This is the thing. What you find here, you will find here. That is the reason Indus people went everywhere. But then they wrote the literature in some places where there was an opportunity. So then this answer, I call this as a body language. Till it is deciphered, taking a pottery, a particular person decide I will do a graffiti, whatever he has written, and that is the black and red ware pottery. The archaeologists all over were telling us that BRW means megalithic pottery. But BRW is found in non-megalithic context also. BRW means is an Iron Age pottery. Then historical time, Sangam age, all these tags were given. But then when we put this map, we found that this is an island in the upper Gangetic Valley associated with the new arrival of the people. I am just putting the light on that. Okay, I have to look at here. Okay, this one, and look at this particular is an island of the PGW, which we are associating with the new arrival. Sangam literature says, Ariyar Thundriya Perise Imayam. Sangam literature clearly says that where they came from and what they come. These are the area, the dots are the BRW pottery, where the graffitis are written. And then this is the interaction zone where the Romila Thapar talks about it, so many other people are talking about it, and this is a reality. For me, it's an area view taken about the body language of a culture. The defining features of the IVC, let us decide. Bricks, high west, low east, mother goddess, etc. Just make a quick look at it. Need not spend much time. I don't want to come in his way. Backed bricks, standard size, standardized terracotta objects, copper and bronze object, daily use. The prominent color is red. We call it a Dravidian red. Mother goddess figurines in plenty. Uniform type of script. Solid wheel cart drawn by cattle. Absence of horse. Presence of buffalo. Export of buffalo to Sumeria. And the citadel on the elevated platform in the western side. And the lower town in the eastern side. Standard weights and measures. Nature of roads and drainages. Masonry wells and tanks. Toys and crafts. This is the way I paint a picture. Then, okay, it goes without saying, it's just a visual. And then this is a thing which I wrote in 2012, the high west, low east dichotomy of Indus town planning, a Dravidian paradigm. This was again carried in the Harappa.com by Dr. Omar Kamal. And then it was the basis for my Tamil book, Sindhuveli Panbat in Dravida Adithalam in 2016. And I met Amarnath Ramakrishnan after 45 days of that book being released, went to Keeladi. And then JOC and its Tamil translation, and the Airavada Mahadevan last paper, Kenoyer, this in the lecture series, there was a book was brought out. He wrote the last article, and in this article, in the beginning para itself, he gives the expresses he has been very broad-minded. He was my teacher, he was my mentor. So he gave an open-minded appreciation of this paper, and his last paper drew the inspiration from this he wrote. He has been so kind-hearted. So this is a thing I don't want to take much. You can always access in the harappa.com, in my book also, the toys and mother goddess. And then here I would slightly hold. This is a dice found, T.N. Ray, 1937, he wrote a book. He says that sports and games in ancient India. He said that the ancient most sports pastime of the past, where the elders and everybody spent, was the play of dice. And he also wrote that the first cubic dice, actually the proper dice and the board, was invented in Indus Valley civilization. He compared with the dice game in the Vedic. He comes to that it is a kind of a seed. And basically in Tamil it's called Tandri Kottai, and Bitika, if I rightly pronounce in Sanskrit, Bitika is a kind of a seed. He says that even now we play sometimes the tamarind seeds and all, and this was used to play, not a terracotta burnt dice, he says, T.N. Ray, 1937. And this cubic dice found in Harappa, cubic dice found in Mohenjo-daro, it has been found in Lothal. Okay, come to Keeladi. Come to Keeladi. And Keeladi, in other places, we find the cubic dice. I would like to introduce a Sangam poem. There is a girl waiting for her lover to come. And then she is expressing her mind. Her companion says that, she is thinking, oh, will he come? The moment he thinks he comes quickly, then her mind so happy. It is equivalent to, in the dice game, somebody gets a 10 number 10. And another time, he is coming little delayed, and she is waiting. And so she is little disappointed. So that mindset is equal to getting small number. And then he is getting another mindset, it's equivalent to getting the repeat number. And he doesn't come at all. And her mindset equivalent to losing money in the game and losing the game. And I don't think in India, any other classical literature and makes this kind of scenario, dramatic scenario, where the number 10. Lot of commentators in the medieval age, they were wondering, okay, the current we are playing, we will get only 8. How anybody will get 10 number while playing 2 dice? Tungabhadra, first grammar, talks about the instrument used, what you call the gamesman. We call it dogs, noi. And the board, dice board. Tungabhadra gives the grammar, how to pronounce, how to write. So that kind of deep-rooted thing, in India, somewhere, the cubic dice only it is possible, getting a number 10. You get 6 and 4, 10. If you get both 5 and 5, you get 10. So if somewhere the number 10 can be get in the cubic dice, it was possible in Mohenjo-daro, archaeologically proved, Harappa, archaeologically proved, and Gujarat, Lothal proved, in Keeladi proved, and the only literature in this subcontinent which talks about it and mentions about it, and we have interpreted it is nothing but cubic dice because he is getting 10. So this I call it's a body language. I don't know the language in which Indus script has been written, but I know the body language. There is a Sangam poetry. Why I did not do a PhD after topping the university in 1978 and 80 in the student of Tamil literature. I have studied nothing else. I refused to pursue MPhil or PhD because I had some question. I was not getting an answer in the classroom from anywhere when I asked this question. Will camel eat bone? I was quoting Sangam literature. A camel is carrying the mercantile good of the merchants and walking in the desert, and out of hunger, it eats the perished animal's bone and is quenching its starvation. It is mentioned. And another place, a camel is just lying on the seashore, and for a poet who looks from a distance, it looks like a wood log carried from the seashore and put it. So I was wondering where he saw that, how it was being used for the mercantile carrying as a beast of burden. Entire peninsula area, there is no camel. How this guy is telling this as a similarity in describing. Say, camel is in Rajasthan. I pursued this question in Gujarat, Rajasthan, Jaisalmer, Bikaner Camel Research Institute, got in touch with the people in Pakistan. You go and Google for it in Dawn, about 4 or 5 years back, as an article, a continuous drought in the Sindhi area where there's a desert, and the Dawn reports that the camel in that area started eating bones. We got an answer for the question. I had it in the university. I had the answer after 40 years. I've been pursuing this question. Camel will eat bone. No literature in India, written in Rajasthan, written in Gujarat, written in Sanskrit ever talks about this fact. Sangam text only records that. This is a yak. And I went to Indo-Tibetan Culture Center. I have done election in Ladakh. I have been to Kargil. I have spoken to the people who deal with the yak. I was asking question, what kind of food yak? You Google for it. The aromatic tea of yak. In Tibet and China, they sell a tea called aromatic tea, yak tea. So why it is a yak tea is a great, they say the yak goes and eat and picks up a particular grass, the lemongrass type of thing, a little aromatic, and it gets into the system, and the milk becomes aromatic milk. Because we make a tea out of that milk, this is called yak aromatic tea. Google for it. And I have been to ask this question in Ladakh. And then Sangam literature says, what is the name of that particular grass it will eat, under which tree it will sleep along with pair, and dreaming about next day also getting access to the same grass. These two yaks are having a dream. Sangam literature writes about that. No literature in India. I have traversed and asked this question to many people, and nobody recorded. And then there is in Sangam literature, there is what you call wild horse. In Tamil it's called Attiri and Koviru Kaludai. And it comes in the medieval Mediterranean side and all. A lover is returning back. And then he wants to, the chariot man, go quickly, my lover is waiting for me, just go. So he's just trying to make it that, what you call, this wild horse carrying a small rekla type of small vehicle. Only one person can go and drive her. And this particular wild horse, which has been domesticated and used as a beast of burden, is limping because it has been bitten by a baby shark. It's a shark pup. Okay, in India, in South Asia, only place wild horse, domestic wild horse sanctuary also in Kutch, wild horse domesticated and used for the drawing the cart in Gujarat and Rajasthan area, and the only place where the shark comes and lay egg and breeds is in the backwater of the Kutch. There is only location where the wild horse drawn track has been bitten by a shark. That is a geographical possibility only in Gujarat. So like that, the wind direction and all we have discussed about it. So I call this a body language of carried forward memory. So this is in 2010. This I found in 2002 and 2004. I woke up my wife and told that I broken the code. I have found the cavity complex. She asked me to, okay, it's already night, 2 o'clock, you go to sleep. So that was it. But I waited after that 8 years, 6 years to do so many other case studies. I did a case study of Parsis. I did a case study of the European migration and what they carried to America, and the black African people were taken as slaves to America, what they carried and what Parsis carried. I did a numerous international case studies to convince myself. Before publishing, I put myself in the witness box and I interrogate and question myself. I took 8 years to convince that I am talking sense, which I presented in 2010 in the presence of Asko Parpada and Airavada Mahadevan. These two people told me, you are into right direction, you go ahead that in 2010. If you see the name, it's only one thing I'm telling, like this, hundreds. Names without which you cannot build ancient Tamil identity. The capitals of Chera, Chola, Pandya, the names of the harbors, Chera, Chola, Pandya, Korkai, Vanji, Tondi, and like anything, Maran, Valudi, Nalai, Kannagi, Kovalan, anything you tell, Totti, whatever Sangam literature writes, hundreds and hundreds of names. I tried all method. Can it be accidental? I tried all method. Will it come again? So then I don't get into the etymological trap. If you ask me what is the meaning of Korkai, I will say I don't know. What is the name of the Vanji? I don't know. Karigalan, I don't know. Any number of stories about Karigalan and Perinjotu Udiyaladan, I refuse to be trapped in the etymology. I taken this as a consonant vowel sequence and put it in the computer. My computer, I have been working for last 30 odd years and work that as a mathematics. And come to Juravan, this is the place where it is coming. What is the route by which the names are traveling? This I call it a KVT complex, Korkai Vanji Tondi complex. This I has called as a body language. I don't know the language, but a man while traveling, he carries what he carries. He carries the carried forward memory. with him who walks, his gods and goddesses. His gods and goddesses, his faith and belief system. This is what the Indians have taken to America. That is what Indians took to South America, South Africa, to Fiji. This is what historically. I met a tribal in Orissa. He was equivalent to no professor has ever taught me what he taught me. And that particular tribal family group shifted their village 3 times in 70 years. Some anthropologist mentioned, I went to that village. I asked him, you shifted 3 times in the 70 years, but you are carrying the same village name. You also called this village here, called the same name here, same the name here. But so many words must be there. Why don't you give a new name? I asked him. Do you know what he said? How can you say that, sir? This is not the name. This name belongs to our ancestor. The name has been given by the ancestor. Suppose I give a new name. My ancestor spirit will come and it will miss the pin code and address. It will get confused. So it will go to the wrong door and it will search for me. This answer actually stunned me. That means why and names are carried. So this is a tribal taught me. I quoted in my book. Like this, the names are carried. It's a body language. Look at this particular thing. Seal number 338 and Cock City, Airavada Mahadevan call it as Seval Nagara. He says there are 2 cocks and this is a town, city. It is accepted in the Sumerian other civilization also. It is a symbol for the sign for the city. Because there is a cox there, he calls a cock city, and compare with the Sanskrit tradition called Kukudarma. Kukuda in Oriya and other Prakrit language, Kukuda mean cock and hen, and then Arma mean the deserted place. So Kukudarma he compared. There's a thing he called it a cock city. I improvised it. My interpretation was the necks of the cocks are raised. Necks of the cocks are raised. Tails are up and stiff. The legs are unsettled and slightly raised above the ground level. Certainly these cocks do not seem to be picking out grains on the wayside. And they are probably in flight. And in fighting mode, they are indeed game cocks. The reason being, because if it is a cock is a normal bird, household bird, nobody has to say, then it's a cock city. So that means one cock is enough. In some villages, it says thousands, millions of cocks, then you need more than 2. Why he put a 2 as a dichotomy or contradiction, binary? So I analyzed it. The answer, this is the 5th century and 6th century inscription in Tamil Nadu, in Indalur, Arasalapuram. The two cocks are fighting. It belongs to Melacheri and it belongs to Keelacheri. And then it is winning and defeating. These people of the Keelacheri, they are erecting. The cock is died in the process of cockfight. They are giving a pet name to that cock. It's called Purkotri, that means lotus cock, or the golden cock, they say, golden hen. And then they celebrate it and erect a hero stone. Erect a hero stone for the cock. Anywhere in India, if you show me a hero stone in 5th century and 6th century like this raised. And then this is this Chola coin, the Sangam Chola coin, again talks about the valor of the cock. It is fighting against an elephant. And then the Chola king decides that this is a place I would like to keep my capital. That capital is called Koliyur. Koliyur means cock city. And then there is a movie in 2010 came. The movie's name is Aadu Kalam. The whole movie is the cockfight. If you go and take this movie in Hindi or some other language, it will not even go one show or one day because people cannot understand. Whereas this movie got a national award because it is in the blood. So it is a body language. I don't know the language of the Indus. This is a Jebu bill, Bos indigus, and it is an icon. And mind it, there is no prominent anywhere. The cow, without cow, a bull cannot come. But cow is not depicted. Some animals are absent, you have to understand. Gir forest has got now is having exotic aliens. Tapper has written a book also. Apart from that, there is a lion, but lion is not depicted in Indus thing. Even you see that Brenda was showing that Gilgamesh story, the 2-side, 2 lion. When it comes to the Indus, same thing will become 2-side, 2 tigers. And then 2-side, 2 tigers, a man is dealing with this near Karur, we have found it, in Tamil Nadu. And then, this is the thing where the seal depicting a buffalo throwing players. It's like an animation. One fellow is flying this side, another fellow is flying this side, another fellow is fallen here, another fellow is fallen here. More than one people, more than two people, three people dealing with an animal is a game. And this is a game. The photo was taken in 2018. And 2018 we sent a photographer, we showed him. The man should be flying like this. I told the cameraman, we got so many photographs, all these positions. And it is a living art. In 2017, there was an attempt to ban Jallikattu here. At the entire marina, there was people, thousands of people. They are all working in IT companies. They are not the bull tamers. So then why they did it? It's a body language. I have not read the Indus language. And this is a fish. This is a tiger. And this is a bow and arrow. If somewhere, bow and arrow, fish and tiger coming together in one document, that is Indus seal. Outside that, if anywhere, these three coming together in a prominent way spoken again and again as a symbol of the Chera and Chola and Pandya. It is somewhere, these three symbols are residing in the collective memory, collective consciousness of a particular group of people. They are Tamils. Even today, every fellow will identify, I am a fish guy, I am a bow and arrow guy. Kerala, our Tony is from the bow and arrow areas, so they've gone separately. So the tiger and thing is returning. And imagine, this is a conversation between the tiger and lions, in a way. The Indian history has been. So this is a thing. You see that in Awadh kingdom, there's a fish is a symbol. In Buddhism, Awadh the symbol is a very important thing. But then seeing all the three together, you will not find anywhere. I call it a body language of a culture. So history is not a frozen snow, frozen entity, but a flowing river. I wrote in, I think some of you must have read it, in the week, I wrote an article, some other interviews also carried. So this is to mark the Indus 100, Harappa 100. The week came with a special issue. I wrote that it is disheartening that leading scientific and technological institutions in the country are risking their reputation by promoting myths as a history and pseudoscience as a fact. Yesterday I told that. The reason I am worried, I am telling you, I am a student of literature. I have a scientific bent of mind. I need not be a scientist to be having a scientific bent of mind. I can be a literature student. But today that is the reason I was telling that why do you bother about an archaeologist having a little bit, you see, somebody was trying to react. I spoke. He spoke in any language. We are talking about a rainforest pluralism. He is from a tribal land. I know that is an umbilical cord. So then today I got a message from America. I will just read it. I just put it, I hope that I got it. And it is from the Professor Raj Muthurasan. Google for him. And he is in the late 60s, he went to US. He's a professor, head of the department. He's a part of the history. He is everywhere. He's a celebrated scientist. And he also studies the DNA kind of related. He's a PhD chemical engineering, Drexel University 73, MS chemical engineering, Drexel 71. And from 69 years working, he was in IIT Madras. And so he works on the biosensor and cantilever sensor and all. He sent me a message just now about an hour back. I saw that. He says they are seeing this program. First day he saw. Second day he saw. Just listen to second day morning session. His area of interest is DNA. I am afraid the term ASI and ANI as presented is a confusing concept. He talks about the ancient South Indian, ancient North Indian. And before that, there is another category called AASI, Ancient Ancestral South Indian. And Tony Joseph has dealt with that. David Reach has dealt with that. Vagish Narasimhan, I directly asked this question from Madurai. It has been again and again clarified. And then the people who are responsible have given an interview. What I wrote in the science journal was wrong. What I am giving as an interview is right. This man right from America, he said he is worried. I find it uncomfortable. With this diagram was shown. Interestingly, David Reach notes this in his book, 6th chapter, of his discomfort. And so does Tony Joseph. recounts this issue on page 88 and 89 of his book. In their diagram, ANI is literally R1A and the ASI is all except R1A. I'll tell you, this is coming from a retired professor in the yesterday's conference. So that is the reason I said, you have the establishment, you have the IITs, you have the IIM, you have the thing, there is a site for the search of Saraswati. Go and, the moment you put Saraswati in Google, Saraswati in ISRO, you go and put it. Palliate channel, there is a complete wing is devoted and people do research. Welcome. So the truth has to come, whichever way. So whatever we call today the collective cultural history of India, this is the, I have written, is the result of continuous experiences stretching back to prehistory. In this journey, the pre-Harappan, Harappan and post-Harappan periods, the second urbanization in Gangetic Valley, and the carried forward memories of the Indus past as recorded in Sangam corpus and the ancient Tamil text must also be considered. And any attempt to build a singular narrative around India's plural identity is fraught with danger. India's pluralism. This is the book which I have been in Journey of a Civilization. India's pluralism is not a melting pot pluralism. Melting pot pluralism is an alloy-making process. You put many metals and you melt it and become a new alloy. One metal is going to claim that it is me, and the identity of all other metal will be killed at the altar of the dominant metal. So melting pot I am rejecting. And in America, people nowadays, they speak very proudly that we are at salad bowl pluralism. Okay, once it's come to salad bowl, white, red, and green, all colors treated equal. Okay, I'm a cucumber, I'm an onion, I am a carrot, and all kind of things. We are the salad bowl. We are Americans. I don't agree with that because the salad bowl is the post-harvest process. It's not organic. Somebody has to make a selection. All the vegetables are not making to the grade of the salad bowl. I have not seen a brinjal. I have not seen a bitter gourd. I have not seen. There has to be carrot and beetroot and the onion. So it's a kind of, there is a neat examination which needs to be passed before getting into the salad bowl. And then India's pluralism is vibrant, inclusive, interdependent, and is functional. And it's like a rainforest. So I call it India's pluralism, rainforest pluralism. The mapping of the past through the construction of a master commemorative narrative is what Claude Lévi-Strauss called the pressure of history. The pressure of history. It is crucial that we handle this pressure of history with care and responsibility. And that's what this particular conference would like to say. In Sangam literature, Kaniyan Pungundanar makes one line statement, Yadum Ure, Yavarum Kelir. Every town, our hometown, every man, kinsman, our kinsman. Indus Valley civilization was plural. Indian society was plural. And the Sangam literature was plural. And the Indian society even today is a plural. Our tribals are our umbilical. India will remain plural. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very interesting and pleasurable paper. Thank you, sir. Now we are moving on to the next paper. That is Amarnath Ramakrishna. He is very famous Keeladi Ramakrishna. He is an archaeologist known for his significant contributions to the Keeladi Excavation site in Tamil Nadu. He has contributed significantly in the field of archaeology through his reports and publications. One of his most notable works is the 982-page report on the Keeladi excavations submitted to the Archaeological Survey of India. Ramakrishna has also worked in the Kondapur and Nagarjunakonda museums. In 2024, he was appointed as a Director of Archaeological Survey of India. Now, I am calling upon you, Amarnath Ramakrishna, to present his paper.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். First of all, I would like to thank Government of Tamil Nadu as well as Roja Muthaiya Library for organizing such a great event commemorating the centenary of Indus Declaration. No one has celebrated in India, but Government of Tamil Nadu and Roja Muthaiya is celebrating. For that I have to thank, and we are all very grateful to that. We are today assembled to discuss the commemoration of declaration, not the birth centenary of Sir John Marshall, one who introduced the Harappan to the Indian country. We are speaking about his narratives and how we connected with all over India. However, my kindly request my delegates and the respective people sitting here, I like to switch over little bit for language of the land to make them understand the Indus. What Indus, how we can understand the Indus. Kindly excuse me. கொஞ்சம் தமிழில் பேசினா மட்டும்தான் இண்டஸ் வந்து புரியும். ஏன்னா இண்டஸ் ஹரப்பன் நம்ம சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கத இன்னும் நம்முடைய கரிக்குலத்தில் நம்ம பார்த்தோம்னா ஒரு பிரிமிட்டிவ் லெவலில் தான் நம்ம பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கோம். அதோட அட்வான்ஸ் லெவல் எங்கேயோ போயாச்சு. ஆனால் அந்த அட்வான்ஸ் லெவலை வந்து இதுவரையும் நாம் தமிழ்நாட்டில் நாம் உணர்கிறோமா என்ற கேள்வி நம்மகிட்ட இருக்கு. அதற்காகத்தான் நம்ம இன்னைக்கு இங்கே கூடியிருக்கோம். அதான் முக்கியம். ஏன் நாம் இங்கு கூடியுள்ளோம்? Why we are going to talk about Indus? What is the relation with Indus and the Tamil Nadu? அதான் நம்முடைய முக்கியம். தமிழகத்துக்கும் இண்டஸுக்கும் என்ன தொடர்பு? அதான் மிக முக்கியமாக நம்ம பார்க்க வேண்டியிருக்கு. ஏன்னா எனக்கு முன்னாடி சங்கம் லிட்ரேச்சரை பற்றி பாலகிருஷ்ணன் ஐயா வந்து மிக தெளிவாக வந்து விளக்கி சொன்னார். அதிலெல்லாம் போக விரும்பலை நான். And as an archaeologist, I have to speak with the material culture only. I don't want to go for any literature or any other things. Better. அதுக்கு தான் நான் என்னுடைய டாப்பிக்காக பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சிந்து சமவெளி நாகரிகத்தின் புரிதல் என்ன என்பதை நான் தெரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும். சிந்து சமவெளி நாகரிகத்தை முந்தானத்து கூட பார்த்தீங்கன்னா மேடம் லெகரி வந்து சொன்னாங்க, இட் இஸ் எ இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷனல் டிஸ்கவரி. நோபடி இஸ் டினையிங். இட் இஸ் இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷனல் டிஸ்கவரி ஒன்லி. அது வந்து ஒரு நிறுவனத்தால் கண்டுபிடிக்கப்பட்ட ஒரு செயல். அதை எல்லாரும் ஏற்றுக்கொள்கிறோம், ஒத்துக்கொள்கிறோம். இருந்தாலும் ஏன் ஜான் மார்ஷல் போற்றப்படுகிறார் என்ற கேள்வியை முன்வைக்க வேண்டும். அதுதான் எங்களுடைய பணிவான ஒரு வேண்டுகோள். ஏன்னா உங்களுக்கு சிந்து சமவெளி நாகரிகம் 1824 கண்டுபிடிக்கப்பட்டு வருகிறது. ஆனால் அதன் தகவல்கள் சரியாக பரிமாறப்படவில்லை. சார்லஸ் மேசோன் தான் ஃபஸ்ட்டு அதை வந்து ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணார். ஹரப்பாங்கிற ஒரு சைட் ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணார். அதுக்கப்புறம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அலெக்சாண்டர் பர்னஸ் வந்து 1831 வந்து அதை வந்து இன்னும் எலாபரேட்டாக அவருடைய லென்த் அண்ட் பிரெத் ஆஃப் த ஹரப்பா அண்ட் மொஹஞ்சதாரோவை பற்றி எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணார். தென் 1957-54 அந்த காலகட்டத்தில் 1854-57 காலகட்டத்தில் அலெக்சாண்டர் கன்னிங்ஹாம் அதை வந்து எஸ்கவேஷனே பண்ணார். ஹரப்பன் சைட்டை வந்து அலெக்சாண்டர் கன்னிங்ஹாம் வந்து எஸ்கவேட் பண்ணார். ஆனால் அவர் எஸ்கவேட் பண்ண பொழுது கூட அவருக்கு தெரிந்த விஷயம் வந்து அது புத்திஸ்ட் ரிலிக்காகத்தான் இருக்கலாமா என்ற ஒரு டவுட் தான் அவருக்கு இருந்தது. ஏன்னா அந்த கலோனியல் மைண்ட் செட், அந்த கலோனியல் மைண்ட் செட்லேருந்து அவங்க வெளில வரல. அந்த கலோனியல் மைண்ட் செட் கிரியேட்டட் இன் 1784 by William Jones. That is the Vedic civilization was the ancient civilization of this land. அதுதான் முதன்மையான ஒரு நாகரிகமாக கருதப்பட்ட வந்த மனநிலையிலிருந்து அந்த மாற்றம் அடையாத காரணத்தால் அலெக்சாண்டர் கன்னிங்ஹாம் கூட அதை வந்து முழுமையாக சொல்லும்போது அதை சொல்ல முடியவில்லை. அதை வந்து ஒரு புத்திஸ்ட் சைட்டாகத்தான் இருக்கணும்னு சொன்னாங்க. அதே போல் அதற்கு பின்னால் வந்த ஃப்ளிட்ஸும் அப்படி தான் இருந்தார். அவரும் அந்த பகுதியில் 1881 இந்த ஆய்வுகளை மேற்கொண்டார். ஆனால் இதையெல்லாம் மாற்றி அமைத்தவர் ஜான் மார்ஷல். அதுதான் மிக முக்கியம். ஏன் ஜான் மார்ஷல் போற்றப்படுகிறார் என்பதற்கான காரணத்தை நாம் கண்டுபிடிக்க வேண்டும். ஏன்னால் ஜான் மார்ஷல் சைட்டில் வேலை பார்த்ததே கிடையாது. ஹரப்பாலையும் மொஹஞ்சதாரோ சைட்லையும் அவர் வேலை பார்த்ததே கிடையாது. ஆனால் அவர்தான் அந்த கருத்தியலை மாற்றி அமைத்தவர். அந்த கருத்தியலை மாற்றி அமைத்ததற்காக அவரை நாம் போற்றுகிறோம், புகழ்கிறோம். ஏனென்றால் அவர் கீழ்தான் இந்த பணி வந்து தொடங்குகிறது. முதலாக இந்த பணி தொடங்குகிறது. அதற்கு மிக முக்கியமாக உறுதுணையாக இருந்தவர்கள் தயாராம் சகானி, ரகல்தாஸ் பானர்ஜி அண்ட் எம்எஸ் வஸ்த் போன்றவர்கள் தான் மிக முக்கியமாக பணிபுரிந்தார்கள் அவர் கீழ். ஆனால் ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்து அக்டோபர் 11, 1920 1920 தான் அந்த மொகஞ்சதாரோ மவுண்ட் வந்து ப்ரொடெக்டட் சைட்டாக வந்து ஏஎஸ்ஐ வந்து டிக்ளேர் பண்ணுறாங்க. அப்போது ஆர்கியாலஜிக்கல் சர்வே ஆஃப் இந்தியாவாக இருந்தது, யுனைடெட் இந்தியா. அப்பொழுது அந்த சைட் டிக்ளேர் பண்ணும் பொழுது கூட அந்த சைட்டுடைய உங்களுக்கு சொல்ல போனால் அந்த சைட் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஆஸ் அ புத்திஸ்ட் சைட்டாக தான் நோட்டிஃபை பண்ணுறாங்க. ஆஸ் அ புத்திஸ்ட் சைட்டாக தான் அது நோட்டிஃபை ஆகுது. அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் மொகஞ்சதாரோவில் வந்து அந்த ஆய்வுகள் மேற்கொள்கிறார்கள். அந்த ஆய்வுகளின் கண்டுபிடிப்புகள் பல மாற்றங்களை ஏற்படுத்துகின்றன. அதில் லெஹரி மேடம் சொன்ன மாதிரி நம்ம எம்எஸ் வஸ்து தான் அதை ப்ரிடிக்ட் பண்ணாது. அவர் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ரகல்தாஸ் பானர்ஜியோ தயாராம் சகானியோ அதை வந்து அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ண முடியல. இருந்தாலும் எம்எஸ் வஸ்ட் அவர் கீழ் பணிபுரிந்த எம்எஸ் வஸ்ட் வந்து தன்னுடைய அறிக்கைகளில் அதை இன்டர்பிரட் பண்ணுறாரு. இது வித்தியாசமாக இருக்கிறது, ரெண்டின் ஒற்றுமை இருக்கிறது, ஹரப்பாவுக்கும் மொகந்தராவுக்கும் என்ற ஒற்றுமை இருக்கிறது என்று சொன்னார். இதைத்தான் ஜான் மார்சல் கொண்டு வந்தார். உங்களுக்கு சிம்லாவில் கொண்டு வந்து இன்றைக்கி இருக்க இன்ஸ்டியூட் ஆஃப் அட்வான்ஸ் ஸ்டடீஸ்னு ஒரு இடம் இருக்குது. அதுதான் பழைய ஹெட் குவார்ட்டராக அந்த ஆர்கியாலஜிக்கல் சர்வே ஆஃப் இந்தியாவுக்கு. அந்த ஹெட் குவார்ட்டரில் அந்த ஆய்வுகளுக்கான அனைத்து பொருட்களும் ஆராயப்படுகின்றன. ஆராயப்பட்டு அதனுடைய கருத்துக்கள் வெளியிடப்படுகின்றன. அந்த கருத்துக்கள் வெளியிடப்படும் பொழுது தான் அவர் சொல்கிறாரு, எல்லாருமே இல்லை என்ற ஒரு கருத்தை மறுத்து முதல் முறையாக முன்மொழிந்தவர் ஜான் மார்சல். இல்லை, இந்த நாகரிகம் வேத காலத்துக்கு முற்பட்ட நாகரிகம் என்ற ஒரு கருத்தை அவர் எடுத்து வைத்தார். அதுதான் மாற்றம். நம்ம ஜான் மார்சல்ல பண்ணலைன்னு சொல்லலாம், என்ன வேணாலும் சொல்லலாம். ஆனால் கருத்து மாற்றத்தை ஏற்படுத்துவன் தான் இந்த உலகத்தில் நிலைத்திருக்கிறான் என்பதற்கு மிக முக்கிய காரணமாக இருந்தவர் ஜான் மார்சல். அவருடைய கருத்து இன்று வரை நாம் பயணித்து கொண்டிருக்கிறோம் என்பதுதான் முக்கியம். ஏன்னா அவர் சொன்ன கருத்து இன்று வரை நிலைத்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அதைத்தான் நம்ம முதன்மையாக பார்க்கணும். ஏனென்றால் இன்னைக்கு நம்ம டிஎன்ஏ ரிசர்ச் வரையும் நம்ம பண்ணியாச்சு. இண்டஸில் வந்து டிஎன்ஏ ரிசர்ச் வரையும் நம்ம பண்ணியாச்சு. அந்த டிஎன்ஏ ரிசர்ச் வரையும் பண்ண பிறகு கூட இன்னைக்கு எஸ்டாப்ளிஷ் பண்ணுறது வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சிந்து சமவெளி நாகரிகத்தை கட்டமைத்தவர்கள் ஏன்சியன்ட் ஏன்செஸ்ட்ரல் சவுத் இந்தியன் அண்ட் ஏன்செஸ்ட்ரல் சவுத் இந்தியன் ரெண்டு தான். அதான் முக்கியம். அதான் முக்கியம். ஏன்னா they are ancestral South Indian belongs to the Mediterranean region. Ancestral North Indian came later. அதான் டிஎன்ஏ சொல்கிற ஒரு கூறு. ஏன்னா ஆதி தொல் தென்னிந்திய பழங்குடிகளும் தொல் தென்னிந்திய பழங்குடிகளும் இணைந்து உருவானது தான் அந்த நாகரிகத்தினுடைய அடிப்படையான காரணம். அதில் வந்து பின்னாளில் பல மொழிகள் தோன்றி இருக்கலாம், பல இனங்கள் வந்து சேர்ந்திருக்கலாம், அதை பற்றி எந்த கவலையும் இல்லை. ஆனால் கிடைத்த ஆதாரம் அதுதான் ராக்கிகடி. ஏன்னா ராக்கிகடியை பற்றி நாங்கள் பேசி தான் ஆகணும். ராக்கிகடியை பற்றி பேசுறதுக்கு உரிமை உள்ளவர்கள் என்ற முறையில் நாங்கள் ராக்கிகடியை பேசியாக வேண்டும். ஏன்னா ராக்கிகடியில் ப்ரொஃபஸர் சிண்டே ஆய்வு மேற்கொண்ட 2014 ஆய்வு மேற்கொண்ட புதைப்படத்தை கண்டுபிடித்தவர்கள் என்ற முறையில் நாங்களுக்கு அதை உரிமை உண்டு. என்றால் அந்த இடத்தை கண்டுபிடித்தவன் நான், என்னுடைய நண்பர் அரவாளி மற்றும் எங்களுடைய முன்னவர் சீனியர் சுனில்ஜா. ஏன்னா 2000க்கு முன்னாடி ராக்கிகடியில் அந்த புதைப்பிடம் கண்டுபிடிக்கப்படவில்லை என்பதுதான் உண்மை. 1997 வந்து அந்த இடம் தோண்ட ஆரம்பித்தாங்க. ராக்கிகடி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 97லேருந்து 2000 வரையும் தான் 3 ஆண்டுகள் தோண்டினார்கள். இந்தியாவிலே இல்லை, இந்த உலகத்திலே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஹரப்பன் சைட்லேயே மிகப்பெரிய சைட்டுங்கிறது ராக்கிகடி தான். கிட்டத்தட்ட 500 ஹெக்டேர் இருக்குது. ஆனால் 500 ஹெக்டேரில் முக்காவாசி 2 ஊர் அந்த தொல்லியல் மேட்டுமலை மவுண்டில் இருக்குது. ஒன்று ராக்கி காஸ்பூர் அண்ட் ராக்கி ஷாப்பூர். 2 மவுண்ட்டும் ஆக்குப்பை பண்ணியிருக்கனால முழுமையாக ஆய்வு செய்வதற்கான வாய்ப்புகள் கிடையாது. கிட்டத்தட்ட 8 தொல்லியல் மேடுகளை கொண்ட இடம்தான் ராக்கிகடி. அந்த ராக்கிகடியில் பணிபுரிவதற்கான வாய்ப்பு எங்களுக்கு கிடைத்தது. 2000 எங்களுக்கு பணிபுரிவதற்கான வாய்ப்பு கிடைத்தது. ஏனென்றால் 97 வந்து நாங்கள் வந்து பணிபுரிந்த RGR1 என்று சொல்லப்படுகின்ற லோயர் டவுன் அந்த பகுதியில் வந்து பரியல் கிடச்சிருச்சுன்னு ஒரு தவறுதலாக வந்து மேன் அண்ட் என்விரான்மெண்டல் என்ற ஜேர்னலில் வந்து பப்ளிஷ் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. தவறுதலாக பப்ளிஷ் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. ஏனென்றால் ஹரப்பா நாகரிகத்திலும் சிந்து சமவெளி நாகரிகத்திலும் நகரத்திற்குள் புதைக்கின்ற முறை கிடையாது. நேற்று கூட நம்ம குகா மேடம் கூட சொன்னாங்க சிமிலாரிட்டிஸ் பிட்வீன் செமிட்ரிஸ் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு புதைக்கின்ற முறை நகரத்தில் கிடையாது. நகரத்தை விட்டு வெளியில் புதைக்கின்ற முறை தான் இருந்துள்ளது. ஆனால் தவறுதலாக 97 ராக்கிகடியில் பார்த்தோம்னா லோயர் டவுன் என்று சொல்லப்படுகின்ற ஆர்ஜிஆர் ஒன்றில் வந்து பரியல்ஸை எடுத்து அதை டிக்ளேர் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. ஆனால் அது வந்து பார்த்தோம்னா மிடிவல் பீரியடில் அந்த பரியல் வந்து ஏற்படுத்தப்பட்டவைகள். மிடிவல் பீரியடில் ஏற்படுத்தப்பட்டவைகள் என்றால் எந்த ஒரு கிரேவ் குட்ஸும் ஹரப்பன் கிரேவ் குட்ஸும் இல்லாமல் கிடைத்த பரியல். அது பெரும் கான்ட்ரவர்சியை தான் அந்த இடத்த வளர்த்து விட்டது. அந்த சமயத்தில் தான் எங்களுக்கு 2000 வேலை செய்கின்ற பணி கிடைத்த பொழுது நாங்கள் ஆர்ஜிஆர் ஒன்னில் தான் நானும் அவரும் பணிபுரிந்தோம். லோயர் டவுனில் தான் நாங்கள் பணிபுரிஞ்சோம். நாங்கள் லோயர் டவுன்லேருந்து என்றைக்குமே அந்த கோதுமை வயல் வழியாக தான் இங்கே கேம்புக்கு போவோம். அந்த கோதுமை வயலில் கேம்புக்கு போகும்போது தான் அந்த பரியல் இடத்தை நாங்கள் இன்றைக்கி கண்டுபிடிச்சோம். 2000 அந்த பரியல் கண்டுபிடிக்கப்பட்டது. அந்த பரியல் அப்போது டிஎன்ஏ செய்வதற்கான வாய்ப்பு இல்லாத காரணத்தால் அந்த முழு பரியலையும் நாங்கள் எடுத்து இன்றைக்கி நேஷ்னல் மியூசியத்தில் நீங்கள் பார்க்கலாம். ராக்கி கொடியோடைய பரியல் யூ கேன் சி இன் நேஷ்னல் மியூசியம் நவ் ஆல்சோ. அது வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு ஃபீமேல் ஸ்கெலிட்டன் தான் வித் செல் பேங்கிள் அண்ட் அதே போல் தங்க நெக்லஸ் அணிந்த ஒரு பெண்ணின் சடலத்தை அப்படி அந்த எலும்பு கூட்டை அப்படியே எடுத்து நாங்கள் டிரான்ஸ்பிளான்ட் பண்ணி நேஷ்னல் மியூசியத்தில் எக்ஸிபிட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அது அப்பொழுது வந்து டிஎன்ஏ பண்ணுவதற்கான வாய்ப்பு கிடைக்கவில்லை. ஆனால் அதே இடத்தில்தான் 2014 ப்ரொஃபஸர் சிண்டே அவர்கள் 56 பரியலை தோண்டினார். அந்த பரியலில் தான் நமக்கு கிடைச்ச ரிசல்ட் வந்து they are belongs to the Dravidian race. That is most important. The Dravidian race combine of ancient ancestral South Indian and ancestral South Indians. அதோடைய காம்பினேஷன்ஸ் தான் இன்றைக்கும் பரவலாக இருக்கிறது என்பதுதான் முழு உண்மை. இந்தியா முழுவதும் இருக்கிறார்கள் என்பதுதான் உண்மை. இந்தியாவில் உள்ள 80% மக்களில் அந்த திராவிட பழங்குடியினர் தான் இருக்கிறார்கள் என்பதுதான் உண்மை. எல்லா மக்களும் கலந்துதான் வாழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அவருடைய ஆரிஜின் சிந்து சமவெளியில் தோன்றியது என்பதுதான் நான் முதன்மையாக கருத வேண்டும். அத்தகைய சூழ்நிலையை தான் நம்ம வந்து இன்னைக்கு நம்முடைய இண்டஸ் நம்ம பார்த்துட்ருக்கோம். என்று அந்த இண்டஸ் கண்டுபிடிக்கப்பட்டு அறிவிக்கப்பட்டதோ அன்றிருந்து அந்த இண்டஸ் உடைய கணிப்புகள் எல்லாம் அதனுடைய தொடர்புகள் எல்லாம் இன்று நாம் பார்த்து கொண்டு வருகிறோம். அதற்கு முன்னால் பேசிய பாலகிருஷ்ணன் ஐயா அவர்கள் எவ்வாறு சங்க இலக்கியம் எவ்வாறு அதுக்கு ஊடாடுகிறது என்பதை வந்து மிக தெளிவாக வந்து எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணியிருந்தார். இதெல்லாம் இருக்கும் பொழுது நான் வந்து இன்னும் இண்டஸை பற்றி அதிகம் பேசக்கூடாது, இண்டஸை விட்டு போயிடணும். ஆனால் சம் செலக்டிவ், ஏன்னா இண்டஸ் நம்ம நினச்சிட்டு இருக்கோம் ஒன்லி ஹரப்பா அண்ட் மொகஞ்சதாரோ. வி ஆர் இன் த பிரிமிட்டிவ் ஸ்டேஜ். ஹரப்பா அண்ட் மொகஞ்சதாரோ இஸ் நாட் ஓன்லி த சைட். Archaeological Survey of India discovered more than 10,000 sites in India as well as all over the world. That is the record we are having. JP Joshiyoda record எடுத்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா we are having so many sites. In Gujarat itself we are having 800 sites. We are having 800 sites in Gujarat. These are some samples of archival photos. I come to Dolavira. ஒன் ஆஃப் த சிக்னிஃபிகண்ட் சைட்னு சொல்லலாம். ஏன்னா மிகவும் முக்கியமான ஒரு சைட் தான் நம்ம இந்தியாவில் இந்தியன் சப்கான்டினென்ட்டில் பார்த்தோம்னா முக்கியமான சைட்டு வந்து தொலவீரா. இன்னைக்கு ராக்கி கடி எடுத்து பெரிய இடம்னா தொலவீரா தான். அந்த மாதிரி சைட்லாம் இருக்குது. லோத்தல் இருக்குது, காளிபங்கன் இருக்குது, ரூப்பர் இருக்குது நம்மகிட்ட, அதே போல் பனவாளி இருக்குது. எத்தனையோ சைட்ஸ் நம்ம எஸ்கவேட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். கிட்டத்தட்ட 150 சைட்ஸை நம்ம இதுவரை நம்ம எஸ்கவேட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம் இண்டஸுடைய வாஸ்ட்னஸ் we can say as 13 lakh square kilometers over the vast area from Iran to Yamuna and Himalaya to the Daimabad. That is the region of Indus. Indus is not only confined with only the Indus. It is covers with all entire Iran to Yamuna as well as Himalaya to South Daimabad. This is some pictures of Dolavira. This is Lothal. Lothal, we can call it as a dockyard, but so many controversies are there with the dockyard. Most of the scholars are not agreeing with the dockyard, agreeing with some other terminologies also. I don't want to go with that controversy. Thank you. This is recently excavated by our Kumaran. R.N. Kumaran is there. Was yesterday presented. This is Krisra, another site in Gujarat. As well as he was excavated, another Junikuran also he was excavated. So many sites also recently we are excavating. ASA is excavating so many sites in related to Harappans, but nothing is coming out. That's the problem with ASI. See the circular hut of Rakki Gedi. Rakki Gedi, why we are saying, emphasizing Rakki Gedi? Rakigadi is more important site all over in the subcontinent of this Indus region. It covers more than 500 hectares. 500 ஹெக்டேர் கொண்ட இடம். 500 ஹெக்டேரும் தோண்ட முடியாது. ஏன்னா முழுவதும் அந்த ஊர் அமைந்திருக்கிற காரணத்தால் தோண்டவே முடியாது. அந்த இடத்த தோண்டி முழுமையான சைட் பிளானை நம்மளால் பார்க்க முடியாது. நம்மகிட்ட 8 மவுண்ட்ஸ் இருக்குது. டோட்டல் 8 பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஹரப்பால கூட கிடையாது. அந்த 8 மவுண்ட்ஸ் இருக்கிறது வந்து பார்த்தோம்னா ராக்கிகடி தான். ஆனால் ராக்கிகடியில் சிறு சிறு பகுதிகளை தான் நம்ம தோண்டிட்டு இருக்கோம். அதில் குறிப்பாக தோண்டப்பட்டது இந்த பரியல். This is the burial. This was excavated by Professor Sinde. Our burials are there now in National Museum. It was kept for exhibition. Then I will go to Keeladi. Why we are connecting with Keeladi? That is the most important thing. We have to connect. Actually, the people of the Indus never disappeared. They are living till. That we have to trace. Where they have gone. Such a huge population, that is 13,000 square kilometers is the area of that Indus region. They never disappeared. They slowly migrated, not at one stretch. They migrated toward east as well as south also. That is indication. We never seen how they are migrated to south or how they are migrated to east. We are restricted with our limitations. We never come for any further excavations in south as well as east. That is why we are unable to reconstruct the past of the continuous legacy of the Indus. This is better to understand the aim, to trace the legacy. We have carried out this exploration in the year 2013-14 to understand the Vaigai. How to understand the Vaigai? We first of all took Vaigai River Basin for exploration. There we found 293 historically important vestiges. Among the 293, only one site I have to dig, that is Keeladi. That I got the opportunity to dig Keeladi. This is the exploratory area. Like north, we have continuously worked for 1 year and we found such a huge antiquities in and around Vaigai. Vaigai is a very small river near about 270 kilometers. It's the length of the river, but it has the mighty nature. The reason for that, the Sangam literature has given enormous credit to the river Vaigai. That's why we have selected the river Vaigai and we explored the entire area, and we found 293 sites. That is our first instance we found and recorded. After that, we went for the excavations. This is the location of the Keeladi, very close to Madurai. We are always talking about Madurai. We don't know what is the age of the Madurai. There is no space to excavate or search or we can understand Madurai. But in and around Madurai, we are having so many Jain monuments, particularly the Tamil Brahmi inscriptions. That speaks the antiquity of Madurai. That gives the dates of Madurai more than 2,500 years. But we don't have any evidence in Madurai to find. The Madurai Meenakshi Amman temples also having earliest record is 9th century record of the inscription. Before that, you can ask the question, before the temple was existed or not. That question also arises, but we don't have any space to excavate the Madurai to understand the ancient antiquity of the Madurai. That's why we prefer very close to Madurai, we selected the Keeladi. And we carry out the excavations in the year 2014 and 15 and 16. We have come across a good number of results that has emphasized, and now we are speaking about that in all over the world. The reason behind that, till date, we are always told, we are having the literature, but we don't have any concrete evidence of archaeological evidences to corroborate our literature with the archaeological materials. But we have not done so far. From Arikemod also we have not done. Kaveri Pumanam also excavated by ASI. We have not done anything. But Adichanur is purely a burial site. That is why it's not possible at all to make and corroborate with the literature. In these circumstances, we have to try to find out a habitation site. That is our main intention. We have tried and we found pure habitation site near Madurai, that is Keeladi. This is the site location. The site comprised with habitation mound as well as burial. This is the unique in Tamil Nadu, most of the sites are excavated only a pure burial sites, I can say. Maximum number of sites were excavated as a burial site. The reason behind this, the burial site was easily available, but habitation is not easy to found. Here, the continuous settlement was existing. Based on that, we are not unable to found any habitation sites in South India, particularly like Madurai. This is the one of the largest excavation, large-scale excavation carried out during our period. It has never happened in South. That is why we are unable to trace the links or legacies or any other things in our historical past. Near about 102 trenches was laid by us in the 2 seasons. Nobody has break that record till date. I am requesting the archaeologists try to do more excavations, then only we can get informations that will give lot of connectivity to us for reconstruction of the past. I don't want to go. This is the technical details of excavation materials. You can see the black and red ware is the predominant variety. All over India, you can find the black and red wares. The black and red wares are found in very lowest level, understanding how the city was emerged here. We are saying the city was emerged due to the agricultural revolutions. We have phytolith analysis also done here in the site. The phytolith analysis clearly gives the rice production is the main important for the evolution of the city. We got here wild rice also, domesticated rice also in lowest context. That has paved the way for the emergence of city of this Keeladi. See the lowest level you can get. This is the stratigraphy I am showing to you. This is stratigraphy. The uniqueness of the Keeladi was the structures. In South India particularly, we never touched any proper excavations except Nagarjunakonda and Hampi. Nagarjunakonda conducted 10 years, as well as Hampi was conducted 10 years. But those excavations particularly to aim to Nagarjunakonda for Buddhist site, as well as for Hampi was to Vijayanagar period, exposition of Vijayanagar period. But we have not touched any major excavations in anywhere in South. But in Arikemad also we found structures, Kaveri Bumandam also we found structures, but we never classified the structures, belongs to the urban or non. Simply we are identified the structure as the stupa in Kaveri Bumandam, and Arikemad we can call it as a dying vat, but we never explained. But no further excavation has been carried out after 1947 as well as 1991. So here we got huge number of structural activities. That is the more important thing in Keeladi. Keeladi speaks about the structures, existence of structures, what the literature spoken about us. The literature has given vivid inscription of the existence of cities, existence of streets, existence of shops, and having international trade relations are explained by the Sangam literatures. But ever seen or ever connected everything with the archaeological material, but we got the chance to connect. See this ring wells. Near about 13 ring wells we discovered. The city must have the wells. That has seen from here. See the structural activities. Structures constructed on linear pattern. All the structures constructed on linear pattern. This is not a British bond type. This is linear pattern with mud mortars. No plastering has been found. This is the resemblance of the legacy of the continuation of Harappan. How the continuity has continued here. See, report has not been coming out, but this is my collections I am showing to you. This is another variety of drainage. You can find 3 kinds of drainage pattern here in Keeladi. Closed drainage, open drainage, and terracotta pipe drainage. I don't want to tell this is the drainage. This is distillation process has been made. One part to another, they made the distillation. That has indicating, that was excavated in the lowest level. Then you can find the double layer furnace. Such a great evidences are coming out from Keeladi. That requires the comparison with other sites. Then only we can evaluate. That process is needed now. When the report comes out, then only the scholars can come out and speak. They can corroborate and they can elaborately write. See the drainage patterns. This is how the diffused the drainage and made the re-drainage system. This is the classic examples available in Keeladi. I am not saying this only belongs to one phase. They belongs to three phases. Here we found three phases of structural activities in Keeladi. That needs more attention to read more. And post also. Actually, the basic structure was constructed with bricks and the superstructures most probably in wood. Huge blocks of wood as kept and they made as a tiled roof structure. We have not imaginated the structures. We have to conjure the substructures. Then only we can able to understand how it was existed. This is the structural activities of the Keeladi. Then I want to go, I have analyzed 1,03,000 potteries. I have analyzed 1,03,000 pottery. I have got more than 9 lakhs potteries in our excavations. But I segregated, I analyzed only 1,03,000 potteries. Among them, dominant potteries belongs to black and red ware. See the beautiful red and black and red ware. This is the lowest level and tableware potteries available here. You can lowest level you can find the potteries. This is another variety. This is another, actually we are having huge storage jars. I am not going to say this is urn. This is not a burial goods. This is an habitation area. We don't found anything in burials. Burial will be found in separate place like Harappans. How the Harappans was existed. Harappans existed, cities will be separate and burial places are separate, always there. Similarity is there in Keeladi also. You can't find any burials within the cities. You can find animal bones, but you can't find any human remains here. These are the storage, decorative storage jars, in situ storage jars we found and we described. At this spot is very lovable part of our Balakrishnan sir. He was sit with this spot and taken a photo and put in his Facebook. Rasa coated, what we call as Andhra ware. And rouleted and porcelain. Then gold slip. You can, this is the unique pottery found in Keeladi. Have the connection with Swat. Swat Valley, it's in northeastern Afghanistan, Pakistan. That golden slipped pottery of this kind of pottery found at Swat Valley. That gives connection to Keeladi also, some. Then perforated and the spouted vessels. This is decorative potteries. Incised and impressions. Then I can say more than 2,447 graffitis was discovered in the 2 seasons of excavations. Only 797 has taken consideration due to reputations. That was entirely documented with so many features. Particularly I can say as the fish, bow and arrow was the predominant here. As well as 108 Tamil Brahmi inscribed potsherds also discovered in these 2 seasons of excavations. This is Sendan. Sendanavadi, you can read at Sendanavadi, Sandanavadi also. Vasai Perumover. This is in situ Brahmi, Madaisi, possess the name of a feminine. Here we are getting the practice of writing, how it was evolved here. Not only the graffitis we found, how the practice was made. The Madaisi has written several times in the same pottery and was corrected. That is indicating us how the evolution has taken place. That is why we are saying the Brahmi, now we are calling as a Tamili in the term. The reason behind the Tamili is the script was originally originated from this land. It was sent, it was taken by Asokan as well as taken by Southeast Asian country, all over India it was spread. We are having the evolution pattern, but in Asokan we don't have any evolution pattern. That is a well-developed form. You can find a huge rock inscriptions as well as pillar inscriptions, but here only we can getting the evolution of how the inscription was evolved and script was evolved. We are getting the all relevant informations from our excavations in all over Tamil Nadu. Near about day before yesterday, our Professor Rajan has released that inscription details. Near about 1542 inscribed potsherds was discovered in Tamil Nadu. More than lakhs of graffiti we discovered. Then antiquities, near about 5,765 antiquities were discovered 2 years of the excavations. These are the basic. See the similarities required to be compared in future. Never such antiquities have seen in Tamil Nadu. That requires, we have to compare with all pan-India context, then only we can evolve our heritage. That must require, and more excavations are further required to construct our past. See the agate and carnelians. We are saying always carnelian. Yeah, carnelian belongs to Gujarat, as well as Afghan, Baluchistan. We are getting carnelians here in our stratified layers. We never compared how it came, how they made. Then terracotta objects. Spindle hole. Then ivory. Predominantly ivory was used for all metals, all usage, particularly comb, dies. Sir told the 10 will get only from the square dies. We got square as well as rectangular dies. These are the ear ornaments of the ivory. And horn and bone points. Then metal. And gamesman stone weights. Whatever required for a civilization, everything is available here. But we never did any large-scale excavation in Tamil Nadu. That is why we are lacking behind. That is why we are insisting, try to do excavations and try to carry out and compare. And silt also found in Neolithic, silt also found in stratified layer. I don't want to say it's a Neolithic site, but it might have been emerged from that period also, but required further informations. This is my team, the small team carried out the excavations and for the Keeladi. Today we are speaking about Keeladi. Worldwide we are speaking about Keeladi. But my suggestion is try to go further and analyze with all other materials available in Indian context, have to compare and have to bring out the full history. Then only we can able to construct our pluralistic history of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sirs, for your talk. We can have questions, but again, the first priority is for the students. Any questions from the students? This is a gentle reminder. So, just the students for once, giving them one last chance, and then we'll come to you. A gentle reminder that this type of forum will not happen anytime soon. So this is a good chance for all of the students to voice your questions, if any. Okay, Then we go for questions from the audience. Yes.
Hello, this is Saran. This is just a supplement to respected Balakrishnan sir's lecture. When he was referring about Koli Nagaram, there is a sculpture in Urayur. The name of the place in Tamil is Koliyur. That sculpture gives a representation of a tamed cock to control the rutting elephant. So it's a beautiful example of how to control a rutting elephant, which art is known to the Tamils. This once again projects the legacy of the Tamils. So how the Tamils had acquainted and associated with the society of empowering them in all the ways. And there are also instances in Tamil literature stating about science. Generally, when we talk of the earlier poets, we call by the name as Aringer, Tamil Aringer. But in the modern context, we cannot have the same parameters. When we quote few of the poets, when they refer about the oscillation of the pendulum, has been equated with the poetic lines. A young girl who is just having sat on the swing, she was moving here and there, and her ear, in her ear she was wearing a ring. The movement of the ring goes faster than the movement of the, what you call seesaw.
Yes.
So in that way, science, shorter the length, faster the movement, and longer the length, slower the movement.
Thank you, sir.
In a similar way, there is also another indication.
So I just
Yeah,
want...
this is just a compliment to his lecture. And there is another incident. A poet states he could be able to realize the reversed form of a palmyra tree, which exists at a distance, just in a dewdrop of tipping at the grass, and he could visualize it. This shows the magnified attitude of a magnet or lens technology.
Sir,
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. But I would encourage questions that would bring out answers and precise questions as such. I understand that there are very many experts and knowledgeable people in the audience that have more to comment and contribute to the conference. Yes, so...
This is a question to Mr. Balakrishnan, sir.
Yes,
the thing is, Harappan, you told pre-Harappan, middle Harappan, post-Harappan, whatever. The Harappan is the civilization as Indus Valley. If it's so, the Mohenjo-daro is also, you mentioned, how much distance from the Harappan? There is two townships you told, Harappan and Mohenjo-daro. You are not shown, you are not described about anything about Mohenjo-daro, the area covered by the Harappan and Mohenjo-daro. As a layman, I am just asking, sir.
Because we cannot afford in such an international forum. You have a limited time. Let put it very thing, because it's a huge institute development. You cannot talk about the matured Harappan or the pre-Harappan and Harappan, matured Harappan, post-Harappan without talking about a place like Mehergarh. So where you have an institute, the layers where the houses are started, the two-way division started, is a context. And the distance between Harappa and Mohenjo-daro is 600 kilometers. And that is the reason John Marshall come to a conclusion how the weights and measurement, paint, everything in such a vast area, exactly same, then he came to know, he called it a civilization. We didn't cover everything, it's a biggest sort of time.
Thank you, sir. Next question, please.
I just wanted to know whether study has been done about the migration of the Vaigai Basin so that you could do the study along, how much has it moved and whether the study has taken that into consideration.
In India, all are migrants. Try to think first. We are all migrants. From Homo erectus to present Homo sapiens sapiens, all are migrants here only. We are having the evidence from Africa. We migrated during the Homo erectus period also, and Homo sapiens period also. Homo sapiens period 1 lakh years before he started the migration from Africa and come to India near about 60,000 years before. The 60,000 years before's DNA is presently available in Tamil Nadu, in near Uslambatti, that is Virumandi. He is holding that DNA. That DNA population is very few, only 5% of the population is available. That is why so many migrations was happened, but we don't have any evidences properly to reconstruct. We need to reconstruct these evidences with archaeological material, then only we can able to connect. That is why we are saying the Indus legacy we have to try to find out. We are speaking about Indus popularities. Try to find out the legacy, where they have gone. They have no, they will not, they have to, they have not disappeared, certainly. They have to migrate it. More than 1,500 years they lived by the Indus. Certainly they have to migrate it.
I would like to add something to us. When we talk about the material culture and its continuity, so then the pottery, material culture, weight and measurement, this similarity apart, we have to give a due credit to the classical text. For example, Tolgapiyam is the first grammar of the Tamil language. The entire Dravidian family, that is the ancient most grammar book. In that itself, more than 250 places, Tolgapiyar says, according to the grammarians before me, according to the scholars before me, in more than 250 places. Where are those literature? Where are those grammars? We are not having access to that. And then the Sangam literature also is not a contemporary experience alone. That it's a carried forward memory. Before that oral literature, it is a basically documentation period. If you give due credit to the literature in India, which is carried forward memory, the space and temporal and spatial distance, which is actually giving us an inhibition or a hesitant factor, that will go away.
Thank you. We have two questions. One from, sir, I assure you, your question will be next and the last. Yes.
Hello, sir. Thank you, Mr. Amarnath, sir, for the fantastic exposition on the Keeladi part. I have two questions for you. One, you said 293 sites you documented on Vaigai. Why did you pick Keeladi? That's one question. Second question to you, sir, is there any standardization on the brick sizes between Keeladi and the IVC? Is there any correlation on the drainage mechanism, brick sizes, weights and measures, these comparisons between Keeladi and IVC? Thank you.
That is required now. We have to go further to analyze. Actually, we discovered and now shown to you. You people has to go and check it out, and you can correlate with that Indus also. Similarities are there. Certainly similarities are there, but in Indus, the brick size is very smaller than this Keeladi, Arikemedu and Kaveri Puppannam. Here is the huge size bricks used by in South India, particularly
relatively the brick size.
There in Indus, 1:2:4. That is the ratio. But here it is different from 2:4:8. That ratio is followed here. So actually, why I have selected Keeladi means that is a pure habitation site. That is why I have selected. Undisturbedly found. That is why I selected. Otherwise, most of the sites in Tamil Nadu was disturbed due to urbanizations and industrialization. So many sites are disappeared.
But Mr. Maran, I would like to add that when it comes to the brick size, I have dealt with that in the comparative in my Journey of Civilization book. It may not be the exact thing at all. The ratio, if you take the ratio, you compare with what is the found in Rajgir or any, before this kind of thing coming out, Rajgir was considered or touted as the example for the historical times for a brick wall. And compare, people have written, scholars have written, this, what is found in Gangetic Valley, nowhere near the ratio and finesse of the Harappa. So you have to make a three-way comparison. What is found in the Gangetic Valley, what is found in Harappa, proper Harappa, post-Harappa in the Gujarat side, and compared with the south. Then you will understand it is far more closer and than the comparatively.
Thank you.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். என் பெயர் பண்டிதர் கௌதமன். முதலில் உங்கள் ஆராய்ச்சிக்கு என்னுடைய தலைவணக்கங்கள். சிந்துவெளி நாகரிகம், கீழடி நாகரிகம் இரண்டுக்கும் உள்ள சமய ஒற்றுமை வேற்றுமை என்ன என்பதை அறிய விரும்புகிறேன்.
கிடைக்காத பத்தி நீங்க கேட்டீங்கன்னா சொல்ல முடியுமா என்னால? ஏன்னா சிந்து சமவெளியிலும் நாம் அனுமானிக்கிறோம், அவ்வளோதான். இது ஒரு ரிலீஜன் இருந்திருக்குமா? ஆக்சுவலி சிந்து சமவெளி நாகரிகத்தில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம லிங்கம்னு சொல்கிறோம். அது வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு ஃபெர்டிலிட்டி கல்ட்டுடைய ஒரு சிம்பல். அதே போல் மதர் காடஸ் வொர்ஷிப் இருந்திருக்கு. பட் ஹவு கேன் வி கன்ஃபார்ம்? நம்ம எப்படி கன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ண முடியும்? வி டோன்ட் ஹேவ் எனி கான்க்ரீட் எவிடன்ஸ் லைக் இன்ஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் டு கன்ஃபார்ம். சிமிலர்லி இன் Keeladi also. Both are legacy. We have to try to find out. Don't poke the nose for searching of religion.
But we
in
may
this
not,
civilization.
No, while
அது தேவையில்லை. நமக்கு பண்பாடு என்பது பண்பாட்டின் ஒரு கூறுதான் மதம். மதம் வளர்ந்தது பின்னால். மனிதத்தை முதல்ல பார்க்கலாம்.
அமர்நாத், இப்பயும் சொல்கிறேன், within the limited data available, you take a broad sweep talk. Take the Harappan civilization. You find the terracotta, whatever the images. If you find 10 terracotta image, 8 out of 7 or 8 out of this female figure. And the only beautiful thing found in dancing girl is a female. People call it a dancing girl. We are wondering why she was called a dancing girl. She looks like a, what you call the bouquet who came from the Olympic. And she looks like that. So she's looking like an NCC girl. So confident. Okay. And then if you really look at it, the predominance of the women, and then religion. People, if you ask a question whether the Harappan people did not have any faith, no, they had a faith. There was a sacrifice altar and all. But you cannot say the religion was the centerpiece of Harappan, unlike Sumerian or in the Egyptian. So the fact remains that there was a garbage bin. குப்பை தொட்டி இருந்துச்சு, தெரு நல்லா இருந்துச்சு, குளிக்கிற இடம் இருந்துச்சு. But there was not center place for God, and he was there. Coming to Keeladi, you find again figures, you find toys, then you have found the bones of the basin diggers. But we are not got anything authoritative input that religion was dominance. Rather, we were worried that whether anything will be played out and all. Then finally, even now in Harappa, you find phallus. So it's a fertility cult. So then people call that as that's a lingam palace type of worship, fertility cult. Then they will give a name to that. So either way, I have a feeling it's not. Even Sangam literature, there's a God is there. But Sangam literature, God was not the center. In Tamil civilization, there is no something called creator God. God is a member of the Karupurul. He is the one of the 14 list. Like a tree, like a bird, like a தெய்வம் உணாவே மா மரம் புல் பறை செய்தி யாழின். The 14 out of that 14 list, God makes one of the list who is the living there. God never made Tamil world.
Sir, you wanted to say something? No.
பயமே தான் பக்தி, வேற ஒண்ணுமே இல்லை. என்னைக்கு மனுஷன் வந்தானோ அன்னிலிருந்து பயப்பட ஆரம்பிச்சானோ அன்னைக்கு தான் பக்தியா மாறி இருக்கு. அதையும் நம்ம தான் கிரியேட் பண்ணோம். மதம் என்பது நம்மளால் தான் உருவாக்கப்பட்டதே தவிர எங்கிருந்தும் வரல. ஆனால் ஹிஸ்டாரிக்கல் ரெக்கார்ட்ஸில் பார்க்கும்பொழுது பின்னாடி வந்தவைகள் அவைகள்லாம். தேங்க்யூ.
Thank you everyone for this session. We've touched upon faith, literature, identity, also gender. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, ma'am, for this session. We'll now break for lunch. I just want to make a small announcement for everyone other than the delegates. Please show your tokens at the counters for lunch. This is for organizational purposes. Thank you so much. We'll reconvene back at 2:15. Thank you. the afternoon session, part one of the afternoon session on day 3 of the international conference. To chair this session, I kindly request Mr. G. Sundar, the director of Roja Mutya Research Library, to come onto the stage. The first speaker of the session is Mr. Anish Bharadwaj Lakshman, who will be presenting a paper on pleonastic compounding, cults and dynastic titles, a few clues to the Indus script. Sir. Our second speaker, Mr. Sukumar Rajagopal, will be presenting a paper on IVC Deep Astronomy, Harappan Celestial Omens List. Sir. I kindly request Dr. K. Rajan to honor our chairperson and speakers with a memento. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, the podium is yours.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I'm happy to chair this session for Anish Bharadwaj and Mr. Sukumar Rajagopal. I'd like to present to you the youngest scholar in this conference, Mr. Anish. Anish Bharadwaj Lakshmanan is currently pursuing an integrated BS-MS at IISER Mohali with pre-majors of biology and physics, and a BS in data science and applications through an online course at IIT Madras. He is passionate about physics, genetics, neuroscience, linguistics, and South Asian history. He has significant experience in research, particularly in linguistics, with ongoing projects and a forthcoming publication on the Indus script. Anish started working on this probably a couple of years back, even as a first-year graduate student. And he has been working on this, and we've been talking about this. So I'm so happy that he could make it for this conference. Now over to Anish.
Yes. PPT. Thank you so much to Sundar sir for that. Thank you so much to Sundar sir for that.
Just ahead.
Yeah. Thank you so much to Sundar sir for that introduction. One second. What is the next?
This is the next one.
Okay. Yeah. So firstly, my paper on pleonastic compounding, cults and dynastic titles. So the three terms in the title refer to the three main foci of the work. First is a linguistic phenomenon in Dravidian languages. Second, cults and dynastic titles are these are aspects of these are certain clues to the Indus script which have been investigated by Airavada Mahadevan and Asko Parpola respectively. So I am going to attempt to bring these together to maybe get new clues to a potential understanding of a reading of the Indus script. So the point is, Mahadevan and Parpola have made really interesting observations and research on the Indus script, but it's not widely accepted or acclaimed because it is not testable. In the sense, it needs to make an adequate number of predictions from the premises they use. It needs to make an adequate number of predictions for it to be testable, for us to verify whether their approach was correct or not. Right? So since over decades of work, they have done amazing work, but it's been primarily like 3 or 4 symbols or 10 symbols which have been read by them. So, but that does not give us an adequate number of predictions that is made by their theory. So this must be taken further to attempt a potential testing of their methodology. I'm leaving the details of the test aside. I'm only claiming that it needs to make an adequate number of hypotheses, and I'll only deal with making the hypotheses. The testing will be left for a later. I'm not addressing that in this work. So the objective is to explore potential linguistic and cultural links between the Indus Science, Dravidian languages, and South Asian dynasties. And these are my scope. And I will be addressing the Farmer's Prot and Witzel paper in this work. First, we need to define what a script is. So conventionally speaking, a script has been defined as a visual system which can completely represent a given language this seems to be unlikely, according to the claim of Farmer's Prot and Witzel, that it can completely represent. It probably cannot represent the entire complexity of whatever language that the Indus people may have spoken. But it can still have linguistic correlates and representation, like other proto-writing systems, like the Vinchai inscriptions in Europe, or the totemic religious symbols used by the Mesopotamians, other than the cuneiform writing, and the knot system used in the New World by the Andean civilizations. Yeah. Yeah, firstly, this one thing is my presentation will seem like a bunch of unrelated topics, but these will come together at the end. These will come together as we go further in the paper. Right now, I would like to make an observation that the syntactic style of classical Sanskrit, it is one of the characteristic features of classical Sanskrit is large compounds, which in some cases, in extreme cases, can even replace sentences entirely. We can have entire complex statements made entirely as compounds rather than words with markings in their end, with suffixes added, with conjugational suffixes. This is first found in Satavahana Prakrit, as this is not my work, I'm just citing older work. This is first found in Satavahana Prakrit. Before that, Vedic language and other Indo-European languages do not have this style of low marking, highly syntactically constrained style of writing, but it is characteristic of Old Tamil poetry. It is characteristic of early Sangam poetry where markings are very often elided entirely, and the distinction between, say, participles and finite verbs is not clear. So that so it potentially that could potentially mean that the reason for this such a style emerging first in the Satavahana region is the Satavahana Empire was found in the Deccan, and they wrote in Prakrit, an Indo-Aryan language, but it seems possible to me that it's a substrate influence of Dravidian languages which made them adopt a style of writing that is primarily not found in the predecessors of that Prakrit. So yeah, it's been proposed by both Mahadevan and Parpola that the script has few derivational and inflectional suffixes. They've identified 1 or 2 markings like the masculine suffix and some stuff like that. But things like verbal extensions, tense markers, etc., even they don't just not predict it, they also in their works claim that it's unlikely for such markings to exist in the Indus script. So thus, if a language was written in such a system, then it would have to be primarily syntactically rather than inflectionally marked. So we also see it in the rigid sign order of Indus seals, relative rigidity, which would not be there if it's a well-marked symbol system. Then there could be flexibility in order, because the relationships between various words is marked primarily by the inflectional changes rather than the location in the phrase or sentence. So, yeah. So, secondly, I would like to address another linguistic phenomenon found in Dravidian languages called pleonastic compounding. So, it is found across all Dravidian languages. This work is Periyan and Chandrasekaran in 2011. So, for instance, we have words like, this is found in multiple Dravidian languages. The word for canal is some combination of vai, kal, or kal vai, or something of that sort. And this is interesting because the individual words themselves, which are part of the compound, they themselves have the same meaning. And here, the compound has a meaning which is the same as the individual components of the compound. Similarly for Vadittadam, and in Central Dravidian languages, we have words like Umagunji for the owl, where Uman, Gunji individually mean in other branches of Dravidian owl. So why is this style of compounding happening? So hypothesizing here, a possible reason is, as we saw before, both Mahadevan and Parpola have noted that it's unlikely for Indus script to have inflectional marking. So if we have a root like vai or kal, they have multiple homophonous parallel meanings. Vai itself in Dravidian languages has multiple other sets of meanings. The root of vari without the e marker, just var, has multiple meanings. And it can be distinguished, it is distinguished in Dravidian languages typically by adding suffixes. But if suffixes are not found in a manner of representation of these languages, then hypothetically, they might have to resort to combining two words whose overlapping semantic sphere is the intended meaning of the compound word. So so this is just my hypothesis for the reason for this phenomenon, this well-documented phenomenon in Dravidian languages. So if this is the script is the reason why they resort to such compounding, then it would be useful to approach the IVC signs with this concept in mind, with looking for pleonastic compounds, which might help us in making readings, potentially. So now, these are Mahadevan's Pandya dynastic titles. So Airavata Mahadevan has connected the Rigvedic deity of Pushan along with the Pandya dynastic titles, which are Maran, Kudumi, Vadudi, etc. So this is one sign. So the number there in the left is the sign in the ICIT corpus, and the number in the middle is the location in the Dravidian etymological dictionary. So these are readings made by Mahadevan. I would like to observe that the word Kavasha, which is related to Kabar, could be a possible additional correlate, which Kavasha is the name of a person found attested in the Rigveda as a Dasi Putra Brahmana. So these are other signs dealt with by Mahadevan. The symbol for the hook, and this. I'm going to attempt, since they have worked on very few number of signs, but their approach seems interesting, and it's relatively well taken within the linguistic community. So I'm going to attempt to extend their methodology. So I have identified potentially signs, and the identification is done with the constraint in mind that signs of similar concepts should cluster together. So Mahadevan has imposed the constraint that those Maran, Chedi, and Vadudi, the signs corresponding to those, co-occurred with each other. So I am primarily constraining my possible readings by them occurring together and them having the visual similarity to the concepts they are meant to address. And the concepts themselves are derived from what we know of dynastic titles and Indian mythology, mythological associations of that time. So this, the half city, Arayam or Aruppam, mentioned in Dravidian languages, as well as Durga Sharada. Asko Parpola has identified a deity associated with forts and fort walls specifically. So these are possible readings of the same sort. So, and these are again related. So again, the symbol Inaikayal, the joint fish, or this also, these signs co-occur with the previous signs I mentioned, and they are also known to be associated with the Pandyas. So now looking at Chola signs, we have Chola titles like Chembian, Pulayan, Valavan, Kildi, Nalangildi, Natkildi, etc. So if you have noticed, the thing is, even though that the way I am categorizing these is using Tamil dynasties, there are interesting correlations with Indian mythology from Sanskrit texts, from Vedic texts also. So these are signs for this. And one thing I would like to address regarding the symbol, the double long line symbol. So Parpola proposed it as the symbol for veiled, the white god or the priest. But and Mahadevan rejected it by saying that the word veli, from which it's derived, is an external space rather than an intervening space. But if we go and look at the Dravidian etymological dictionary, that restriction of semantic meaning occurs primarily only in Tamil, and Mahadevan was approaching this with Tamil in mind. But if you look at the other Dravidian languages, veli does mean intervening space primarily in most Dravidian languages, and this is seen from the etymological dictionary. And secondly, there is another word for Venus, etc. There is another word also common in Dravidian languages, like that is Val, which also has a connection with this symbol as a long elongated thing. So, and they both are used to refer to Venus and priest in Dravidian languages. So this is similar approaches for Choras, and this is a seed Semicarpus anacardium, and one of the signs resembles it, and it co-occurs with other signs that I have identified to be related to Chera titles. So, and the word for Semicarpus anacardium in Dravidian languages, it's care or chair. Now we have a symbol which Mahadevan has identified as Udiyam, or giving a wage, and that is appearing next to the symbol for Cheral. So Udiyan Cheral, the இது வந்து சேரர்களோட அந்த பரம்பரை பெயர் ஊதியஞ்சேரல் அப்படின்றது வந்து இங்கே அதே மாதிரி இது வந்து என்னோட ரீடிங்கில் அந்த ஊதியம் அப்படின்ற ரீடிங் வந்து மகாதேவன் பண்ணிருக்காரு அந்த சிம்பிளுக்கு. சேரல் என்னோட ரீடிங், பட் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்லி தேர் அக்கரிங் டுகெதர், அண்ட் த சிம்பிள் ஃபார் சேரல் ஹேஸ் a visual similarity with the word, with a seed which has that name. And now the symbol for Van, which is identified by Parpola, it is occurring next to a symbol which could be interpreted as boundary, and we have Vanavaramban. This is a tentative reading, but it is strengthened by the presence of this, the symbol for Chimai, again identified by Parpola, and Varambu, Chimaya Varamban. And these are both titles used for Cheras, and these symbols co-occur with the symbols I've referred to previously. Chenguttuvan and Vangavil, so to the bent bow. But interestingly, so all the previous symbols that we see for the Cheras, the meanings they have are not royal. So the thing common, why Mahadevan looks into the Pandya titles and tries to find correlators, the titles of the Pandyas, Cheras and Cholas, they are not royal in nature as we would expect for dynasty. They have idiosyncratic associations with other professions. Like the titles for Cholas are Kildi, Valavan, and Kildi and Valavan. So these are agricultural titles like harvester and cultivator. And similarly for Cheras, the titles seem to be associated with accountant or mercantile concepts. And the word Vangavil, it is synonymous to the word for buy and sell or to barter in Dravidian. And this is also interesting from the fact that the other word for bow found in Indian languages, which is not Dravidian, like Bana, which is a North Indian substrate, which is language X of Masika. So that Bana, again, is related to Pani, as addressed in a different paper that I've cited in my work. And Panis are known in the Vedic text to be a trading community. And they're mlechas, but they're called traders or barterers. So there are multiple correlations which strengthen this hypothesis. Similarly, Ansumali Mukhopadhyay, she has shown an ultra-conserved tooth word in Dravidian, and I was able to identify a potential symbol for it. And all of these are hypothetical. I would try multiple, but I would only present or put in my paper the ones which co-occurred given the constraints, given the conceptual similarities we have, because just going by the picture or the appearance of the symbol can be misleading, because the Indus is a pretty bare bones script. So we can't get very far by just looking at the pictures, because they could mean pretty much anything. There's a very strong constraint we need to impose of the symbols they co-occur with when we are making readings. So again, for the Adiyaman kings, or Oi, identified by Ascoparpola as one of the various kingdoms, Velir, whose titles are correlated with some Indus signs that he has identified. So their titles, Adiyaman, Satyaputa, Valaya, Anji, Kalai, Pari, Kari, Nannan, etc. These I have identified symbols for, and the interesting thing is they all co-occur with each other. So, and this is a symbol which could potentially mean, of the many things it could look like. So I will not get into like clearly saying that it looks like that. There are many possible interpretations of what it is. So, but it could be thought of as a tablet or a material with a stylus and the word which is found across all Dravidian languages for message or writing or impression is Anj, Anji, Anjal or Ach, to impress. And interestingly, one of the titles of the Adiyaman is Anji, and this sign occurs along with them. And Anji itself has, it has two meanings, two possible meanings. One, it could mean message with one suffix, and with another kind of suffix, it means the terrifying one or the fearful one. So, yeah. So again, now this is the Indus seal for, with a bull in it, and the front part of the bull will be its appearance as found in the Indus seals could be simplified into that first sign, which is a horn with the long thing, the skin of the bull below and the two legs. So again, the Kalayar, Pari, Kari, etc. So interestingly, one of the possible readings is of I plus the masculine suffix identified by Parpola, so Kan and the seer. And this, one second. So this is, there is a sequence saying that, I haven't shown it in this PPT, but it's there in my paper. So a bull plus the I symbol, which could mean a bull watcher or a cowherd or something of that sort. And it would be pronounced, the words for it could be Kalai Kan, to watch the cows. But so and this could also mean like the black one with eyes or something like that. And with this, I hypothesize that it's possible that the word Krishna for a mythological deity is borrowed into Sanskrit from Dravidian. As Krishna in Indo-European languages, there are many possible words for black, but this specific one is taken. And Krishna is an Indo-European word, but it has a phonetic similarity with what potentially the natives would have used for that, the Dravidians would have used for that deity. And along with the meaning of the preceding word, Kal, black, this is a calc/translation, borrowing. So similarly for various other symbols, and this is the Iyer, this symbol has also been identified by Ascoparpola, it's not my identification. So now we'll look at, so this is the first part. So I have tried to take further Mahadevan's approach to Sangam period dynasties, and now we'll look at what the various studies of Indian mythology and cultural beliefs that Parpola has explored. So these are pervasive mythical archetypes found in Parpola and multiple other works. So the divinity of auspiciousness and the divinity of inauspicious. So the myths of Lakshmi versus Alakshmi or Jyeshtha, etc. These myths, they pervade in multiple languages. They are found in Tamil Dravidian mythology, in tribal folklore, and in the Vedic Sanskrit texts and classical Sanskrit texts, independently originating, not in a borrowing from one source, one of these sources. So there is a basal origin to these myths. So that would indicate that there is a previous common origin where people believed in these things, where these beliefs radiated out from and manifested in various different ways in these cultures. So these are the various myths that are ubiquitous and common across these people. So, for example, islands sinking, cities and land claimed from the sea. We have Dwaraka sinking, and we have the myth of this thing, the western coast of Kerala being reclaimed from the sea by Kadal Piragotte Chenguttuvan, the king who reclaimed the sea. And then we have the myth of Parashurama reclaiming the ocean. And these are multiple similar myths that occur across varied regions. So the Soma and the moon, the Soma associated with the moon, and other hallucinogenic drugs. So Shiva is associated with cannabis. So these are pervasive myths. And the Uttarayana, Dakshinayana, and yearly cycles. So this is found in the Jhum agriculture practices of tribals, in the Podu practice followed in central India, in the Andhra Pradesh, tribal regions of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana region, as well as the stories we see in earlier times. Like Parpola has identified the yearly migration patterns, annual migration patterns centered around the northward and southern movement of the sun. That was practiced, that is visible from the Brahmana Aranyaka texts. So, this one more pervasive mythical archetypes is the three gods. So this is Sankarshana, Ekanamsha, and Vasudeva. So these three deities are very early, and this is a late, this is like a late medieval period painting, whereas this is one of the earliest depictions of those deities back in the 3rd century or 4th century BC in cave paintings. And one more mythical thing is the fight between a double-headed bird and a chimeric animal, which is in classical Hindu mythology, it's called the Sharabha and Gandaberunda. But this particular object is found in the Bactria Margiana archaeological complex. It's found in, it's located to the north of the Indus Valley in the Afghan-Tajik border region. So, interestingly, we would see, we went to the museum yesterday, and pretty much a very similar looking creature is found in a Vijayanagara period art as their symbol. And even the representation is barely changed, except that it's fighting an elephant instead of a chimeric animal. But I will show later that these are animals totemic animals associated with the same deity or group of people. So the myth has pretty much been unchanged for a period of 3,000 years, even the representation of the mythical animal. So another pervasive mythical archetypes is the sacred quintuplets. So the Vrishni heroes and Pandavas, the Sankarshana, Vasudeva, Pradyumna, Niruddha, and Samba, the 5 Vrishni heroes, and a practice of Panchayatana Puja, where 5 different deities are worshipped together and simultaneously in Hindu rituals. And so we have the Panchajana of the Vedic. So we have Anu, Puru, Tritsu, Druhyu, and Turvasha. So, and the old Tamil gods, the 5 Thinai associated gods. So we have sacred quintuplets abounding throughout the earliest versions of Indian mythologies that we can document from either Dravidian or Indo-Aryan sources. And this is also similar to the 5 peoples in the Avestan system of Airya, Tuirya, Sairima, Daha, and Sainu in the Fravardhinyasht. So, and in Taittiriya Samhita, there is the Vedic people have also had a system of classifying various gods with 5 different climatic regions, which is highly reminiscent of what we see in Sangam Thinais. So when Thinais are referred to, it's primarily thought, we primarily refer to it as what comes from Tamil literature. But interesting of associating 5 different deities with 5 different landscapes is found in Sanskrit texts too, in a period which, according to current historical consensus, that these 2 groups did not have much interaction with each other. So it must be a basal origin for these myths rather than diffusion at the time of the occurrence of these myths. So this is the Panchaviras. So Sankarshana, Vasudeva, Pradyumna, Niruddha, Samba. And interestingly, they're associated with a symbol each. So this is from later Pancharatra Vaishnavite traditions. So they're associated with specific objects, symbols, and animals. So if you look at it, Sankarshana is again an agricultural deity with Langala, a plow, as one of his objects, and Parpola has identified a symbol for a leg or a back of a leg as Tal as one of the symbols associated with the agricultural deity. And interestingly speaking, we have just noticed that the Cholas have pretty similar symbols that were associated with each other. They were associated with Tal, as we saw before, and they're also associated with the plow. They're an agricultural deity. And Vasudeva of the Gada, Shankha, Chakra, and similar, so Pradyumna, the Chapa, Bana, the bow and arrow are the symbols for Pradyumna. And yeah, so there are multiple associations found, and we can see that, yeah, so this is the symbol representations of the Panchaviras. Here is a single deity having all the 5 vyuhas of Vishnu. So Sankarshana, Vasudeva, Pradyumna, Niruddha, and Samba represented. Samba is not represented typically. He's excluded from the mythology in the medieval period, but he was one of the core 5 in the early period, when we can see in Mathura inscriptions and carvings. So this is their early representation, and this is a later representation of them. So now this is just guesswork. Beyond a point, I'm seeing patterns and I'm trying to see if they fit. That's it. This is not a claim that these are all necessarily related to each other or reflexes of each other, but I'm just hypothesizing that they could be because of the wide-ranging similarities. It makes one think that it's likely that they had a common basal origin. So the various Sangam divinities, the Vishnu, Kuru, Kosala, the different Mahajanapadas, they had different sets of mythology. The Yudhishthira, Bhima, etc., the Pandavas, they also pattern similarly. And the Tamil Kingdom, Vedic tribe, and Western tribes, they pattern in the same 5. Except that in the later period, in the later Sangam period, the three of the kings start dominating overwhelmingly. But in the early Sangam poetry, we don't see a difference between the concept of Vendar versus Velar. The Ayar or Adiyaman are not distinguished from the Chera, Chola, Pandya as being of lesser status or anything. It is just a shift in the balance of power later on. So we need not restrict ourselves to the 3 kings that became powerful later on. So, and now the animals associated with the, Aniruddha is associated with Ganda or the rhinoceros, and Puli has been identified with the agricultural deity by Mahadevan and Parpola, both of them. And elephant, I have shown it's related to the Cheras, and bull of the Oyer. So potentially the 4 animals represented here might be the 4 different gods worshipped or peoples or something of the sort being represented in the quote-unquote Pashupati seal of the Indus Valley civilization. So this is an actual symbol that we can see of a 5 combined with a symbol that I have interpreted as warrior. It could mean something else, but given the amount of correlations, I would hazard to guess that it meant warrior. Or for other reasons, I have again discussed in the paper in detail most of these things. So I'm not able to convey all of it right now. So the rest of the results is just far too long. So I'm going to present a few things that I find convincing, but not all will make sense. I'm just trying to give you an idea of what I have done, but not necessarily the methodology. It won't be possible to convey it in this presentation. So one thing about Soma. So that symbol nil or grain or unhusked rice. With a different suffix, it is the word for the moon in Dravidian languages with the anj suffix. So again, and it is found on a stalk in a certain inscription. So in one particular sign, it seems to be a conjunction of a stick with this superposed on it. So these are various, and this is the Ephedra sinica seed, which is one of the contenders for the identity of the Soma. So again, that particular symbol is seen below, and we can see that combined with the symbol that Mahadevan has identified for growing or cultivating. So further for the various different words like Bekanata, interestingly there's a word Bekanata in Rig Veda, which is understood as the name of a foreign people, and it's also said in the sense of usurer. Whereas in Tamil there is a similar word in lots of Dravidian languages actually, Pikinari, Pisnari, which means miser, which could etymologically be related to the word that in Rig Veda that had similar connotations. So, and this is marks found on spindle wall in graffiti marks in a spindle wall. So, I mean, I hazard to guess that it could mean spindle, but now going forward with the various words related to spindle found in Dravidian languages, we could have multiple other correlations. So, the word for spindle and nool, pulling, it's kad, ek, to pull, and these have other words which are mythological in nature. These have other connotations which are mythological in nature. So that has been explored. So similarly for continuing with the same process. So now interestingly we find one of the symbols that I identify with the spindle wall in the arms of a person, which again, you can go through the paper to understand what I've made out of it. So yeah. Now, similarly. And oh yeah, so now one symbol, that the trefoil motif, which is found on the clothing of the priest king, quote unquote, priest king statue. There is also references, as Parpol has discussed, there is references of a priestly clothing which is studded with stars called Tarpya, worn by Varuna. And there is a similar concept in old Sangam poetry of Oliel. And given that it's found on the priest king, this particular symbol could mean that. And it's called as a golden clothing in the Vedic myths. So this potentially could mean gold itself as one of the possible meanings. So again, so the word Oliel, so for instance, one of the words for the Ghaggar Hakra river, the Michael Witzel says that one of the words documented in the Brahmanas and Aranyakas for this river is Vaishambhalya. And since it has multiple variants of pa, bha, bha variation, it is unlikely to be of Indo-European provenance. And there is a symbol which I have the first part identified as Oliel and the second part sky, as in this goes right to left, obviously. So the first part meaning sky, one of the words for sky is Visumb. So in Proto-Dravidian also there are multiple cognates that go back to this. So the sky river, which is a potential etymology for the river Vaishambhalya. Similarly, the myth of the three cities. We have a symbol 3 combined with the symbol identified as citadel by Mahadevan. And we have symbols with the symbol identified as silver plus city and gold that I have identified plus city. And even this myth is found across multiple locations. It's found in the Tamil myths. It's found in Krishna Yajurveda, where there are 3 cities mentioned, cities of yore, which were destroyed by Rudra: Puh Rajata, Puh Harini, and Puh Ayasmai. So again, they are associated with 3 different metals or colors. And yeah, so now it would have seemed that like even I was pretty unconvinced by all these correlations. Like it's pretty much guesswork and correlating whatever comes to mind. It seems like that. But interestingly, all the correlations I found somehow have very clear Mesopotamian parallels. And I've given citations for all of these. So the Venusian god of Mesopotamia, Inanna, is associated with fertility, ownership of land, as well as law and justice, which I have correlated with the white god, the Venusian god in Harappa also. So similarly, the correlations are incredibly similar in both Mesopotamian and Indus mythology. And that is extraordinary evidence in my mind. So why would something, conjectural that came out from studying various different mythologies in India put together, the various correlations put together, somehow matches with Mesopotamian myths of 5 different gods who also are represented with symbols like those, like a wheel, a moon, etc. by them. So yeah, so it's likely that there was some level of interaction that led to this. Because I'm short of time, I'll just go through this. So the 5 different peoples, and we can study more. By what they are described as in mythology, we can have a potential idea of the identity of these people. So again, as in some other discussion, someone talked about the cis Indus people, the other people of the Indus, surrounding the Indus Valley civilization, and their identity, as well as the minor variations, the Hakraware and the Sorat Harappan. So in my paper, I make associations with lots of reasons for how these various divinities and peoples were associated with actual archaeological complexes found surrounding the Indus Valley civilization at that period in time. So not just that, the linguistic identity. For example, there is a Elamo-Dravidian hypothesis of McAlpin, which is mostly discredited, but some observations he makes are valid about the verb suffixes found in archaic Tamil, the ku, kum, tum, ti, tir, those markers, like even in the Tamil anthem that we sang at the beginning of this event, Varthudume, that we praise, but the tum suffix is otherwise not found in most Dravidian languages. It's a pretty archaic form. But those precise suffixes are also found in Elamite as personal markers. And similarly, the the Koraga is a highly divergent language spoken by a people with large amounts of Iranian pastoralist DNA in the maternal line, and they have the ka for past, in for future suffixes, which are otherwise undocumented in Dravidian, but they're identical to the suffixes used in Elamite. So probably McAlpin was onto something about them being related, but maybe it was a superstrate relationship or an adstrate relationship rather than a genetic relationship, because large-scale cognates weren't found by him. So this could be the reason why it seemed that they are related, Elamite and Dravidian languages. So similarly, the various other people. So K are related with the BMAC for various other reasons. So in Tamil poetry, it's sometimes seen that the object of a verb is prefixed, like Valayude kayyal em anangiyole. So em anangiyol, the she troubles me, the object is prefixed, and otherwise such a formation is unknown to Dravidian languages. But a similar conjugation system exists in Burushaski, a language isolated in northern Pakistan to this day. So yeah. One second. There is also ergative absolutive agreement. So this is one thing that it's there in Hindi, for instance. There is split ergativity, where in the present tense, the verb agrees with the subject, whereas in the past tense, the verb agrees with the object. So if I'm saying main kar raha hoon, if the object which is being done, it could be of any gender, but the kar raha will agree with the person who is talking, the subject. Whereas maine kiya, the verb there will agree with the object. And this is found again in Burushaski and in various languages in the surrounding region. It's found in Pashto and various languages of the region. So it seems to be an aerial phenomenon associated with the same geographical location that I identify with the complex of those people. And again, the prefixes added to personal relations. So father in Tamil was endai, nundai, tandai, for my father, your father, and their father. Such a conjugational formation is found universally in Burushaski. All relationship terms have to be compulsorily marked with whose relation it is. So again, the hypothesis here, the explanation that fits this data the best could be that Dravidian was some sort of lingua franca of a multilingual Indus civilization, but Tamil poetry, by its virtue of being really archaic, and a certain other, the talk by Tony Joseph Sir, it talks about how there was a later migration of the post-Harappan migration that would have brought a superstrate of Dravidian, which would have mixed with all the languages found then. And Old Tamil poetry preserves various diverse grammatical features not found in other Dravidian languages. It could be a very strong evidence of what is hypothesized through archaeological, by archaeological reasons in the talk given by Tony Joseph Sir. So, again, the Pandi, the phonological difference, A versus O, again, you can go through my paper for this, but there's a detailed linguistic analysis of Iranian, Indo-Aryan, and Dravidian languages done, and their correlations with whatever readings I've done. So, similarly, yeah, so. And Tamil Brahmi writing style. Tamil Brahmi was written in a broken manner in its early stages, which again, I've linked to this. And this is a pretty long presentation, but interestingly, the three animals that I have identified as so I showed Sankarshana Ekanamsha Vasudeva painting in the beginning. And these three animals I have identified as totemic animals of those three peoples. And I just saw in yesterday's talk that there is a seal. I missed it before, that there is a seal with these precise three animals located together. So yeah, that is again more evidence for this, for the possibility that these connections could have some worth to them. Yeah, so this is I acknowledge my sincere gratitude to Dr. V. Rajesh in Iser Mohali. He encouraged me to go forward with my idea and informed me about this conference happening. I would like to thank Mr. Sundar for greatly aiding me in the process. And I would like to thank Dr. Rajshri Ramakrishna and Dr. P.V. Ramakrishna. They are people who I have discussed with. They've given me lots of help, given me citations. And a batchmate of mine, Mr. Aradhya Sharma, for enlightening discussions, and a family friend, Mr. Shankaranarayanan, for discussions. And I would like to thank my friend Monisha and my father Lakshmanan for reviewing my paper and helping me express myself better. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Anish. It's a very complex subject, deciphering Indus script, and you have taken the route of Ascoparpala and Airavatam Mahadevan, and also thrown new light on the subject. And you are identifying this script through Dravidian, which is a very interesting thing for us. Thank you very much once again. And now over to Sukumar. Sukumar Rajagopal has been researching the Indus Valley civilization since 2007 in a personal capacity. He then began his formal research in 2009 as an associate of the Indus Research Center under the tutelage of late Airavata Mahadevan. He has published a paper on the IVC in the International Journal of Tamil Studies. He has also presented a paper at the World Classical Tamil Conference in June 2010 in the IVC track under the chairmanship of, again, late Airavata Mahadevan. Recently, he published his third paper in the Bulletin of the Indus Research Center, and he has 36 years of experience in the IT services industry. Sukumar received lifetime recognition for his work in IT through the 2014 Computer World Premier 100 IT Leaders Program. He is a mentor, a storyteller, an avid blogger, or a fitness enthusiast, and also a travel bug. I've known him for a few years now, and in fact, both of us presented a paper at the World Tamil Conference. I'm so happy that he's continuing his research in this area and trying to interpret the script. Now over to Sukumar Rajagopal.
Mic, please. Can you all hear me? Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here. I would like to invoke my teacher's blessings. There's a key paper that he wrote in 1972 called The Bilingual Parallels, which I have not seen anybody pick up and write on it until recently. Manikanda Subbu and his colleague Dhanapal wrote about it. I believe it has important implications for our research. I can't thank these two people enough, the pillars of the Indus community. I think it's important to acknowledge their contribution, and you can see the characteristic of this conference where openly ideas are being discussed. And I am filled with a lot of self-doubt, because I am going to present to you a partial decipherment, and I have taken a lot of guidance from Sundar sir, presented it to Balakrishnan sir. They've been highly encouraging. And like my teacher Airavata Mahadevan would always say, I have reviewed your paper, but I may not necessarily agree with it. In fact, whenever I quote him, he would make me add this statement. Right? In my paper, you will notice if Mahadevan has reviewed it, he made me add this statement. In that same way, Sundar sir and Balakrishnan sir have reviewed it and given me their comments. In fact, there is one comment that Sundar made which actually made me think a lot and add more work to my paper here. So let me start my presentation with a question. Which culture do you think originated astronomy? Sorry? Can't hear very well. Sumerian, okay. Okay. So most people would say, I mean, I guess you're all researchers and students of history. Most people will say Greece. And if they are a little bit more knowledgeable, they are going to say Babylonian. Because Ptolemy, who's created most of the original work on astronomy, clearly has stated that he took it from Babylon. Now, I believe the IVC Harappans created the astronomical model that we follow today. This is a bit of a radical claim, you can say, but I don't make it lightly. I'll try to convince you that I have something here. This particular seal, this is a one-of-a-kind seal known as the H182 from Harappa. This is a very important seal, and it conveys the octennial festival for Venus. Venus returns to its same position in the sky every 8 years. This is something, some level of extraordinary astronomical knowledge for the period in which this seal was created. So I'm going to read you the seal in the left to right convention. You see a tiger there, right? Now, this is one of the important evidences that I have to show that this is Harappan and Dravidian. The tiger represents, I believe, what we now know as the Leo constellation. Now, why did it become Leo? We'll cover that later. The next one represents a nakshatra that we call today Dhanishta, which is in Aquarius. And then the two bangle or the intersecting circles, which have been covered quite extensively with various other meanings, I believe represents the conjunction with Venus, which is the two strokes. And the two strokes representing Venus was derived by Parpola. I have built a lot of my work from Parpola and Mahadevan, like many of us have done here. And now they have repeated the last three symbols, so the next set of symbols here is the swastika. Does anybody notice anything slightly unusual about the swastikas? There are actually 5. Exactly, right. There's one right turning and one left turning. Now if you look at the IM 77 concordance, Mahadevan sir did not assign a different sign for it. There's only one sign, sign number 148. Now I have spun a lot of hypotheses, right? I am researching this. I will come with, there are many 5 things in the world, right? 5 elements, whatever 5 I would try. Now this left turning swastika will always break whatever hypothesis I came up with. But I came up with this hypothesis finally that it represents the 8-year cycle of Venus, and the 5 swastikas represent the 584-day synodian period of Venus. Now every time I present this paper, peer reviewers say, okay, I don't know enough astronomy to review this. It's possible that you might have that same opinion. I have to tell you that I did not know enough astronomy before I did this. So I don't think it is that difficult. Now the other thing, right, this is the other part of my theory, that this is very interesting. This seal was found in Harappa, H182. But this festival, which happens every 8 years, was celebrated in the Great Bath. Now, do any of you know in India, even now there is a festival that is held every so many years? Can anybody say? Kumbh Mela, but there is a South Indian version of it. The Mahamagam. Where is it celebrated, the Mahamagam? Kumbhakonam, where? In a tank. So, in the amalgamation with the Vedic culture, the Venusian astronomy becomes a Jovian astronomy. So, whatever Venus was doing was replaced by Jupiter. I will show you that the astronomical configurations are more or less similar, but Venus has been replaced by Jupiter. For reasons I don't think we can quickly figure out. But near the Great Bath, there was also a temple for the moon and the 27 asterisms, and there was also a temple for Venus. So those of you that think that there were no temples, please revisit this. I'm also happy to say that this is the first ever seal that was discovered by Cunningham. All of you know this seal. And we have been able to decipher what this is. This is a very, very rare conjunction of Mercury, Venus on the day of the equinox, on the day of the vernal equinox. So I've done archaeoastronomy studies because I was interested. I can make up something, right? I can assign a symbol and make up something. How do I know that this is correct? This is my self-doubt. And I've gone to great lengths talking with astronomers, people like that. Now, luckily for us, NASA has the ephemeridis tables from minus 999 BCE to plus 999 CE. So, on any given day, any given moment to the minute, I can tell you which planet is where. So I have used that to show that indeed such a configuration would have occurred. But it is so rare that it only occurs once in 100 years. That means imagine the level of astronomical tracking they were doing. This is just mind-blowing. Now this is there is some, Dr. Beck had her own interpretations, which is somewhere here. So I believe that the 7 fishes, which actually Parpola has already identified as Yerumeen, I believe it represents the ancient festival called the Chemmeen Yerumeen Virabhu, which is now, anybody, okay, I put the answer there. Today it is the Arudra Darisanam, which happens in the month of Margari, one day before Paurnami, and it is also a rare astronomical event called the occultation of Rohini. There is some astronomical thing going on a lot. And this, the 6 fishes, this is Kritika, okay? I believe this represents the Kartigai festival. If you go to the Sangam literature, they talk about the Kartigai festival. It's not clear what exactly they did. Whether they lit lamps, I'm not sure, maybe Balakrishnan sir or other Tamil experts can comment. So, but they were celebrating it. And why it is important, the Kartigai festival, is because it is almost the start of the end of winter, which is very, very important for the agricultural people. Now, let me come to a few challenges that we face. There is no Rosetta Stone or Behi Stone inscription. I don't believe we are going to find any. And I believe bilingual parallels comes to our rescue. It's a brilliant piece of work. Like I said, unfortunately, it did not collect much attention. There's another big challenge. If these are seals, why haven't they been used at all? You would expect seals to be stamped somewhere and there should be wear and tear, and the best explanation people came up with is, okay, they wore it as an amulet. Now, there are seal impressions from Lothal and a few others, but if you look at the number of inscriptions and the seals, most of them have been unused. What did they do with that? Why would we need something that, did they never use it? Is that the impression that I should take? So this means that traditional answers, okay, this is trade data, names of people, is hard to justify. I'm not saying that's not correct, but it's just hard to justify. Now everybody in the Indus community will tell you the average sign length is 4.6, but few people will tell you that 917, 23% of the IM77 inscriptions have only 1, 2, or 3 signs. As it is, it's difficult to figure out what could be communicated in 4.6 symbols. But how will you communicate something with just 1 sign? For example, the fish sign 59, the sign 342, the jar sign, and the 211, which I call the spear sign, I will tell you shortly. My teacher called it the arrow sign. They just appear on a seal just by themselves. There's nothing else on it. So let's say I said, okay, hey, this fish sign is Ha. Fine. Now I have to prove that it fits. So what would I do with just Ha? If I said I'm going to write all the letters, then I should find all of them. So there is a big problem in terms of discernment because of these kinds of signs. So I propose that this has got to be a very high context subject matter. The context is so high that with one symbol I can tell you what it is, which I believe is the celestial omens list. Now a celestial omens list in that part of the world is not unusual. The Babylonians have it. They have written reams of text of the omens. They have all kinds of omens. They have celestial omens as well. So a celestial omen, I'll show you some examples, and before that I will want to talk to you about why this bilingual parallel is important. Hey, Americans in the audience, do you know Jerusalem artichoke? Dr. Greg. It's a tuber from North America, obviously cultivated by the Native Americans. It's neither from Jerusalem nor is it an artichoke. But how did it get that word? Because the initial Italian immigrants that looked at it, they said it looked like, the flower looked like sunflower. which in Italian is geriasol. And an explorer from France who ate that thing first, he said it tastes like artichoke. And he sent it back to Europe, and it became the Jerusalem artichoke. So why I am saying this is, words can transpose themselves from one language to another, and this is a well-attested linguistic phenomena called contact linguistics. This is a whole field by itself. This is what the bilingual parallel is. Mahadevan sir never talked about the contact linguistics. He just gave several examples of how words go from Dravidian to Indo-European and back. Let me give you another example that is more local. Jackfruit. What is the original name for it in India? In which language is it from? Chakkaparam from Malayalam. Now, Chakka and Jack, is there any connection? Chakka sounds like Jack, maybe. So you can go from anything to anything, and this is important because I'm going to show you how the names of the stars and planets have come to us, what we use today and what could it have been. A lot of mistakes can occur. There are 9 major aspects. This is a long and pretty detailed paper. I wouldn't be able to cover everything here. So these are the famous Parpola's fish signs. And he has some beautiful derivations. Just reading this will give you a lot of joy. I have read it so many times that every time I read it, I learn something. So Mercury, Venus, Saturn is the roof fish. I think Anish was also talking about it. Rohini, Mrigasirisham, the Pleiades, which I think Dr. Beck has also talked about, the Erumine, which Parpola has assigned to Big Dipper or the Saptarishi Mandalam. Now I put an arrow mark against the allograph. Parpola shows beautifully that the 2 strokes can stand for the fish plus 2 strokes. Because if you remember the H182, there's only 2 strokes there. There is no fish. But we can still read it as Venus. Using that methodology, I've been able to find the allographs for many of the planets. Now, interestingly, Parpola has no explanation on what do we do if these symbols appear just by themselves. If they have to appear by themselves, then you should see a catalog of all the symbols, which you don't see. So that means they are directly communicating some meaning, which is what I'm going to talk about. So I believe that Mercury, the stroked fish, was identified by Parpola. I found 2 more allographs for it. The slash, which means the half, and the 2 strokes. And the single stroke, which is the first planet, Mercury. Now, Anish has been kind enough to review my paper. And when he reviewed it, he said, hey, in a geocentric viewpoint, Mercury cannot be number 1, or he didn't. And then when I went back to the computations and I saw, even if you did a geocentric viewpoint, the order of the first 5 naked eye planets will be the same. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. Same order. You can go and look at it. Now I added another meaning to it, Arai Velli, which is half silver, a half Venus. Now what is the Vedic term, the Hindu current term that is being used even in Tamil is Buddhan. You all agree with that, right? Now this is where the bilingual parallels approach come. Arai Velli sounds like Arivali, Buddhan. That's the kind of derivation. Venus, I think this is a straightforward bilingual parallel. Again, Parpola has already talked about Ven mean and Velli mean. Ven means white. You all know that in Tamil. In Sanskrit, that can be translated to Shukla, which is white. Shukla Paksham, Krishna Paksham. You may have heard this. Now the L becomes an R through another linguistic phenomenon known as the LR rhoticism. For those of you in linguistics, you will know this. So Shukla becomes Shukra, and even in Tamil today we use Shukra. You may have to give me a time check. Otherwise I'll keep going on. Sunny is the roof fish. And here is another deep astronomical thing that you can see. They've assigned a number 5 to it. And the roof, think about it, it's a roof fish. Now, if you're a naked eye astronomer and you're observing the planets, which most certainly they were doing, I'll show you many more examples. Saturn has a 30-year cycle. I don't know how many of you knew that. Which means if you're sitting and observing and tracking the planets, it'll take the longest to make one round seemingly around the Earth, because they are a geocentric viewpoint people. That seems like that is the roof of the world, a 30-year orbital period. That's another reason why they called it the roof fish. Also, Parpola's derivation that a tortoise is like a roofed fish, I think that is also valid. They load multiple meanings into it so that it becomes very clear what they were thinking about. This is where I have another disagreement with Parpola. He called it Rohini, and he has written actually maybe 10 pages or something like that to show that it's Rohini. I believe it is Rahu. Again, to track the lunar nodes by themselves and the transit periods of that suggests understanding of the eclipse cycles, the Saros cycles. Right? So, Rahu, I made this hypothesis that Rahu is a karum, it's a black snake. I believe that the eclipses are caused by two snakes. Right? In Dravidian, they are the red snake and the black snake, and they are the sons of Venus is what I believe. I was looking for evidence for it. Finally, I found it in a text called Pingala Nikandu. I'm not even able to pronounce this text correctly. Balakrishnan sir was trying to correct me. I couldn't quite get it. They talk about the two, Karum Pambu and Sem Pambu. Mars. This is another example of the bilingual parallel methodology. Mars is Mangal in Hinduism, you all know. In Tamil, we still call it Sevai, and Sevai means red, it means auspicious. So when they translated it and loaned it, they called it Mangal. But now they have landed into a problem, because Mangal is actually an inauspicious planet. In fact, many of you would have heard that in your chart, if Mangal is present, you have Sevai Dosham or Mangala Dosham. So why would they name a planet which is supposed to be inauspicious as auspicious? Nothing explains that. The only way you do that is by going from red to auspicious. Jupiter. I think Parpola did not identify Jupiter, but I was able to do that. The horned fish. Now it's very interesting. The horned fish represents Jupiter, it represents elephant. Anybody speaking Malayalam, do you know what is the Malayalam word for elephant? Komban. It is not always used, they also say Aanai like us. We say Yanai, they say Aana, but Komban is also used. So they were able to know that it is a big planet. They knew the orbital period, which is 12 years. So they loaded it into that, and it does have a numerical 4 as well. Kartigai festival. Here is another bilingual parallel that I found. Dr. Beck, you may find this interesting. In Tamil, Kartigai is called Arumin. Arumin. Now in Sanskrit, it's called Kritika, which is kind of what we use today. But if you look at the root word of Kritika, it means cut. Now how could Kartigai becomes cut? Because due to Tamils or Dravidians' grammatical constructs, Arumin becomes Arumin. Aru sounds like cutting something. You all agree? Those of you that know Tamil, Aru means cut. So that cut becomes Kritika, and then it comes back as Kartigai. Because Kartigai month happens in Kar column, which is our winter rainy season. That in the Indus, that's not the rainy season. The rainy season is June, July during the monsoon period. But when it came down to us in Tamil Nadu, it is Kar column, Kartigai kind of fits. This is another example of the bilingual parallel. This is the occultation of the Rohini, which I don't have the time to go through this. But Elumin is Orion, not the Saptarishi Mandalam. Again, that was during the amalgamation with the Vedic. It was changed from Orion to the Saptarishi Mandalam. It is a very, very fascinating phenomenon, the Rohini occultation. I have found some references to it. If you read my paper, you will be able to understand more. How much? Okay. So I've been given 10 minutes. So let's see if I can wrap that up. So why are these celestial omens important, right? It allows us to be extremely terse. If P, then Q. Okay? Now, I have not been able to find the equivalent omens in the modern texts of India. But there is one text, Varaha Mihira's text, which has a lot of omens. In that there is an omen. If Kritika arises, or Venus arises in Kritika, that day will be inundated. That's it, 3 words. So, and my other computation is 40% of the IEM77 is celestial omens. So if we can build on this, we can crack open 40% of the seals. So this could be a very important breakthrough if you all agree that this is important. So what does the model look like, right? There is a seal which has the sign 72 and sign 211. I believe the spear sign is the bad omen. In Tamil or Dravidian, that sign I translated to Kuttu Iti. Kuttu in astrology is bad. So this is one omen. This is a good omen. This is Mars transit. Mars transits, all the planets transit from one zodiac to another. That's constantly happening. This is a phenomenon that's almost continuous. So when Mars rises, we don't know which zodiac it rises, that's part of the context, but when the Mars rise happens in a certain zodiac, it's good. Now, sign 342 and 211 appearing by themselves. It's just a good day and a bad day. This day is a good day. If you open the almanac even today, you will see Karinal or Nallanal. Now, this, I want to give you an example of a more complex omen. Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, all appearing in conjunction is a bad omen. Now, I picked this from harappa.com and it has an important information there. This particular seal is from 2200 BCE. At that point, they were tracking a triple conjunction of Venus, Jupiter, and Mercury. This is just remarkable for that period. Now, the latest you can assign any Babylonian omens and any astronomical knowledge of this level of depth is 1700 BCE. Now, I didn't say this. Parpola has already shown that the nakshatra system is from early Harappan period. So, they had tracked the zodiacs and we are still using the same names. And if Rahu just appears on a seal, that's Rahu transit. Now, some of you that are observing this closely might wonder why there is no Ketu transit. Can anybody guess? Sorry? No. Yeah, both are fictitious actually. They are lunar nodes. In the lunar orbit, there are 2 points. The reason is Rahu and Ketu are 180-degree apart nodes in the elliptic orbit of the moon. So, if there is a Rahu transit, it will be, the Ketu will be transiting 180 degrees, the other part of the zodiac, whichever sign is in the opposite part. So, I believe that there is a omen series. This is a Mars series, a conjunction with Venus. And this is interesting. I was in Dr. Greg's presentation yesterday morning. And I believe that the series were represented by the second side of the seal. I haven't seen many people actually talk about this. If you look at this, right? How do I point? This is the reverse of the seal. You are all able to see it? The back side. And you can see the jar sign, and this is the equinox series, I believe. The omen is very complex. I have not been able to read it. And I find that the series omens are more complicated. I have tabulated all of them to the extent that I could. Venus omen series, you can see that in the second side they have the Venus symbol, Mars symbol. The actual omens I have not been able to read. So whenever there is a two-sided seal, you can be sure that this is part of a omen series. There are 710 inscriptions that I have found which cover the series of Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Rahu, equinox, and solstices. This is the Venus Octennial Festival. This is the last point. I have more, but I will just stop here. Can somebody hit this URL, please? Ranjit, right? Yeah. You can see I simulated the trajectory of what the Indus people may have done. Venus is starting in Leo, goes to Pisces, moves retrograde to Libra. From there it goes to Taurus. From there it goes to Sagittarius. And I have started the new year in Capricorn. All the Tamil New Year starts in April. Goes to Leo. Now this is the famous Venus pentagram. Some of you may have heard of it. Now imagine you are a naked eye astronomer in the Indus. You have a circle of this kind on the ground. You put a peg. Every time you notice it. So what will happen is, if you started in Leo when it is a morning star, the next time you are going to see it as a morning star will be in Pisces 584 days later. So now, each of these swastikas represent the 584-day synodian period of Venus. So the reverse trajectory, the reverse swastika is the retrograde transition. Now what is happening within this 584 period, right? This is very interesting as well. So I was one day looking at the NASA site, and this is the Venus trajectory on the left-hand side. Sounds like a snake. Yeah? I know it's post-lunch. So if you juxtapose two snakes, you will get the swastika symbol, which is why I believe that the Sempambu and Karumpambu, and that also has astronomical significance. Because the moon becomes red on a lunar eclipse, and the moon becomes black during the solar eclipse. So, they knew about the Venus octennial cycle, the Metonic cycle, which is the 19 years, because when the Venus cycle repeats itself 12 times, they will get the Metonic cycle. They were tracking the eclipse cycle, 30 years Saturn cycle, Jupiter cycle, and the Mercury cycle, which is half of the Venus cycle, which is why it's called Arai Veldi. So this is why I believe that there is a lot of astronomy coded in this. Have I run out of time? Yeah. So, this is the thing, right? I think Balakrishnan sir and many others have talked. This is sort of the memory that we have. There is extensive documentation in the Sangam literature about Venus and rainfall. Because if you ask the question, why did they track Venus so much? In Pinkal and Nikandu, Venus is called Malai Cold. It is so important to track it to know when the rains will come or when the rains will fail. I have given the references here. There is also the reference to Saturn. Now this is the most other interesting thing. What is snake? Why snake is important? Amongst the snakes, the king cobra, the Ophiophagus hana, is the only one that builds its nest above the ground. Which means that, and they knew somehow how much rain will come. Now this might seem like wild ass theory, but there's a lot of research shown that animals actually know how much rain is going to come. So by determining at what height Ophiophagus hana is building the nest, you can predict how much monsoon is going to come. So these people are obsessed with water, and there is just so much evidence of that water, water, water. So that is why the two snakes, this meteorology. So now I want to show you quickly the proof that why I think this went from Indus. So it goes from Babylon to Arabic world. into a text called Al-Sufi. What is the animal do you see in the center? Any guess? It's a tiger, right? It has spots. Lion never has spots. So the Leo constellation has tiger and spots. Yeah. So now look at this, right? This is the Tula or the Libra. If you observe closely, someone is carrying the scales here. Have you ever seen anybody carrying a balance behind their neck? I have never seen it. You carry the scale like that. You don't carry the balance behind your neck. This is the, again, Parpola has done a lot of research to show that this is, he didn't identify this, but he has identified a seal that talks about the Kavadi carrier. So the Tula becomes, the Kavadi carrier becomes Tula. It actually goes to Europe. And in Latin, it's still called Yugam, which means yoke. And then over a period of time, through the bilinguistic parallel, it comes back to India as Tula. So these are the evidences that we have. Snakes, we'll skip this. I was happy to see in Dr. Beck's photos. I was looking for this, I never found it. Swastika and snake together. You have one picture. Because I was trying to say swastika and snakes are related. This is my RQ astronomy evidence, which we won't get into. This is the one that I did for Cunningham seal. Occurs once or twice in 100 years. The Great Bath, where this festival took place. And this is the moon temple, I believe, because it has 27 partitions, 27 times 4, which is the famous 108 number. And the Venus temple. This room, I have requested Omar, when he goes there, to get me a picture. There are 78 rooms and 13 windows. Now, I have not come across a culture which will build 78 rooms. You will build 80 rooms, 70 rooms, 50 rooms, 78, and 13 windows. The reason it's connected to the Venus cycle. We'll skip this, we'll skip this, we'll skip this, we'll skip this. Yeah, this is the other thing. I think Balakrishnan sir mentioned this. People talk about the absence of horses in the Indus, but there are no lions. How come? No, I did the research. Lions were actually physically present in the Indus Valley. But they have carefully chosen not to represent it. The only explanation I have for that is they thought of themselves as tiger people. Because we just saw from across in Dr. Beck's, lions represented in the Sumerian tradition. And later on, the steppe people came, they are lion people. So over a period of time, India has transitioned from tiger to lion. We'll skip this. I have tried to identify the symbols for the 27 stars, but I am not very sure about this. And the myths, the unification of the myths, I don't think I have the time for it. If there are any questions, we can answer. That's it. Okay, I have to give this, sorry, my gratitude section. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this wonderful presentation, Sukumar.
Thank
I
you.
think it's really brilliant, both of you. A round of applause for them. You've really done a great job.
Thank you.
If there are any questions, it's open to the floor. And it'll be nice if questions come from students. தைரியமா கேள்வி கேளுங்க, என்ன சந்தேகம் இருந்தாலும் கேளுங்க. Can someone pass the mic? கேள்வியை வந்து கமெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் அப்புறம் வச்சுக்கலாம் பிரேக்கில். கேள்வியை ஷார்ப்பாக ஷார்ட்டாக கேளுங்க.
Thank you. Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. So the question is to Mr. Sugma. You had talked about the celestial bodies, right? I have two questions. One is you had combined certain signs and call it as a planet, like the fish signs you called it Mercury, Venus, like that, right? So all of them occur only at like, if I call it Mercury, does it occur as Mercury everywhere in all the seals, or there are parts of it in one seal, parts of it in another seal? That is my first question.
Ask the second question also.
The second question is, Indus people are known for trade, right? So this celestial women or fish signs, whatever you had explained, did they make use of it in their trading when they drive the Navai from one place to the other place for their trade purposes to reach the Sumerian region? How was it useful in their travel?
Yeah, the second question is easy. The way to think about it is, the Celestian, there are like 4,000 inscriptions just in the IM77 corpus. If you add the CASI from Parbola, it will be a big number. So we are looking at a subset which concerns celestial omens. Doesn't mean that there are no trade symbols or name symbols or other symbols. So what did they use it for? I don't know. I know that trade took place. The first question is easy. If you set the context as a celestial omen, Mercury is always Mercury. Venus is always Venus. Mars is always Mars. Jupiter is always Jupiter. All the 6 planets. 7 if you include Ketu, which is kind of the reverse 180-degree split of Rahu. Thank you. Nice question.
Sir, I have a question to the second speaker. Sir, like in TC seals, in the past 3 days we see some have hypotheses that those were used as amulets or trade or anything. So what made you think that they could be connected to astronomy? Like I know Asoka, so he had some hypothesis of his, but then what made you think to conduct further research on it as it may be related something to astronomy?
Yeah, good question. It builds on Parpola's work. Actually, I was very inspired by Parpola's work. So I thought that makes a lot of sense. I didn't know when I started that this could be celestial omens. It's over a period of time I developed that. And in any case, I'm not saying everything is celestial omen. I'm only saying there's a subset of it, which is a substantial subset. 40% out of the IM77 corpus is substantial. So, thank you for that question.
Sir?
Yeah.
Sir, you have shown tiger sign, but you said it's a Leo constellation. But the Leo constellation relates to lion, sir. Can you explain my...
Yeah, so that's what I was trying to say. So, I believe that the Harappans originate the zodiac and the 27 star system. Now that migrates first to Babylon. Okay, now how did it go to Babylon? There's a colony of Meluhans in Babylon. There's a paper about it, you can read, it's not my paper. So it went to Babylon. From there it goes to Ptolemaic Greek. From there it goes to Al-Sufi in medieval Islamic culture. From there it goes to Spain, Europe. By the time it reached Spain, tiger has become lion. Because they don't, tiger and lion in the sky, you can easily just change it, right? So then it comes back to us as the Simha. That's what might have happened.
Students and the killing, please. Ilya? Students, college la irundha vanda students yarum illaya illana okay sir unga kelvi short ah vechunga
my fundamental question is was there spoken language in the Arabian soil? So, in the absence of spoken language, we are going for the graphical form of language. And then again there should be some grammar. Whether it is spoken or varibadiyam, there should be some grammar. What is the function of the language? Whether it is spoken or written, the function is very simple. It should represent certain things. And then it should distinguish between two kinds of or three kinds of representation. It should distinguish. And then it should produce some meaning. It should be comprehended. It should be interpreted. So this is the main function of
Sir,
the language.
kelvi.
I want to know, how do you study this written form from different viewpoints, from Aravadam, Maghavadam, and also many different approach. I think my question is clear. What the approach you are following?
Am I audible?
From these three different point angle, can you apply that concept? It may be your own idea. So you have to apply whatever I mentioned, three important principles, in studying any written or spoken language.
So primarily the work towards this has been done for a long while. It's primarily not focused on reading the signs directly. It's the primary focus is to understand what languages were spoken in the region in the first place, and this has been done through substrate analysis. So when we look at current extant languages in North India and in the region of the Indus Valley, we find that even though they are predominantly Indo-Aryan languages, they contain words which do not have roots going back to Indo-European. So அதில் இருக்கிற நிறைய வார்த்தைக்கு வந்து நமக்கு அது வந்து இண்டோ-யூரோப்பியனில் நமக்கு அது ஆரிஜின் கிடைக்கல. ஸோ அதனால வந்து அங்கே பேசுகிற வேறு ஏதாவது மொழியில் அதுக்கு ஆரிஜின் இருக்கணும், which is the most probable reason. So using this, linguists have worked for a long time and they've identified multiple possible substrate languages. So Dravidian is only found from the later stages of Rig Veda. In the earlier stages, there are words which has been, Masika calls it language X in the Uttar Pradesh, the Punjab region is language X. We have substrate from the BMAC, Bactria Margiana archaeological complex region, which is substrate words common to Iranian and Indo-Aryan branches. So the primary focus is to do a linguistic analysis to find out the language, possible languages which would have existed there prior to the transition to Indo-Aryan and Iranian languages. That's the model step. That is what scholarship has focused on for a century almost or more. And that itself leaves a lot wanting, and any potential reading of the IVC is, I would believe, relatively into the future, because the linguistic baseline work is yet to be like very solid and yet to be done. Thank you.
One last question.
Sir, so you told that lines were purposely avoided in the seals of Indus. So my question is about on exotic species, I guess, the book which wrote by Romila Thapar and Valmik Thapar, she notes that lions were not existed in the Indus region because tigers were there, and also some wildlife conservators' opinion on lion. So what are your views on that?
It's a quick answer. There is a research that you can see, I have cited it in my paper. They have traced the migration of lions, like humans migrated out of Africa, lions kind of have migrated. And they got distributed. Now they are there only in the Gir forest today in India, but they were there in the Indus region. Whatever you said is not correct. There is technically they were there.
So I would like to add a small thing. So we would also need to consider paleoclimatology in this context. Firstly, like we see Indus seals that contain rhinoceroses and elephants and various other animals which are today associated with highly wet climates. Like rhinoceroses today primarily exist in the Terai Duar savanna along the Himalayas and in Assam region. So given that it was there, and various paleoclimatology studies show that it was a much wetter region before, and lions primarily are their steppe or grassland hunters, whereas tigers survive in large, more varied environmental context. So in this context, I think I disagree with him, but it's possible that they did not encounter lions at all. And that's what most other people have also said. But and another issue is most civilizations and societies which have encountered lions at all, and even civilizations which have not encountered lions at all, like Sinhalese in Sri Lanka, which they natively do not have lions, they place a high value on it. So that the Indus people don't make any mention of it makes it likely that they did not have it, but it's possible. His hypothesis is also possible that they had it and didn't mention it.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
I would suggest that reading of Exotic Aliens, Valmiki Thappar's book, on lion having been in the areas and the lion versus tiger, he very elaborately discussed. That book would be a very good read.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And one of the worst things is, being a chair, especially when there are papers are very nice, very good papers. We had to cut short. I'm very sorry for that. But to get over the guilt, we are going to organize these 2 lectures at the Rojamutia Research Library very soon, with their permission. Thank you once again to all of you.
Thank you, sir, for chairing and the speakers for the talks. We'll now go for break, and I request all the participants to reconvene around 4:20. And I have an announcement. Mr. Ashik Ilahi Khan from Kala Singham Academy of Research and Education is kindly requested to report at the reception. Thank you. to the last session of the International Conference on Discovery of Indus Civilization. I kindly request all participants to be seated and maintain silence. Also to put your mobile phone and other devices on silent mode. Yes. I call upon Dr. Brenda Beck to chair this session and moderate it. Ma'am, please on the stage. Thank you. We have 3 talks in this session. The first speaker is Dr. Sitabra Sinha from Indian Institute of Mathematical Sciences, whose title is Data and Decipherment, Computational Approaches to Epigraphy of Indus Writing. Sir? Our second speaker today is Ms. Bahata Ansumali Mukhopadhyay, whose paper is titled Indus Scripts, Gemstone and Precious Shiny Commodity Related Fish Science and Indus Gemstone Word Money, Ancestral Dravidian Symbolism in Indus Logograms and Languages. Ma'am? Our third speaker of today is Dr. Arun Raj T, who is the director of Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay Institute of Archaeology, Greater Noida, and his paper is titled Decoding the Harappan Writing System in Search of Rosetta Stone. I now call upon Mr. Sugumana Murugan, who runs an archaeological journal called Sasanam, to kindly felicitate our chairperson and speakers. Thank you, sir. As per the request of Dr. Brenda Beck, I'll be on the time watch out, but also, ma'am, it's your stage to take over. Thank you.
So it gives me great pleasure to announce the first speaker, Dr. Sitabra Sinha, is Professor of Theoretical Physics and Dean of the Computational Biology Graduate Program at the Institute of Mathematical Sciences, Chennai. Dr. Sinha's work took his PhD from the Indian Statistical Institute called Kolkata at the Machine Intelligence Unit. His doctoral work was on neural network models, looking at them from the perspective of statistical physics and nonlinear dynamics, showing that that chaos can be used for computing and image processing. His research interests include complex networks, neuroscience, developmental biology, and computational linguistics. From 2010, he has been working on developing a computational program to understand and decipher ancient scripts, a cross-disciplinary initiative that he termed Computational Epigraphy. In 2021, Professor Sinha established the IMSC Computational Epigraphy Lab with financial support from the Department of Atomic Energy, which has the mandate not only of carrying out computational research on ancient scripts and building online fully accessible databases of the inscriptions, but also to create a trained generation of young scholars who are equally at home with computational techniques and arithmetic sequence analysis, as with epigraphy. The Bits and Scripts workshop, organized by the ICEL or ICEL in March 2024, and which was planned again in March 2025, is such an initiative to bring together in common platform researchers from the sciences and the humanities to work together in analyzing and understanding and deciphering early writing, with special focus on South Asian writing systems. Dr. Sinha.
So first of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to Roja Muthiah Research Library, and in particular Sundar, who's been a friend for over a decade now. So ever since we began our Indus Odyssey, Sundar and other collaborators at Roja Muthiah has always been with us. And I would really like to take this forum to appreciate our great thanks to them. So as you can see, we are institution in Chennai. So if you are from Chennai, you are very much welcome to visit our campus. It's located quite close to IIT Madras. And as the chairperson very kindly mentioned, we had set up this computational epigraphy lab a few years back now. And our approach is essentially a computational one, where we essentially are looking at very different kinds of scripts with a particular focus on Indus writing, of course. So to begin with, I'd like to take a little bit of an irreverent, kind of approach to this very serious conference, because I'm sure you have been sitting through this, 3 days of very, very serious talks. So let me start with a nod to Douglas Adams. Are there any Douglas Adams fans here? I mean, has anyone read Douglas Adams and Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? All right, I can see one. If you have not, essentially the book has this wonderful story where humanity builds the ultimate supercomputer, artificial intelligence, to answer the ultimate question. So in the book, this ultimate question is called the answer to life, universe, and everything. But for our purpose, we can take this ultimate question to be, what does this inscription say? All right? And so in the story, Deep Thought thinks deeply about this problem for centuries and millennia, and eventually it says it's ready to give the answer. So it says, the entire humanity waits with bated breath to hear this answer. And so it says the answer to the ultimate question is 42. So whole humanity goes, what? And so Deep Thought says, hey, look, folks, you just wanted me to give the answer. You didn't tell me to tell you also what the question should be. And the main problem, as I see it, of a whole lot of decipherment approaches, is that even if you know the answer, you can't really make sense of it unless you know what's the right question. In this particular case, it's figuring out the context in which you make sense of that answer. And so at the ICEL, what we do is to try to bring this contextual approach to understanding early writing systems and also compare with extant writing systems. So I always do this. I'm all thumbs when it comes to this remote. So if you look at this beautiful graphic taken from Andrew Robinson's article in New Scientist, you'll see that there are a whole lot of undeciphered scripts all over the world. And there are several scripts which have been deciphered which are kind of contemporaneous with the Indus script. And what we are trying to do is to come up with methods by which we can analyze these deciphered writing systems without using any prior linguistic information. So in some sense, this acts as a test
for whether our methods are working correctly, and then apply them to yet undeciphered scripts, of which, of course, Indus is the most prominent. So one of the ways we approach this problem, so like you might say, okay, if you don't know anything about this writing system, you don't know the language, you don't know what kind of system they use, how do you even begin? So what we try to do is we go back to what exactly writing means by doing a comparative analysis of various kinds of writing systems that have been known. And more or less, you'd see that almost all extant writing systems involve some mixture of, phonetic elements. So essentially associating sound values, like you have a particular sound which stands for R, you have another sign which stands for Ka. So this is this association of phonetic values with particular signs. But another equally important aspect is logographic elements. So essentially the sign can often convey some sense about what it means. So for example, if you're familiar with the rebus principle, you know that I can draw a rope, and so basically I'm thinking of some word which maybe starts with rope or something. So if you want to spell out something like Kumar, and you have to do it with some kind of a pictorial elements, you can say, okay, so in I don't know how many of you know a little bit of Bengali, but in Bengali, Kumor means potter. And so I will draw potter and use that as a visual pun to represent Kumar. Kind of, just using this, phonetically very, very similar values of sounds. So many early writing systems, for example, use such visual punning to convey meaning when it's not clear how exactly to represent an abstract concept using pictures. So many writing systems, in fact, have still a lot of logographic elements. And here is a picture which is kind of adapted from Robinson's book on writing systems. So here you have writing systems which are almost purely logography and writing systems which are purely phonography. So you can see that we don't have any examples on these two extreme ends. So we don't know of any writing system which is purely logographic or which is purely phonetic. But we have systems which come quite close. Whereas real writing systems occur somewhere in the middle. So for example, Chinese, which we often consider to be almost purely ideographic, is actually still has some phonetic elements. Japanese a little less so, English even less, French, and then Finnish is kind of as close to purely phonetic as you can get. And then you have this artificial writing system, the International Phonetic Alphabet, with which you represent how exactly it should sound like when you actually speak it. So like for example, when I speak English and when let's say someone else, let's say Ashraf speaks English, even though we are speaking the same sentence, let's say, in IPA this would be transcribed differently to capture the inflections, or very different inflections. So in some sense this is quite well suited to capture subtle differences in the way we pronounce the same words. And of course, musical notations is even clearer, transcription of sound values, because they are in some sense trying to capture how exactly a piece of music will sound like. But even this is not purely phonographic. So, if you use a software and you have the software available where you can play a piece and the computer will generate the corresponding musical score. And you will see that this musical score actually has way more complex than the actual, score, let's say, of Chopin that you're playing on the piano. So it will capture each of your idiosyncratic movements. So when I will play Chopin versus when a concert pianist plays Chopin on the piano, of course, I will make some, errors in the amount of duration I keep my fingers on the keys and so on. And so the computer score maker will capture each of this, individual idiosyncrasies that is there in my playing and and put it all of this in the score, which of course I don't really need, right? And so even musical notation, it turns out, still does not quite go to this extreme of pure phonography. On this other extreme direction, you have this Dabbawala notation. So if you are not familiar with Dabbawalas, so this is basically a system of carrying your tiffin box for lunch from your home to your office. So, many times in Bombay, you are starting out very early in the morning when, cooking has not yet started at home. And so after you're gone, someone in your home does the cooking and then, puts it in your tiffin box. And then the Dabbawala comes sometime, around 9 o'clock or something, picks up this tiffin box from your home. And then it goes hand by hand, from one hand to another, gets on the train, and then is taken off in another station. Then again, from one hand to another, it eventually reaches your office, where you should get it by 1 o'clock, around lunchtime. And one of the great miracles is that, most of the Dabbawalas can't read. And so it's pointless to, mention in your tiffin carrier what's your name or what's your address. And you only have some, abstract symbols, color codings, and so on, but using which they have been able to deliver the tiffin boxes in the correct locations with, basically the 6 sigma accuracy. So they're one of the best supply chain systems anywhere in the world. And people who study writing systems find this fascinating because it's a wonderful example of how using a very limited set of symbols and color variations, you can actually convey a lot of information such that you can achieve this extremely accurate kind of supply chain management system. So what we are, of course, asking is that do early writing systems like the Indus Valley inscriptions resemble modern writing in the sense that do they show evidence of syntax? So one of the characteristic features of all extant writing system is that it exhibits what are known as syntactic structures. That is, it's capable of creating arbitrarily complex sentences just by embedding phrases within phrases. So for example, I can say I have a house, and then I can say I have a house which my father built. And then I can say, I have a house which my father, who was born in West Bengal, built. And then I can say, I have a house which my father, who was born in West Bengal, which is a state in eastern part of India, built. So you can see that I can just keep increasing the complexity of the sentence by embedding more and more structures. So this syntactic structure is very, very characteristic of language, and we try to see evidence of such syntactic structures in any inscription that we come across which is claimed to be as writing. Now, of course, this is often a point of contention among many scholars. So, for example, the book, The First Writing, which was published by Cambridge University Press, has a series of articles by scholars looking at different kinds of early writing. And Trigger, who's the editor of the book, actually makes a very interesting point and says that early writing systems were not the full systems that they later became, with gradual addition of grammar and syntactic capability over centuries as languages like Sumerian, cuneiform, and Egyptian developed. In fact, Cooper, in one of the articles in this book, says early Sumerian and Egyptian were probably no more versatile than the Inca Quipu, which was mentioned by one of the speakers in an earlier session. The early systems expressed language only in highly restricted applications. So here's an example of one of the early Sumerian cuneiform tablets, which was primarily intended for keeping records of donations made to a temple and so on. So they are more like account keeping rather than for recording epics and so on. And so obviously, you don't really need a very versatile system capable of recording syntactic structures. So some of the possible non-syntactic interpretations for Indus Valley civilization inscriptions which have been proposed over the years can be classified into these suggestions. One, there could be accounting tokens like the Sumerian cuneiform tablets, which I just showed. There could be Dabbawala-like symbols, which is like a special case of this accounting tokens. There could be heraldic devices or clan symbols, and this is something which Mike Witzel, for example, has proposed. Then there could be ritual or religious symbols, and this is something that Farmer has actually pushed for a while. Or they could be just mnemonic devices. Basically they are a way of remembering something without necessarily encoding explicitly language. So if we go through all these options one by one, so if you look at accounting tokens, the scholar, Shmant Besseret back in 1978, looking at this collection of the early Sumerian cuneiform tablets which are stored in Louvre, mentioned that the Sumerians in fact invented writing, not intending to encode spoken language per se, but because they needed some way of account keeping for the great temples. And it was only slowly through this invention of some kind of an accounting device that gradually they realized that the system is capable of doing much more than just keeping accounts, and eventually realized that it could be used to encode speech, and that's how writing developed. And Cooper, writing in 2004, said that, in fact, there's no evidence of grammar in these proto-cuneiform tablets, even after 4 centuries after they were invented. But clearly, they serve their purpose, and has a very interesting comment that even today, grammar has little or no role to play when we are writing accounting ledgers. So how do we test this? I mean, do Indus Valley Civilization inscriptions have recursive grammatical structures? Well, if yes, then the system clearly incorporates syntax and would not be purely numerical records. And so that's why, later on when I go on to look at segmentation and trying to establish whether they have recursive structures, this is basically what I'm, hinting at, that is it a purely accounting system token, or is there possibly some kind of a syntactic structure inherent in this kind of writing? So this is a figure taken from Shmant Besseret's article, which shows the slow evolution of cuneiform from initially just tokens shaped in different forms to represent different kinds of donations. For example, some could represent a donation of a cow, another could represent donation of, let's say some amount of crops and so on. And then at some point they realized that these needed to be kept safely, so they put them inside a clay envelope and fired it. But the problem of keeping it in clay envelope is that you don't know what's inside, right? Once it's sealed, the only way to know is actually to break it. But then you have to again put it in an envelope. So how do you figure out, what's inside without actually breaking it? Any ideas? Sorry? No, you already have a, clay envelope, so to say. You have a ball inside which there are tokens. And so you want to have some way of knowing what's inside without necessarily having to break it, because you've baked it already. How do you do that? So you put impressions of what's inside on top of this clay tablet before, firing it. So you from the impression itself, you know what's inside. And then they realized, hold on a second, if we are taking impressions, we don't even need to have an envelope. The envelope can itself act as the, information set. And that's how they figured out that you can just have numerical tablets without these tokens at all, which will stand for this accounting ledgers. And once they realize that they can, have symbols which represent cows and this many number, let's say bushels of wheat and this many number, they realize, well, you can, have much more complex tablets which can record which temple is this for, who gave it. So you have some way of recording the name of the person who did the donation and so on. And slowly, you have this capability of actually encoding spoken language. So, in fact, there's a very interesting connection with Indus, because the short sequences often suggest that the writing is for a very specialized or restricted context, which could be possibly economic. And so this is independently suggested by evidence that many of the Indus seals were used to impress inscriptions upon clay tag sealing. So, for example, Parpola has a picture where he shows that, there are sealings which clearly on the back side has impressions of rope. So, they were used to seal kind of a jar on which a cloth was placed to seal it, and then a rope was used to tie up this cloth which was sealing the contents, and then around it you basically put clay in order to prevent tampering, and then so that people don't break the seal and steal and then again put clay around it, you also put your own seal. So in fact there are evidence from Iraq of clay tags which bear multiple impressions, so which essentially means that there were multiple people who were giving their seals on this kind of object in order to probably verify that it has passed this house and then it has passed this post and so on. So then another hypothesis is that these are possibly Dabbawala symbols, and this was suggested to me by an archaeologist, Kurush Dalal, and he and I were just talking sometime in 2008, and he said, what if this Indus signs are just the same as what these Dabbawalas use to enable very accurate point-to-point delivery of packages. And the fact that sealings appear to have been attached to fabric makes this very likely, I would say. But of course, how do you test this? And again, you can do this by looking at signs or sign groups which occur at certain positions, whether they occur very commonly, and whether these are correlated with physical locations. So for example, if you find that a certain set of signs always occur at Harappa, or certain set of signs only occur at Mohenjo-daro, or in a certain set area, let's say DK and so on, this could give some support to this hypothesis. Third possibility is that these are heraldic devices or clan symbols. And Witzel, for example, has said that even if Indus signs do not encode a spoken language, like heraldic signs or Turkic tagmas like this, which were used to brand cattle to indicate that they were the property of a certain clan, and they can even contain occasional puns, just I mentioned Kumar and Kumor, Potter and so on, even without systematically encoding language. So how do you test this? Well, one of the things we realize is that if it's just a simple marker, it will have very little correlation in occurrence of the various sign combinations, and so it's kind of unlikely that you'll have recursive structures in the sign combinations. So if it turns out that there is a recursive structure, then very likely there is some syntactic element to this, even though it may not be a full system for encoding writing. Fourth hypothesis, as I said, was given by Farmer, is that Indus symbols served key religious, political, and social functions. So this picture has already been shown by a previous speaker. So essentially, Farmer used this picture to argue that, just as this stela found in Nippur shows one of the Assyrian kings, and these 5 symbols represent, gods of the Assyrian pantheon, maybe the Indus signs are just invocations to various gods. And in favor of this, he kind of argued that, look, you have a small number of high-frequency signs which are dominating the inscriptions, and most of the other signs are pretty rare. The length of inscriptions are relatively short, but Brian Wells, who actually worked with us for a long time, had a very good counter-argument where he showed that, if you look at Proto-Elamite tablets or texts from Uruk, they're just as short as the Indus texts. And so are, for example, Chinese seals like this. Anau seals, this is essentially from Turkmenistan. This is a seal found in Jerusalem from the Old Temple period of the Jewish kingdom. And these are Egyptian seals from the pre-Old Kingdom period. So you can see all of these actually have very few signs, which makes it not very uncommon for seals to have very few essential symbols in them. The fifth possibility is, of course, they could be mnemonic devices, and one of the most famous example of this is the Quipu system used by the Inca Empire, where they had this string which, you had a whole lot of bunch of pendant cords hanging from that, and using this, they would, keep records. So recently, of course, it has been pointed out that Quipus are way more than just, very simple system of keeping records. So for example, this was, of course, known for a long time that by using knots at regular positions, they could, keep a decimal system record. But more recently, people have started to take seriously the record of one of the early Spanish accounts. So this is De la Vega, who in his account of 1609 said that the Incas recorded on knots everything that could be counted, even mentioning battles and fights, all the ambassadors that had come to visit the Inca, and all the speeches and arguments they had uttered, which means that it could record speech. And people thought that, De la Vega was just making things up. But then Gary Urton and Sabine Hyland independently were looking at the quipu in the collections of various museums, and they realized that the color of the strings, the structure of the knots, and the direction in which they are hitched can actually encode information. So for example, a basic knot tied in one direction may mean something has been paid, while in the other direction it would mean unpaid. Hyland was analyzing quipus from the village of San Juan de Colata, and she showed that the pendant chords occurring 95 different combinations of color, type of fiber, and direction of the fiber orientation, and so suggests that this could be a writing system with 95 symbols, which is exactly the right number for a syllabic system. So is it a syllabic system? Well, the jury is still out on that. So this is just to show that, something which we can take as a purely mnemonic system may not be just a purely mnemonic system, but could in principle encode speech. So it's a very, very, complex problem just to say, just outright that just because you have a few symbols, so therefore this is just a mnemonic device, is not encoding full writing. All right, so given that there's no Rosetta Stone, given that the language is not known, given that the type of writing is also not known, what can we do? So these are the kind of the questions we are dealing with. What's the direction of writing? How many distinct signs are there? And this is a very, very important question. So if you look at the different Indus databases, you'll find that Parpola has about 400 different signs. Mahadevan has about 500. Brian Wells, on the other hand, have more than 600 different signs. Why such a huge difference? It partly has to do with the fact that you can't really distinguish whether two signs are really different, or they're just different forms of writing the same signs but with different hands. If you and I write a particular sentence, the way I write A or E or I would look very different from the way that you write A, E, and I. So are there just variations in handwriting, or the variations the way you carve the seal, or are there really distinct symbols? So this necessarily becomes a very subjective choice, and this is what leads to this very different number in the various databases. So one of the ways we try to solve this is by doing segmentation, which I'll talk about very quickly. There are a few other questions which I'll not mention, but just to say that we have also worked a bit on, is there a core set of signs which Indus uses, and which we can focus on to try to break the what is exactly is being written. What's the Indus grammar? What's the role of context, that is material, morphology, site, etc. So how do you infer the direction of writing? So one of the first things you note when you're a child with an encyclopedia is that some volumes are much fatter than others. So for example, when I was growing up, my father bought me this Encyclopedia Britannica Junior, and I was, very curious that the volume for C was the fattest volume, while there was a single volume which contained W, X, Y, Z. I'm sure you all have noticed this. And the reason has to do with the fact that there are more words beginning with the letter C and very few words which begin with W, X, Y, or Z. So if you now ask, how many English words begin with A, how many English words begin with B, how many English words begin with C, you get a distribution like this. Okay? On the other hand, if you ask, how many words end with A, how many words end with B, how many words end with C, this is what it looks like. So you can see that this is way more, unequal. So E, L, N, T, and Y ends far more words, whereas there is much more equality here. Okay? And so this is what Ashraf, who is in the audience, used to basically show that the beginning of a word has always more equality in the sign occurrences than the ending. And he used this to essentially work out how, from various different languages and writing systems, you can work out, is it written from left to right or right to left? So as you can see that, he looked at a whole series of languages and writing systems, and then used it on Indus, and it shows that it's written from right to left, which exactly agrees with the archaeological evidence. So segmentation essentially tries to find very frequently occurring motifs in a writing system. So you take essentially signs which, let's say, occur with a particular frequency, and then you ask, do certain pairs of signs occur together more often than you expect by chance? So in order to find statistically significant pairs, you have to, randomize the sign sequences and compare, do certain pairs occur more frequently than their random counterpart? So for example, you can take a random sequence, empirical sequence like this, and then randomize these sequences like 1, 2, 3, and then compare which of these pairs are occurring way more often than what you would expect by pure chance. And this would allow you to segment Indus sequences like this. So for example, this will tell you that this cluster occurs together, this cluster occurs together, and so on. You can do it with more than just pure pair correlation, so you can with triplets. And so Ashraf has an unsupervised procedure for segmenting written text, which for English would go something like this. So if you have the word development, it will gradually, work out which sign pairs occur together, which sign triplets occur together, and eventually it will break up the word development into development, which exactly matches the phonological building blocks. So you can apply this on different kind of writing systems. So we applied it on Sanskrit, Tamil, Chinese, Urdu, Sumerian cuneiform in Indus Valley, which, the first 5 is just for, showing that it indeed works, and then use this to build up an Indus lexicon. So the advantage of Indus lexicon is that now we can use these frequently occurring subsequences to act as anchors to do a multiple sequence alignment. So if you work with bioinformatics, this is a very commonly used tool to match DNAs of different organisms. So we used a variant of that to find out that there are certain signs which occur very frequently with the same sign triplet, for example. So here you can see that this and this sign occur with the same triplet, which indicates that probably these 2 signs, which Mahadevan actually treated as just variations, but Wells treated as distinct, are probably the same sign, but just looking different. So now we are using neural network-based clustering methods to detect this allograph. So this is a brief example, a preliminary example of how the method, for example, clusters together these kinds of wheel sign, this kind of jar signs, and so on. And just to mention one forthcoming work, we are right now at trying to develop a 3-dimensional image database of Indus seals. So with seals that are available in this country, we are using 3D scanning in order to figure out in order to reconstruct them virtually in the computer as a 3D object, so you can rotate them and you do whatever you want with them, so as to provide material and morphological context to the sign sequences. So I'd like to end by thanking my various collaborators from the past and present. So my student Raj actually did a lot of initial work. Brian Wells was a postdoc in my group. Ashraf is, of course, in the audience, and from this picture itself, that he's been working for a long time with us. And C. Subramanian, who was initially with the Roja Mutai Research Library, has been discussing with us for a long time, and Nandini, who was there on the first day, has been also working with us on this problem. So let me just end by announcing that we are having this workshop on computational epigraphy. So this was the first version, which took place in March of last year. So in March of this year also, we are going to have the second edition of this. So if you are interested in this, do please get in touch with us. And if you're interested to know more about the center, Ashraf, I think, has still a few brochures left. So please contact him for more information after this session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I just have one announcement to make. Post the academic sessions, we're going to be having a closing ceremony. I kindly request all delegates and participants to stay back after the sessions are done. And also, as a matter of note for the participants, the certificates will be provided immediately after the closing ceremony. Thank you.
So our second speaker is Dr. Arun Raj. He's presently working as director at the Point Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Institute of Archaeology, Archaeological Survey of India, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Being one of the young officers in ASI, he has been awarded a PhD for his research on the ancient site Arikamedu, a famous early historic Indo-Roman port site on the east coast of India. Later in the year 2016, he received a national award from the President of India for his contribution towards differently abled people by creating a barrier-free environment in the monument premise. As an archaeologist, he has been posted at different places in India, that is in Jammu and Kashmir, in Chhattisgarh, in Tamil Nadu, in Karnataka, and Delhi, where he undertook major conservation and the preservation of archaeological remains through scientific excavations. His area of interest is disaster management of heritage structures, prevention of illicit trafficking of cultural wealth, accessibility of heritage sites for people with disabilities, and ethno-archaeological studies and heritage-related publications. Dr. Raj.
Thank you, Dr. Brenda, Chairperson, for allowing me. Very good evening. Malai Vanakkam to all of you. Let us start a quote from Mahakavi Subramanya Bharati. In his song, Tamil Thai, Adi Sivan Petruvittan, என்னை ஆரியமைந்தன் என்ற ஒரு வேதியன் கண்டு மகிழ்ந்தே அப்படின்னு வர ஒரு பாட்டில் கடைசியாக சொல்கிறாரு, சென்றிடுவீர் எட்டு திக்கும் கலை செல்வங்கள் யாவும் கொணாந்து இங்கு சேர்ப்பீர் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு. Why I am telling all these things? In the end of my lecture, I am going to connect this Bharati with this. I think the first day, Professor Nainjot Lahari, she has started her slide with the same content. That means the discovery of Indus Valley civilization. So there is no need to repeat all these things. As she mentioned rightly, it is not the individual contribution, it is a collective effort, particularly from Archaeological Survey of India, Government of India, the organization where I belong. Before the discovery of Indus Valley civilization, way back to 1924, as we know, very few discoveries astonished the entire world. Among them, this discovery. Many of might have been knowing the Troy Hollywood film, the character, real character. That means the literature, whatever the literature, it was proved by this gentleman known as Henry Schliemann. So after this discovery, all over the world, that means the shocking, the discovery only, our Indus Valley, just to show, because the audience, among the audience, student community I could see, so to convince, to attract them, I just added slides like this. Yes, of course, the personalities, whether it is in ASI or state archaeology or any bureaucrat, the personalities are important for the development of that particular department. Here in ASI, these two personalities, Sir John Marshall and the later Sir Mortimer Wheeler, they shaped the ASI. Whatever we are here, 163 years later, now Archaeological Survey of India, because of these personalities. Particularly, again, mention must be made of this, the first personality, Sir John Marshall. At the age of 26, he became the Director General of Archaeological Survey of India. That means the entire country, he was looking after the archaeological remains. How many years he was Director General? At the age of 26, he became the Director General, but he was Director General for 26 years. It's a very, 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 very rare thing. I think in the government of Tamil Nadu, one director was there in the state archaeology for 25 years as a director. Can you tell anyone? Dr. Nakasamy, yes, he was the director for 25 years. So something related to that period. He was 26 years Director General of ASI. So he only, what had happened, I think a personality like Balakrishnan sir, he might have already mentioned about the discovery of that Indus Valley civilization. This gentleman, Marshall, he never seen India. He has never seen India. But after the discovery, excavation by the two Indians, Dayaram Sahani and one more Indians, when they brought the materials through with the help of train to Simla, where our head office was there, Archaeological Survey of India head office. So after going through the excavated remains, this person, with the help of his naked eye, he proclaimed to the world, yes, whatever you discovered, it belongs to the 3000 BC. How you could say? How you could say? Nothing. Only because of the interest in archaeology. Why I'm showing this slide? Again, for the student community, I'm showing this slide. The selection of this gentleman, Marshall, as a DG ASI by the first gentleman. Lord Curzon, Viceroy of India. Why I'm showing here two more personalities? You know this other gentleman, Arul Stein, one more popular personality who explored, excavated Central Asia, collected lakhs of antiquities which are lying in Central Antiquity Collection with ASI. When the discussion came, who will be the next DG? This gentleman, Lord Curzon told, it is none other than the Marshall, not Arul Stein, because age-wise, Arul Stein was a little senior, but Curzon wants somebody, young generation. So he has selected Sir John Marshall as DG ASI at the age of 26. As I mentioned, the real excavator, one who excavated the Harappan Mohenjo-daro, it's none other than the Indians. One is the Dayaram Sahani, the other one is Raghuldas Banerjee. You all are familiar with this photo, the Mohenjo-daro tank. Interestingly, almost in the same period, across the globe, 4 different civilizations occurred. One is Sumerian, the other one is Egyptian, the other one is Harappa, ours. The final one is Chinese civilizations. If you see the period, almost same. These are the main area of concentrations. Now the area extended up to the Maharashtra, Indus Valley civilization extensions. As many of you know, the father of Indian archaeology, Sir Alexander Cunningham, supposed to be the first Director General of ASI, 1861. Why I'm showing this slide? As we are celebrating here today, the discovery of Indus Valley civilization, the final identification of the Indus Valley civilization way back to 1924. So we are celebrating the century year. But originally, this, our Director General, way back to 1875, some of the local person, they showed Indus seal to him. But this gentleman, since he was only interested in Buddhist remains, sculptures, he simply neglected the Indus seal. If he could have given importance to that time itself, 1875, the real discovery might have gone back 1875 itself. This is the description of Alexander Cunningham. Yes, of course, seals. Again, just to give inspiration to the student community, you should not forget personalities like this. William Jones, one who established Royal Asiatic Society, Kolkata. From here only, the seed for the identification of archaeological remains in India, it's sowed. Yet another popular personality, James Princip, he lived only for 41 years. He was responsible for the discovery and successful decipherment of Brahmi at the age of 37, he deciphered. At the age of 40, he died. Again, coming to the main topic, end of script. I think you can go through the letters because time is very short. As many of you know, the earlier attempts I have given, here I have given the reason, past 20 years. These are the personalities. They are attempting, otherwise they mentioned that we already attempted, we succeeded. But whether really they succeeded, hereafter I am going to tell. So far, since 1921, the first excavation at Harappa, so far we have 3,500 seals approximately recovered, which contains single character to maximum 20 characters. Among them, 400 principal signs, which are basically logogram, which is equal to Mesopotamia, Egypt, and China. And this is one of the lengthiest inscriptions available from Dholavira, a Harappan site from Gujarat. Here I have given this chronology of Indus Valley script along with the other civilizations. So what is the real problem? Why we could not decipher? Here I have given. These bilingual texts are not found as Rosetta Stone. So what is Rosetta Stone? Many of you know. Those who doesn't know, I'm going to tell in the next slides. So whether it is Tatoms, that means whether it indicates any royalty, kingship, no. That's seals, no. Extreme brevity. Brevity means that length. No, as I mentioned, it's maximum 20 character. So that is another lacuna to decipher. So mostly found on terracotta, steatite, faience omelets, and potsherds. It's coming to my own topic, Rosetta Stone. The magic word, the key word to decipher the famous Egyptian pyramids. Thanks to that soldier of Napoleon Bonaparte, as we know all very well the history of that Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon Bonaparte, he was trying to conquer Egypt. Somehow he failed in his attempt. His original attempt was, after conquering Egypt, he wanted to enter into the India to help Tipu Sultan of Mysore. But somehow, since he failed his attempt, he returned back. While returned back, one of his soldiers accidentally discovered one stone. Even though he was soldier, he felt some conscious. He took along with him way back to 1799. But it went to the different hands across the globe. Finally, in 1822, one French scholar, Jean-Francois Champollion, he could successfully decipher the Rosetta Stone. As that is Rosetta Stone, it contained 3 different script, 2 unknown, 1 is known script. So with the help of known script, he could successfully decipher the unknown hieroglyphs. How it looks, hieroglyphs, you can see. It is also again pictograms or logograms, you know. So it's very difficult to decipher, but with the help of that key, Rosetta Stone, he could successfully read. So for the Indus Valley, we need same Rosetta Stone. So where it is lying, when we are going to get, who is going to get, I'll give some clue. So here I'm just comparing the present situation, what is available in Rosetta Stone with the Harappan seals, the differences. Yes. I think many of the scientists presented here, they also mentioned it's very difficult to get Rosetta Stone. In the absence of Rosetta Stone, so astronomy, astrology, so they proposed in that way. But in my view, as an archaeologist, I would say that definitely we will able to get something similar to Rosetta Stone in India in near future. Definitely, it is there. It is our belief. So then meanwhile, what type of approach we should do? Yes, definitely we should do the multidimensional approach. So among them, that multidimensional approach, one is that ethno-archaeological study. It is very much important. So I'm going to talk in coming 2-3 slides about that one only. Among the ethno-archaeological study, I want to concentrate on tribal studies, tribes. It's popular, that means major population in India. Among the various tribes in India, I'm going to concentrate on Gond. A popular tribe in India, the population is more than 1 crore at present. They're mainly concentrating in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Andhra Pradesh. They belong to the Dravidian. Gonds basically they belong to Dravidian. In Gond community, 2 scholars, I mentioned that Dr. Moti Ravan Kankale and Dr. Prakash Kalame, they are claiming that with the help of that Gondi script, they could successfully read the Indus script. Because they are telling that it's their script, which is still existing in their village, in their interior places. So, in many generations they are continuing, so they could able to read it. So here I have given some of the Indus script with the translation by the Gonds. Here, interestingly, you can see some of the words are like Dravidian words, Tamil words. For person, they are mentioning all. We used to call all, or all, all. Like that, they are telling that Kavadi. And I think Airavata Mahadevans are also mentioned Kavadi. For a dog, they are using, Tamil is calling Nai. They are also calling Nai. Like that, many interesting words which are very familiar to Dravidians, particularly Tamil words. So they are using Gondi peoples from Chhattisgarh and Maharashtra. So I think in the absence of Rosetta Stone, we have to concentrate on these aspects. I think now the Roja Muttaya Center and Government of Tamil Nadu Archaeology Department, they have to concentrate more, intensive. They have to send their team to intensive, that means documentation of these villages. It's very much required. Yes, definitely we may get some clue here. I can show more their decipherment. See, that Gond community leaders, they deciphered the Indus letters. I think if somebody coming from Bihar, they might be knowing that Chota Nagpur region in Bihar, there are also similar writings used by the tribes, but unfortunately, when the archaeologist historian communicated them, to know the exact meaning, they could not tell. They told that these all belongs to decorative elements. They could not tell beyond that one. But in the case of Gond, they could easily decipher the script. Interestingly, whatever they are deciphering, I could understand because it's nothing but Tamil words. So another thing, another example. There are many examples. I think almost all the 3,500 seals, they already deciphered, Gond communities. Not only, so as I mentioned, ethno-archaeological study. Ethno-archaeological means it's a continuation of traditions. If I have for example, if I have a pen, if the pen belongs to some 100 years, but same shape, same design, some contexts are there. That is simply to understand the ethno-archaeological study. In the same manner, mention must be made of, if you go to the village and houses of this Gond community, they have many things which are resemblance to Indus Valley civilization. One is that Dogra art from Bastar, Chhattisgarh. Fortunately, I was posted in Naxalite hit area, Chhattisgarh. So because of my posting at Chhattisgarh, I could able to collect all these informations. You see that the famous Mohenjo-daro dancing girl, the right side is, right side is the recent art objects from Bastar, Chhattisgarh, almost same. The methodology also same, the lost wax method. Till the Chola Empire we are telling, but Chola branches made out of lost wax method. The same method only in Indus Valley also they made, the Gond community also they made. So here, the tricky question is Adichanallur. Friends, from Tamil Nadu, even though empty numbers of sites excavated in the past and present, we are highlighting very few sites. We are simply forgetting this site, Adichanallur. Why? The antiquity of this site, it's unique. I think many of you know. Unique. Because this is so-called, this is supposed to be the so-called, what is that, Tungabhadra diadem, which is popular in Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, even though period-wise, context-wise, both are different, Harappa, Mohenjo-daro and Adichanallur. But apart from Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, we are getting in the entire Indian subcontinent from Adichanallur. So our concentration, apart from Keeladi and other places, our concentration should be on Adichanallur. It's very enigmatic, different sites, trade contacts with Korkai. So our attention should be on Adichanallur hereafter. So just to cite an example, this is Alexandria excavation of diadems, rarest rare after Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. Yes, coming to the last slide, the road ahead. That means what is the need of our, yes. As I mentioned, the absence of the tangible evidence, that is Rosetta Stone. So what should be we should do? The ultimate, the purpose of this seminar to do, the authorities of this seminar, they should activate, they should encourage more the youngsters to do more research on the ethno-archaeological studies of tribals not necessarily in Chhattisgarh, tribals of our own Tamil Nadu and many other states. So about their culture, about their practices, all these things. I think that clue may help you what we got it from the Rosetta Stone. So that one only I want to say. So as I mentioned, friends, the first side I mentioned the Mahakavi Bharati, Sentidivir Yettikum, Kali Selvangal Yabum Konaranding Serpir. மறைவாக நமக்குள்ளே பழங்கதைகள் சொல்வதில் ஒரு மகிமை இல்லை, திறமான புலமையெனில் வெளிநாட்டவர் அதனை வணங்க வேண்டும் அப்படின்னு அவர் சொன்னார். ஸோ அதைத்தான் இவங்க பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க, தமிழ்நாடு ஆர்கியாலஜி பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. Now it's time to send the people outside of Tamil Nadu to get more information to Tamil Nadu. With this, once again, it's time to go to Delhi, Noida. So my flight is there. Thank you very much, the authorities, particularly Uday Chandran sir and Balakrishnan sir and Sundar sir for providing the valuable time. On behalf of Archaeological Survey of India also, I would like to thank this, I would like to congratulate the authorities.
Arun, just announce it. We would like to, first, because since you have the flight to catch.
Yes, sir.
Because as an organizer, a co-organizer, would like to make an observation. First, congratulations, a good suggestion made about Adichanallur and particularly Gond tribe. I am duty bound to point out number one. Regarding Gond tribe, even a tribal study, one of the speaker representing Gond viewpoint, in this particular seminar, he participated. Number two, considering that Gond has doing the lost wax method, the Dokra thing, we get even the dancing girl statue again revived using the Gond tribe, and I have worked among the Gond also, so we are working at it. Second thing, coming to the, I will come to that other point. And regarding Keeladi and Adichanallur, I don't know whether when I gave my speech, whether you were there, I didn't notice. If I mentioned that what we are observing, because I consider you as a representative of the ASI, if you can also make it, taking good clue about from you, that means Adichanallur needs to be concentrated. Right. So you made a mention that why we are celebrating John Marshall, and there's an R.D. Banerjee and others. So we entirely agree that Banerjee, Sahni, M.S. Watts, they've done a tremendous contribution. And John Marshall, we keep on telling that he didn't even put his foot in Mohenjo-daro and Harappa when he announced the announcement. The beauty of John Marshall remains in that. By getting both the material from Lahore, Nagpur and Calcutta and putting it in the Simla on a table, he came to a conclusion it's not a local culture and made as a civilization. He is being celebrated because of that foresightedness, instead of treating as a Harappa, Mohenjo-daro local culture and the foresightedness of calling it a civilization. Again, coming to that, if the Banerjee has done such an important, really we appreciate. In fact, actually, I would like to also ask, why in India, we never ever speak about the Indus Valley civilization in any national seminar. Last time, a very prominent person spoke about Indus Valley was in Madras, in 1935. K.N. Dixit was the Director General. After that, I never seen an invite. I am in this field for 35 years. Anybody talking about it? Anybody forget about whether John Marshall celebrated or Banerjee celebrated? If the Banerjee announced in 21, and then 2021 we should have had a centenary and we should have celebrated it. And then it's a very plural assembly. I think that the first goal for the Dravidian hypothesis came from Calcutta. Sunit Kumar Chatterjee, we have two scholars from Calcutta today. It so happened today both are giving the voice, and particularly coming to the Adi Chanalur after 1904, even in that particular Alexander Ree and John Marshall played a role. By 2 years, 1902 he came here, 1904 I think Alexander Ree was promoted from the, without even salary hike, and then the Adi Chanalur was first visited formally by a superintendent in 1904. After that, after the even K.N. Dixit advising the archaeologists to go to the Korkai side and Tirunelveli side, no one in Indian archaeology ever visited Adi Chanalur till T. Satyamurthy went in 2004, 100 full years. And after 2004 and 5, Satyamurthy's excavation, somebody has to go to the court to ask for the report to be submitted in 2018-19. Somebody, I never heard anywhere in the world that people have to go to court to get a report, Adi Chanalur report. And Keeladi report, we are not seeing. I'm telling you, talking about the personality, in the first two excavation in Keeladi, Amarnath did it. Third one, somebody else came. And he gave almost an impression that nothing more to be dug. We can show you YouTube video. After that, Tamil Nadu government took over, and right now 10th excavation. Imagine if the Keeladi was not dug. It is easy to say that Adi Chanalur versus Keeladi, and we are very much one with that. Keeladi also should be celebrated, Porunai should be celebrated, but more importantly, it should be first dug, and more than that, the report should be published. This is what our humble request, because we have seen in Thiruvalluvar, Eethuvakkum Inbam Ariyar, Vaithilakkum Van Kanavar. He uses that the people who do not know the importance of giving, they are the people, he has got a terminology for them, Vaithilakkum Van Kanavar. We are feeling, I'm telling you, we are all independent researcher. We always looking for it, something to read. I think people, they just hide it, keep it, not reporting, not releasing. And this is the way we have been thinking. That is the reason today morning I said, in India, the archaeology has gone south. So that means it's gone, and we need a serious digging. And rather, I am worried that even I mentioned that even a Rosetta Stone found, whether we'll find the light of the day, will we have access to that Rosetta Stone? I am not sure, unless it is found in Keeladi and Adi Chanalur, that too by a Tamil Nadu archaeology.
Your points are well taken, sir. Thank you very much.
So now we are going to have the very last presentation for this wonderful conference, and it's coming from Calcutta, and I think that's appropriate. It should be very interesting. It's from Ms. Bahata Ansumali Mukhopadhyay. She is an independent researcher exploring the structural and semantic aspects of the yet undeciphered Indus inscriptions. She earns her living as a software professional who writes heuristic and meta-heuristic algorithms for supply chain optimization. Her research about Indus inscriptions has yielded various scholarly articles. Her latest articles perform a thorough semantic analysis of the inscriptions. Her research claims that the semantic scope of the Indus inscriptions mainly comprises taxation, trade, and craft licensing, commodity control, and access control. She has given more than 12 invited talks on her research at several esteemed academic institutions. She has also talked about her findings regarding the Indus script on radio and on International Television of India. She is also a widely published Bengali poet. Her poems have been published in several magazines and poetry anthologies and have also been translated to Oriya, Hindi, and English by other acclaimed poets. How wonderful that we are going to conclude with the thoughts of a poet.
Vanakkam, namaste to all. I'm very grateful to the, I think I need the, this one, the pointer. Yeah, so I'm very grateful to the Tamil Nadu State Department of Archaeology and to Roja Muthia Research Library for organizing such a secular, science-oriented and pluralist, inclusive platform where we can all have our say on Indus script, Indus civilization, etc. So my talk is today from Mina to Mani, influence of ancestral Dravidian symbolism on Indus scripts, glazing and gemestone-related fish signs, and Indus civilization's word for apotropic gemstone eye beads. So just I am wearing so many bead necklaces because I think because I'll be talking about their crucial importance in Indus civilization's trade and their economy, and actually this kind of carnelian beads and lapis lazuli beads, which are actually now very affordable to middle class people, were possibly only affordable to the Sumerian queens or Akkadian queens that time, coveted export item of Indus civilization. So when I say that Indus civilization was kind of a, so one moment, I'll start my stopwatch so that I don't get carried away. I kind of keep the time. So Indus civilization, when we say that the Indus script is actually mainly used for mercantile administrative control, etc. So it looks very prosaic, but when we also say that the symbol, it was mainly using meaning symbols or word symbols, not in a spelled manner, not syllables or alphabet. And I think that's a very good news, because if you have this kind of brief inscriptions written in alphabetically or syllabically, then I think you would only get names and all. But here, because it's a other way, you can get to enter the symbolic world of Indus civilization's people, how they perceive the world. So even in commercial things, in commercial scope, because they're using symbolism, many of their thoughts would be there, which we'll always not find in archaeological material. So archaeology would inform the scripts, decoding a lot, and the script, if successfully decoded to some extent, would also inform archaeology and history, I think. So how to go forward and backward, let me check. Okay, nice. So this is, today we'll talk about the fish signs of Indus inscriptions. Almost 25% of the Indus script inscription lines, if we exclude the tablets, reverse metrological, numerical kind of inscriptions, then almost 25% have the fish sign inscriptions. And at least symbolically, it is a fish, because a crocodile is, kind of holding it between its teeth. But was it really fish? So Parpola has said that they were mean word-based Dravidian astral theophoric names. Mahadevan said later that there might have been water nymphs and priestesses worshipped in IVC fair service. Said there could have been Dravidian words for tribal chiefs. The sound value would be piri, etc. According to him, Branwell said that the fish sign is possibly a syllabic sign, at least in one of his books. S.R. Rao, who claimed decipherment by Sanskrit, said that they have phonological values S1, etc. So, as I said, 25% of the inscriptions are comprised fish science. So kind of, if we understand their overall semantic scope, then we get a very good understanding of the Indus inscriptions. And my first claim, so I'll try to substantiate my claims in the later section of the talk, but just to tell what all I'm going to talk about. So I say that in these fish signs were used to signify crafts or commodities related to shiny, glazed, polished objects such as faience, glazed steatite, gemstones, laboratory crafts, pyrotechnology, highly polished metals, etc. And okay. So my next claim is that Indus scribes used actually an ancestral Dravidian homonymy in the fish science, where the Proto-Dravidian mean word for fish was used to signify ancestral Dravidian nouns that use the mean root verb for shining, glittering, polishing, and various bright objects which were taxed, commodities and licensed trades and crafts. Why I say this, I'll talk about a bit later, but in the whole Indian subcontinent, in only one language group, we see this kind of symbolism where a specific word for mean-based word actually signify all of these firefly, minnal, that is lightning, bright coin, gems, minko star, mean, and polishing, varnishing, etc. And that is not only in Tamil or Telugu, that is across Dravidian languages, including various tribal languages. Minko, Binko, there will be phonetic variations, but the base thing is the same. So I will say why I come to this conclusion later. And then there's another thing. We all know that Minakari is a kind of a Persian word. But I say that the Mina part of this word, actually Minakari means enameling, and that Mina part of the word is actually an Indus Dravidian word that would possibly originated with Indus glazing, faience, gemstone polishing crafts, etc., which were popularized in ancient Persian Gulf by the Indus traders, who were itinerant traders or resident traders. Actually, there's a lot of archaeological evidence that actually Indus traders not only traded, they actually settled there. Craft people settled there, Russell, Ginge, etc. They have 30% of Indus pottery. So so this glazing thing that they have this expertise on, later when glass emerged and actual Minakari started, that this word re-emerged with that evolved art, and then Mina word actually should not be originally Persian, because as per Meyerhofer Indo-Aryan dictionary, Mina doesn't have any Indo-Aryan root. It is totally a Dravidian root word. And then you can see across Dravidian languages, polishing, glittering, varnishing, etc. have this. And we will see how even in Egyptian hieroglyph, not about the language, not of the pronunciation, but the cognitive mechanism of talking about faience, talking about glazed things, and talking about glittering things, precious commodities have the same symbol, where this minnal lightning kind of symbolism is used. So, and my fourth claim is, this is possibly the Indus script's symbol for beads. That's a symbol of beads on a reed stick or mandrel, as Professor Kenoir has said. For faience bead at least, reeds were often used for rolling the paste and all, etc. So, or at least for storing the beads. That's and this is a contemporary scene from a glassmaking from Dr. Alok Kanungo's edited volume, Glass in South Asia, Ancient Glass in South Asia. Possibly if I'm saying the name rightly. So see, this kind of beads in stick, and they're kept here. And this might be a bit far-fetched to some of the audience, but gemstone and bead come side by side in this terracotta pipe, who would otherwise inscribe on a terracotta pipe, which would be otherwise installed on a wall. So could it be a repurposed artifact for storing the beads or working on the beads in a pyrotechnology way, so that they have marked it so. So we'll briefly visit that. That's a conjecture. And my last claim is that the gem word money was possibly an Indus-Dravidian word, which actually encompassed this word money actually have occurred in El Amarna letters, where King Tusharatta, Mitanni king of an Indo-Iranian empire, he was actually writing to his son-in-law, Egyptian Nimurea or Amenhotep, about various, precious things, how to get them and all, and then Maninu necklaces appeared there. The great scholar Asko Parpola said that the Innu part is that the Akkadian suffix and then mani part, so nu part is a suffix, mani part is surely coming from the Indic word of necklace, manihara, that is gemstone bead, and in Rig Veda and Yajur Veda also Manikara, Manigriva, etc. They are showing the antiquity of the word. And though Parpola said that it might have been the Indo-Aryan word, I say that it is possibly having a Dravidian etymology as well. Actually, not as well. And it's an Indus-Dravidian word possibly, I'll say. And it is possibly encompassing 4 meanings. One is apotropic, gemstone, eye beads. Why I say all that, I'll come to that later. So if these hypotheses are correct, then they not only decode overall semantics of a significant set of Indus inscriptions, that's for 25%, but they also corroborated the archaeolinguistic, as a genetic, archaeogenetic, and ethno-historical evidence of Indus-Dravidian link, and in another way. And as I said, you see, this is a symbol for faience in Egyptian hieroglyph. This is a breastplate, and this is this part, like this rectangle kind of part, that is the Sedar symbol for sky. So this azure blue sky, that is a normal popular color of faience, and this a faience breastplate made the symbol. So this symbol actually doesn't only mean blue gaze faience, they mean sparkle, shine, coruscate, lightning. Now you look at the Dravidian counterpart, not because they're translating each other or learning from each other, but because they're having the same perception and the same cognitive mechanism, where how faience looked to them, how lapis lazuli looked to them, how they were related to their ideology, symbolism, and then in Telugu also, Minnu means sky, Tamil, Minnal means lightning and bright coin, polished gaze is the mean-based things. So a similar ideal thing, that is same thing for sky and lightning, is being used in linguistic symbolism, and you can see here the same kind of symbolism that the Egyptian people perceived about faience actually encompass those meanings like sparkle, shine, and they have the sky kind of component in their hieroglyph. So I won't be able to obviously talk about the basis of my talk. So I have several articles that actually back where the structural and semantic parts of my, my hypothesis. So one of them is like, in the script was a mercantile script. It encoded information about tax, commodities, licensed trades and crafts, tax and license categories, tax rates, license slabs, tax collecting on license issuing entity types, and the seals were the tax stamps. After 200 years of seal-based administration, they actually started a tablets-based thing where the tablets obverse part was having the same type of inscription as a seal. So the same semantic scope was continued, only the administrative way, the tablets were having possibly the licenses of the same thing that were being endorsed or stamped by the seal. So that is another thing. This is a published one. As you can see, the URLs I've given here. Next is, Indus script did not, it encoded a commercial sublanguage, as actually Professor Sitavra Sinha was talking about Dabbawalas, right? This is a commercial sublanguage. Like a very specific people of a specific trade will have a specific set of nouns that they want to communicate within themselves, and they don't need phonetic encoding, they only need specific set of symbols for that. So that is called a commercial sublanguage, which is often written in a symbolic way, not in a phonetic way. And Indus script used symbols for meanings. Sometimes it used metonymy, like crown may signify crown, but crown can also metonymically signify king. Or sometimes, in only a few cases where possibly when the meanings were more abstract, could not be signified very easily, using a pictogram, they were using homonymy, where the symbolism that have actually happened in language, like Sumerian T means arrow and life. So to signify life, they use the arrow sign, because how to otherwise depict life. So similarly, in some cases, homonymy was used. I say that the fish signs or the symbols where the logograms, where actually a linguistic influence was there, and that linguistic symbolism, because it is only found in the Indian subcontinent in Dravidian group of languages, I propose this. I am not a Dravidian speaker. I actually understand Sanskrit better than Dravidian. So I have no conflict of interest. I'm a Bengali. I earn my living by software. So only because the script's internal evidence, archaeological evidence, and the external evidence make me think it is so, I'm proposing this, not from any identity politics or any other thing. So the mechanism was like this. So the moment you say that this is sound 1, sound 2, sound 3, and you try to do it, the script's internal structure refutes it. I don't have time to discuss why. So it's like meaning 1, meaning 2, meaning 3, meaning 4, and that is how you should join it to have a phrase, a commercial phrase normally. So is ISC a writing system? So many scholars, maybe rightly, because so many kind of hypotheses are always given. So many scholars seem very dismissive, and they don't like Indus script. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want people to research about it. But is it a writing system? So I'll say, if proto-cuneiform is a writing system, then so is Indus script. So a very important, very eminent scholar, Peter Damerow, said that proto-cuneiform structure is far from linguistic structure, doesn't encode phonetics, has a very specific scope of meaning, that is, I said, commercial sublanguage, and doesn't have a linguistic syntax often. Sometimes actually you can have a linguistic syntax, pronominal adjective, postnominal adjective. Even a stamp, if you have a Romanian language stamp, you have a different numerical noun sequence. In another thing, you will have a different numerical noun sequence depending on our cognitive mechanism, because subject, object, verb, object kind of thing. Our thinking, even in a stamp, have an influence on the syntax. But it's not a very rigid linguistic syntax in formalized data carriers. So in the script, seals and tablets were formalized data carriers. So they did not have very rigid linguistic syntax. They didn't have to. They were not needed for that. So you can see a very interesting modern example of commercial sublanguage in your hallmarked, bangles, say. So different segments will have different kind of information. Sponsor's mark, standard mark, traditional fineness mark, assay office mark, date, etc. So in each segment, specific type of symbols like gold or silver Britannia, etc. Those kind of things will be there. So that means each segment will have a specific information. Each segment, that is why, can have a specific set of functional signs appearing in them, and the symbolism will not be very easily able to decode if you do not know beforehand, because it's specific to, like, the people who had it, they had their own symbolism, that okay, a crown is normally made of gold, so they use that, etc. And you can see the weighing balance also comes in this kind of, we have weighing balance kind of thing in Indus civilization also, man, load carrier. So this kind of symbolism come there, but in different interpretations. So in nutshell, till now, my articles have said that different segments are there. In one segment, say the commodity signs are coming. In one segment, tax rate or license slabs are coming. Another segment, commodity name based or metrology based tax or license categories are coming. There are very long papers backing up these things, right or wrong, but I don't have time to discuss all this now. One moment. So you can see the modern stamp. Because the purpose is the same. These are, sorry. These are formalized data carriers, so even if it's a phonetic writing, see different segments have different type of information encoded, etc. So when can we say Indus script is decoded? In my mind, a symbolic system like this cannot be fully decoded. If we understand the writing structures mechanism, if we understand the so structural part, if we understand the overall semantic scope, if we understand how the signs are combining with each other to give what kind of meaning, and then with great luck, if archaeological evidence, linguistic evidence, ethno-historical, symbolism, and the graphemic features of the signs have a confluence that for a few signs we can understand, okay, this is the meaning, then we can say, okay, we kind of have decoded, but I don't think because of the very nature of the script, a full-fledged decoding would ever be possible. Only more archaeological excavations, more artifacts can give us more context for further decoding. So one of my important papers which will be in a way related to this paper is like a Mohenjo-daro hoard was there which had a lot of gold and gemstone based ornaments, not only ornaments, finished ornaments, various unfinished ornaments, various parts of ornament making, from which we understand that it's a goldsmith's hoard, not a hoard of a wealthy person who just own ornaments. And in this paper actually is published in the previous proceedings, and I have also talked about it, but just to give a brief overview, so I say that this is the gold symbol or precious stone symbol which has this crucible and crucible blowpipe symbolism. Sometimes you can also see in some of the variations fire and underlining this symbol. And crucible blowpipes were actually so important for metallurgy. Before furnace happened, okay, bellows came, blowpipes are very important to get the high temperature and etc. So across ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, and various languages of India, we can find crucible blowpipe related words actually signify words for goldsmithing, words for precious metal, etc., or smelting, etc. Like, I don't go here, this is published, I have a talk in YouTube, so if anybody is interested, you kindly check. So, so the main thing is, I say that this is the precious metal thing. 10 minutes, please. 10 minutes, please. I'm checking. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So, and the archaeological evidence, I was saying that I have, in that article I have said that in the goldsmith's hoard, we have this goldsmith's tool with denting marks and all, and that has this crucible blowpipe based symbol, which I say gold symbol. This is a gold made tool, which was possibly for gold assaying. I don't have time to go into the details. And this Indian version of carrots, that is Kakani, Gundumani, Guriganji seed, Kunrimani, Gunja, Rattika, whatever you call it, which was the numismatic basis of Indian Panchmark coins also. Till now, this is actually, at least notionally, the unit of measuring gold and gemstone. And we know archaeologically that this was the basis of the Indus civilization's weight system, which was mainly used for precious metals because most of them are less than 60 grams. So this is another thing. I think if I am sure about any of the decoding, means in my own, if hallucinated way or right way, but I am sure about these two things, precious metal and Kakani, because in script internal evidence also, the moment this comes, sometimes the meteorological symbol changes to a modified symbol of this. So this is what, the Abrus precatorius seed, which has a huge resemblance with this symbol, etc., and was also appearing in a goldsmith tool, possibly for a purity expression like 16 karat, 22 karat we have today. Similar kind of expression of that time, this much Kakani, etc., Arthashastra, and all actually shows that that was used for gold purity measurement also. So anyway, so I'll now skip to my main part. So in the scripts, fish shine very strongly correlate with this gold symbol. So I thought, why? Do they have any precious commodity related meaning? Is there archaeological evidence? And you can see in stamps often in the part where commodities will be mentioned, sometimes the commodities will be mentioned separately in two seals and they will be mentioned together in a combined seal. Similarly, in Indus script has the same structure where fish, precious metal, then fish, precious metal together. This kind of structures are often found. So actually we have found, in my paper I have given, so it is very difficult to archaeologically contextualize things because often a seal can be there in a residence of a person, a seal can be there in a khan or sarai or like inn with a traveling person, or a seal can be there sometimes in the very workshop or very factory where the seal is being used in that context especially. So in only those contexts, if we see in a Mohenjo-daro jeweler shop, the only seal that we have is a fish sign seal. So from there I thought that yeah, this archaeology actually kind of supports this. And then in Chanudaru, the bead factory, in the vicinity of the big factory, you see this carnelian color I have given for all the seals that have fish signs, and in that vicinity of 8D, 9D, etc., as per Mackay's report, I have made this picture. And in that place, fish sign inscriptions are really abundant. In Harappa also there are. So and I have given in my paper various other examples, but again, contextualization is not very easy for also the archaeological excavation reports are also not often very good for Indus scripts recording purpose. They don't give enough context. They often discuss things out of their context in many various reports, I feel. So then I have already shown you this mean-based homonymy, which is exclusively Dravidian for so many things have happened. So linguistically, it makes sense. Because in only, so if they wanted, so in Indus people, if they wanted to describe their very important pyrotechnology, their faience, their glazed steatite as traded commodities, and lapidary, polishing, those gemstones of various qualities, like lapis lazuli will be very costly, carnelian will be somehow less costly, agate is there, onyx is there, so many things are there. So they needed various fish signs. That is why so many fish signs are being used for all that category of glittering things. And in Egyptian hieroglyphs, you have found a direct parallel. Faience and glittering things have the same determinative of semantic classifier. Then there's a very interesting thing. This seal, I think in Parpola's thing, Parpola's CSI volume, it is called, this iconography is called unidentified object. But it is clearly a necklace, bead necklace, maybe because of maybe the eye of a woman, maybe, I don't know, so it was not found because S.R. Rao said it is possibly a seed drill, but I think it's clearly a necklace. So very few cases, normally iconography and inscriptions are having many-to-many cardinality. They are not 1:1. Iconography is about possibly merchant guilds, emblems, local rulers' emblems, etc. And when they kind of control various kind of commodities, so various type of inscriptions will come with the same iconography. Same inscription will kind of different iconography iconography when different people are controlling. But in this rare case where we have an object as an iconography, so who will actually use a necklace as their iconography? Possibly a jewelry kind of guild of jewelers or bead makers. So if it might be accidental or whatever, but this iconography comes with a fish sign inscription, which is a nice coincidence, if you may call it so. And this I have said that this graphemically, this is very much like this faience beads that Kenoir mentioned on a mandrel or reed stick. So this is also a great way of organizing beads, and sometimes this sign actually also comes with fish sign inscriptions, you can see here. So string beads possibly was represented here. And you can see, again from that book, I have given this example where you can see that on a mandrel, this kind of glass beads today are being used. The process of making them are different. One is hot, one is cold treatment. But for glazing only faience, you have to heat. But again, the mechanism you can see. And I have a conjecture that this terracotta pipe, which they are saying normally terracotta pipes are like this, mounted on walls. So why would such things will be inscribed? So, in archaeology at least, you see this paper, like prehistoric repurposing of Mississippi and Dover tools. So archaeology has also various kind of repurposing, the way we do repurpose. So possibly they wanted some of the trader innovative way wanted such a container where with two pipes they could have, like today we have this kind of a flexible thing for engineering drawing. If you have seen telescopic, one thing goes into other. So this kind of a telescopic pipe, maybe they use it as a bead container, so that is why they have given a gemstone and a bead symbol on each of them to signify that, or maybe something else I have written elaborately about it. And then I come to Minakari. This is the last thing, so please have some patience with me. So this is a Minakari thing. So I said that Mina doesn't have any Indo-Aryan root, Indo-European root, etc. And as for various, say for Stephen Turp Lawson has informed us how in Persian Gulf, Indus weights, Indus glyptic system were so prevalent, and Indus Riddles also had also ghettos there. Parpola has actually papers on that. So maybe this great faience maker, these great people who actually knew how to do glazed ceramic, etc., they took the technology there and they were doing all that. Then that word with them, this Mina word, stayed there. And what happened is, as per this, you can see, go to this kind of, websites where they say that look-wise, for common people, enameling and glazing ceramics is very similar, though technically, elementally, they are very different. So possibly when glass happened, those technology again re-emerged in that place of Near East, then that name, Mina, got used with this kari, that is doing something, to give Minakari, and it got camouflaged as a Persian word, because Persians say that Minu means heaven, azure blue, that is why Minakari is that. Faience is azure. Faience's symbol in Egypt is having this sky symbolism. So we have a lot of if it's kind of circumstantial evidence, and we know in across Dravidian languages, Minu is the word for polishing, varnishing, etc. So I think Dravidian stands to be a very good candidate. It is possibly an Indus Dravidian word which went there and came back to us. And then I normally try to have a coherent system, at least coherent in my own brain. I won't say, so if all the seals and the tablets had the same semantic scope, same structure. So when they have that. I don't think we should call some of this, oh, these were this, some of this or that. It was the same administrative mechanism. Then we should have the explanation of other things. So on a few metal objects, you can see this precious metal symbol, crucible bulb is there, and then this symbol is there, and then fish symbol is there. Why a polishing or thing is there? Possibly polished metals are very important. I'm not sure, but I think in a few cases, polished mirrors have been also found from some of the Indus sites, or even if not, polishing of metal was a very important thing. Even today, if you Google, you see people actually sell their things not only as copper, or specific things as polished copper. So maybe to give that extra edge to some of their thing, for the export quality things, they gave such a polishing kind of word in their metal. And then I think in ancient Mesopotamia, Meluhan eye stones and fish eye stones were very important. Their first archaeological reference have come in actually Lothal, but as per Howard Carter, that first textual reference came in Akkadian version. But you know, see, this fish eye base of Meluha were apotropic as part of Kenoir. This fish eye design was very much like a protective amulet, so that is why even on faience they made the same design artificially. So then why were they called eye stones? And then what was the Indus word for it, as I have said before? So you can see, even today, drishti beads, nazar beads, G beads in Tibetan, these are all having this apotropic thing. See, this look like eye. Fish as a very strong apotropic symbol is often coming in all these contexts. And fish's eye actually looks like that kind of thing. It does never shuts, so it's like always watching. So there are various reasons of this symbolism that why fish eye stone. And a pedagogical text from Sultan Tep actually gave the direct etymology of this Akkadian Harda Hubulu text, that what looks like a fish eye should be called fish eye stone. What looks like a snake eye should be called snake eye stone. You can see tiger eye, we say onyx and all. In Dravidian, there are counterparts like, I think, Punaika Kal, right? And those kind of things. So this word, why we say that it's Indus word? Because money, we can see in the Southeast Asian maritime bit trade also. Across this thing, money, manek, manikya is the word. And this Elamarna, let us talk about Maninnu, so 1300 BC to 1400 BC we're talking about. Then in Atharva Veda, money does not mean just gemstone. It means any kind of bead-like amulet, even made of plant seeds. So that means amulet and apotropic meaning is very important in money. And then in ancient Near East, these were called eye stones. If you look at Scarlock's medicine of ancient Near East, Papparminu stones, which are actually banded agate stones like eye stones, were used as counter witchcraft medicine. So these were very important for the apotropic quality. So which word encompasses all this and which has that antiquity? Money has that antiquity. I think that is the word that God across this Southeast Asia and West Asia, through this bead trade, mainly bead trade was dominated by Indus people. So this bead trade, this word got in all these things, got fossilized in that Akkadian thing that got fossilized in the Elamarna later, like Hulilu, Hulaba stone, etc. Money stone for agate, Manihara. And then what happened is, why should I call it Dravidian word? One is retroflex is there. That is a nice kind of, at least to some extent, linguists say that retroflex has a Dravidian correlation. You can see in ancient Sanskrit texts, in a very early stage, some sage said that if na and na, if you cannot differentiate, go for na. So in a very initial Indo-Aryan state, there was a confusion because retroflex was often not there. And then another part is in Dravidian languages, money is used for various household things like knot in a fishing net, knuckle or joint of lobster, round sinkers attached to a net. Even for milk, if you see these bead-like structures, they call it money. So in other languages, it has got a reduced meaning, gemstone, etc. We do not call it money in such a wide range. So I think it is having the Dravidian etymology. And one thing is, every symbol doesn't have to be Dravidian etymology. Most of the symbols actually are not even linguistically linked because these across 1 million square kilometer, people didn't want this linguistic phonological barrier to disturb their communication. So, and in Indus civilization doesn't have a single, surely not a single language group, not a single language surely. So, I think if we go for a story, I think when Indus civilizations, different people, different clans, different merchant guilds, they gathered together, they had to decide which thing will be symbolized in which way. And maybe people who are very proficient in a particular craft will be given the prerogative to have the symbol. So in some cases, some of the symbols could have been coming from language X, language Y, whatever you call, different symbolism, cultural depiction of things. This is an AI-generated image I made just to show my point that how things could have been there in a way. And this is my last slide where I come here and I show you that actually glittering beads, fireflies, lightning, and fish are my favorites. If you try to translate this in Google, you see in Tamil how many times you get this min word. So I think that in some way drives my point here. Thank you for your patience, and please let me know if you have any question. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers. We now have time for 2 questions from the audience because of time constraints. Questions? Students? Anyone from the delegates? Any questions? Yes, so Mike, please, to that side. One more for you. Yes, the next one. Satya,
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். மேடம் சொன்னாங்க அந்த மின்னல் வந்து அந்த சிம்பிளுக்கு வந்து கூடியதாக எனக்கு தெரியல. ஆனால் அந்த மின்னல் வந்து கற்கள் வந்து மின்னதுனால அது மின்னுதுன்னு சொல்கிறோம். இந்தியாவில் சங்க காலத்திலிருந்து கொடுமணல் முதல் சிந்து சமவெளியிலிருந்து மிக உயர்ந்த பொருட்கள் சங்கு, கற்கள், மணிகள், முத்துக்கள் தான் விலை உயர்ந்த பொருட்கள் ஏற்றுமதி ஆகிருக்கு உலகத்துக்கு. அப்படி ஏற்றுமதி ஆகும்போது இந்த மின்னல் இந்த மின்னுதல்னு வச்சு தான் இந்த குணத்தை வச்சு தான் அவங்க நம்ம மின்னுதல் இந்தியாவில் சொல்கிறோம். அங்கே வெளிநாட்டில் அதை மைன்ஸுன்னு அதுபடி தான் உருவாயிருக்குமா, மைன்ஸுன்ற அந்த மின்னல் வச்சு உருவாயிருக்குமா. அதே போல் இது விலை உயர்ந்த பொருட்கள் மணிகளாக போனதுனால அவங்களுடைய இறக்குமதி பொருளில் மிக அதிகமான விலை உயர்ந்த பொருட்களாக இருக்கிறதுனால அதனுடைய மதிப்பு மணியாக அந்த வார்த்தை உருவாயிருக்குமா அப்படின்னு என்னோட கேள்வி.
நான் கேட்குறேன் உங்ககிட்ட. I'll translate it in English.
Okay. நன்றி.
Ma'am, he'd like to know, because the word for money and mining is also having a root, according to him, from min. He's asking because these precious products, because they've been exported there, is that the reason why the words like mining and money have the meaning what they have now? Yes. The very English word Money and mining, yes.
I have, no, means, regarding, no, I have never tried to explore that. And I sincerely doubt that.
அவங்க ஆங்கில வார்த்தைகள் ஆராய்ச்சி அந்த மாதிரி பண்ணதில்லைன்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. அப்படியே இருந்ததுனாலும் அவங்களுக்கு அந்த வார்த்தைகள் அதிலிருந்து தான் வந்திருக்க வாய்ப்பு இருக்கான்னு சந்தேகம் இருக்குன்னு சொல்கிறாங்க சார். தேங்க்யூ. நெக்ஸ்ட் கொஸ்டின் ப்ளீஸ்.
My question is for Dr. Sinha. So, sir, what I wanted to ask is, see the Indus Valley region and the Harappan sites, it spans a large geography and hundreds, thousands of years in a way. So, have you, like, is it a possibility that, you know, I mean, the population was probably multilingual to some extent, and they were also using the same set of symbols, not only to depict different functions, like whether it's astronomical, mercantile, depiction of objects and goods, but also different languages. So has there been any sort of exploration in this regard, that maybe it's not just one language, but maybe it's grouped together by trade, by function, and by language, and by site as well, and in chronology?
Yeah, so very interesting question. So there are two aspects of your question. One is longitudinal, the other is transverse, right? So if you go across time, we would really like to know, you know, whether there are certain signs which were first there, like earlier signs, then whether new signs were added later. Unfortunately, the stratigraphy information is available only for Mohenjo-daro and this latest harp excavations. So there's not that much information available about the exact stratigraphy. See, the early excavations of Worts and Banerjee and so on, they don't have that much detailed stratigraphic information. So unfortunately, we don't have the exact period of each seal, and as to the best of my knowledge, I mean, I'm not an archaeologist myself, but from what I gather from my archaeologist friends, the stratigraphic information is missing for most of the sites. So this is the problem with doing this, you know, age-wise dating of which signs came first, which signs came later. As for the hypothesis that whether they were multilingual, yes, that has been seriously considered. And in fact, if people have tried to see whether the statistics of sign occurrence in the seals which are artifacts occurring in the various sites, they differ or not. So for example, we know very well that the West Asian seals having Indus signs have a very completely different sign statistics or sign occurrence statistics compared to the seals found in northwestern India and Pakistan. I mean, this was apparent even to Marshall and, for example, the first person to do the concordance, Hunter. So if you look at Hunter's book, the first concordance ever, this is I think 1930s or so, even without using computational methods, just by eye, he could see that, you know, the sign pattern usage was completely different from in the West Asian seals, for example. So it's very possible that the same writing system was used to write very different languages. So for example, the Indus merchants who were based in West Asia were probably writing the local language using the Indus signs. But, you know, in absence of, you know, decipherment or a well-accepted decipherment, this is all pure speculation. All right?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any other question? No. Yes, one last question for you.
Ma'am, when you said about the weight measure on the goldsmith's tool and all, does it occur with a numerical sign before, or is it, okay, it's a Gundrimani comes with some numerical, is it?
Yes. Yeah, am I audible?
I can hear
Yeah, it comes with a numerical sign, very much so. And some of them, one person actually told me that a Kharoshti numeral of 4 or 5, like it's a cross and all, and some strokes that actually come with it. It's scribbled the way it's like a functional thing, not an aesthetically decorated thing. It's on a goldsmith's hoard, and it has signs of getting it like the tool is placed in between tooth, and actually it is very much look like at least the acid needles of modern time. Not only that, in 4MSR Binjore, that is a copper smelting site. At least Sir Arvind, Manjul sir's son Skanda, when I talked about it in ASI, he gave me, told me about a very similar looking needle or whatever you call it, where the body was copper and the tip was, gold foil. And in another side, we have got body of copper and the tip was gold directly. That means the tip has to be gold for scratching the bodies, yeah. So why the tip is gold? What is it scratching on? Most possibly on a gold testing stone, and from Banavali we have got testing stone with scratches of gold. So gold testing was there. So precious metal was being transaction was happening. That is the weights less than 60 grams we have, cubical weights. They are all for precious metal. So for this kind of things, surely without assaying, people wouldn't have taken each other's gold, right? So I think assaying was a very important thing. So that assaying mechanism that is on testing stone and all, and writing the purity like 14 karat, 12 karat like that, that same mechanism if you do it in ancient Indic way, that will be a Rattika or Kakini or Kundrimani, whatever you call it, that is across our India. The linguistic symbolism is, I don't believe you this much. Ratti bhar vishwas nahi hai. Ek Ratti Bishwash Korina in Bengali, and in, I think, Gundrimani Ashte Nambike Illa, something like that, and one of, I think, Kannada or, I don't know. So that means this symbolism that the minimum weight unit is Ratti is still continuing. So I think that is, the Indus civilization is the root of that weight unit and that symbolism.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We now come to the end of the academic session. I kindly request Dr. Sitabra Sinha and Ms. Bahata to take your seats.
Thank you.
They'll remove it.
Can someone take it out?
Yes. So I request Thiru T. Uday Chandran, Sir, Principal Secretary, Finance Department and Commissioner, Department of Archaeology, Government of Tamil Nadu, to please adorn the stage for the valedictory ceremony. I also invite Thiru R. Balakrishnan to accompany us. And also Dr. Brenda Beck. Ma'am. I'd also like to invite Ms. Kavita Ramo, Director of the Government Museum, to join us on stage, please. Thank you, ma'am. I now call upon Dr. R. Sivanandam to deliver the welcome address for the valedictory ceremony.
அனைவருக்கும் இனிய மாலை வணக்கம். தமிழ்நாடு அரசு தொல்லியல் துறை கடந்த 4 ஆண்டுகளாக சிந்துவெளி ஆய்வு மற்றும் தமிழ் எழுத்துக்களை பற்றி ஆய்வு செய்த பத்மஸ்ரீ ஐராவதன் மகாதரன் நினைவை போற்றும் வகையில் தொடர்ந்து 4 ஆண்டுகளாக பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கம் நடத்தி வருகிறது. இது இந்த ஆண்டு 4வது கருத்தரங்கு. சிந்துவெளி பண்பாட்டு கண்டுபிடித்து 100 ஆண்டுகள் நிறைவடைவதை பற்றி ஒரு பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கம் நடத்த வேண்டும் என்று முடிவெடுக்கப்பட்டது. சிந்துவெளி பண்பாட்டின் அடித்தளம் என்ற நூலை எழுதியவர் ஐயா பாலகிருஷ்ணன் ஐயா அவர்கள். இந்த சிந்துவெளி பண்பாட்டினுடைய பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கை நடத்த வேண்டும் என்பதற்கும் அடித்தளமாக இருந்தவர்கள் நீதித்துறை செயலாளரும் பாலகிருஷ்ணன் ஐயா அவர்களும் இந்த இடத்துல பதிவு செய்ய விரும்புகிறேன். இந்த பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கம் எப்படி நடைபெற வேண்டும் என்று ஓராண்டுகளாக திட்டமிடப்பட்டு, கருத்தரங்கம் ஒரு செறிவான கருத்தரங்கமாக இருக்க வேண்டும். இந்த கருத்தரங்கில் கலந்து கொள்வரும் அறிவுசார்களாலும் தொல்லியல் துறை தொடர்பானவர்களும் இது ஆர்வலர்களாகவும் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று ஒரு நோக்கோடு இந்த கருத்தரங்கத்தைக்கான திட்டமிடப்பட்டது. அதன் நோக்கில் தான் ஏறத்தாழ நாங்கள் பதிவு செய்ய ஆரம்பிக்கும் பொழுது 600க்கும் மேற்பட்டவர்கள் எங்கள் துறை அல்லாதவர்கள், சார்ந்தவர்கள் அல்லாதவர்கள் பதிவு செய்தார்கள். இதுவே இந்த பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கத்தினுடைய சாதனையாக கருதப்படுகிறது. இந்த கருத்தரங்கம் தொடங்குவதற்காக அமைச்சர் பெருமக்களினர் அவர்களையும் நிதித்துறை செயலாளர்கள் அணுகிய பொழுது இது உடனடியாக நடத்த வேண்டும், அதற்கான வழிமுறைகளை வகுத்து கொடுத்தார்கள். அதனுடைய இந்த ஏற்பாடானது எந்த விதமான தொய்வும் இல்லாமல் சிறப்புற நடைபெற்றது. மாண்புமிகு முதல்வரை அழைக்க வேண்டும் என்று நாங்கள் கோரிக்கை வைத்தபோது உடனடியாக அதை பரிசீலித்து ஓரிரு நாட்களில் அனுமதி வழங்கி இந்த பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கினை நேரடியாக அவர் தலைமையேற்று இந்த பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கை துவக்கி வைத்தார்கள். இந்த நேரத்தில் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர்களுக்கு நன்றி கூறுகிறோம். அதனை அடுத்து எங்கள் தொல்லியல் துறையினுடைய அமைச்சராக இருக்கின்ற அமைச்சர் மாண்புமிகு திரு தங்கம் தென்னரசர் அவர்கள் ஒரு சிறந்த முதலமைச்சர் கூறியபடி ஒரு தொல்லியல் ஒரு ஆர்வலர் மட்டும் ஆய்வாளர். எந்த துறையை தொல்லியினுடைய எந்த பாகத்தை பற்றி பேசினாலும் பேசக்கூடிய ஒரு ஆய்வாளர். அத்தகைய ஆய்வாளர் அவரிருந்து சிறப்புரை ஆற்றினார்கள். அவருக்கும் இந்த நேரத்திலே ஒரு நன்றி கூறுகிறோம், வரவேற்றுகிறோம். இந்த 3 நாட்களும் எந்த விதமான ஒரு சிறு தொய்வுமின்றி தொடக்கம் முதல் நிறைவு வரை இந்த அரங்கமானது பல்வேறு அனல்களோடும் பல்வேறு ஆய்வறிஞர்களோடும் உரையாடப்பட்டது. இதில் எடுக்க வைக்கப்பட்ட அனைத்து தகவல்களும் இன்னும் வருங்கால சந்ததியினருக்கு எப்படி சிந்துவெளி ஆய்வினை எடுத்து செல்ல வேண்டும் என்ற ஒரு நோக்கத்தையும் ஒரு அப்ஜெக்டையும் நமக்கு எடுத்து கொடுத்துருக்கு. அதுவும் முக்கியமானது. இதில் எடுத்து வைக்கப்பட்ட அனைத்து கருத்துக்களும் சிந்துவெளியின் மீதான பாலகிருஷ்ணன் சார் சொல்லும் போது சிந்துவெளி ஈட்டமும் சங்க இலக்கியம் தொட்ட இடமும் என்பது இருக்கும். அதற்கு முத்தாய்ப்பாக நேற்று முன்தினம் பேராசிரியர் ராஜன் அவர்கள் வைத்த அந்த கருதுகோள்களும் அதில் எடுக்கப்பட்ட எங்களுடைய திட்டத்தில் அந்த சிந்துவெளி எழுத்து முத்திரைகளும் தமிழ்நாட்டில் கிடைக்கப்படுகின்ற குறியீடுகளும் ஒப்பிட்டு அவர் ஆற்றிய உரையானது இந்த கருத்தரங்கத்தினுடைய முத்தாய்ப்பான உரை. இனி இந்த ஆய்வினை தொடர்ந்து செய்வதற்கு நீங்கள் இளைஞர் பெருமக்கள் எடுத்து செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று அதை வழிவகுத்து கொடுத்தவர்களால் இனிமே அதை உங்களுடைய கையிலே இளைஞர் பெருமக்களுடைய மாணவர்கள் கையிலே ஒப்படைக்க வருகின்றோம். இதனுடைய கண்டுபிடிப்பை மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அறிவித்துள்ளார்கள். அதனை பெறுவதற்கான காலங்கள் நெடுங்காலங்கள் ஆவதற்கான வாய்ப்புகளை ஏனென்றால் இன்னும் அந்த மேலே ஆர்வத்தின் மேலாக அதை ஆய்வு செய்யக்கூடிய ஆர்வம் மாணவர்களும் மற்ற நிறுவனங்களாக இருந்தாலும் அது ஓரிரு மாதங்களிலும் ஓர் ஆண்டுகளுக்கும் முடிக்கக்கூடிய வாய்ப்புகள் கூட இருப்பதற்கான வாய்ப்புகள் உண்டு. இந்த கருத்தரங்கத்தினுடைய நிறைவேற்று இதில் தலைமை பொறுப்பை ஏற்று இந்த கருத்தரங்கினை செம்மையாக நடத்துவதற்கு எங்களுக்கு ஆலோசனை வழங்கிய நிதித்துறை செயலாளர் அவர்களை உங்கள் சார்பாகவும் தொல்லியல் துறை சார்பாகவும் வருகிறவர் என்று வரவேற்கிறேன். அதிகாரியாக மட்டும் இல்லாமல் ஆய்வாளர்கள் மட்டும் இல்லை, இலக்கியவாதியாக இருந்து நம்மையெல்லாம் தமிழோடும் தமிழ் பண்போடும் தமிழ் தொன்மையோடும் நம்மளை சீராட்டி பாராட்டி நம்மளில் ஒருவராக இருந்து நமக்கான தேவைகள் என்ன, அதன் நோக்கம் என்ன, அதிலிருந்து எப்படி பிறராமல் நடக்க வேண்டும் என்று தன்னுடைய முத்தாய்ப்பான கருத்துக்களை தமிழகம் முழுவதும் பரப்பி வருகின்ற இந்த சிந்துவெளி ஆய்வாளர் என்ற ஒரு அடைமொழியோடு இன்று நம்மளுடைய இருக்கின்ற திரு பாலகிருஷ்ணன் ஐயா அவர்களை உங்கள் சார்பாக வருவென்று வரவேற்கின்றேன். தொல்லியல் துறையோடு இணைந்து நாங்கள் செயல்படுகின்றோம். அதற்கு எங்களுக்கு உறுதுணையாக இருக்கின்ற அருங்காட்சியகத்துறையுடைய ஆணையர் பெருமகளவர்களை வருகின்ற வரவேற்கிறேன். மற்றும் இந்த பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கில் கலந்து கொண்டு கருத்தாளர்களாக எங்களுக்கு பெருமையளித்த அனைத்து ஆய்வாளர் பெருமக்களுக்கும், பன்னாட்டு தேசிய மற்றும் மாநில கருத்தாளர்கள் அவர்களுக்கும் எங்களை வருகின்ற வரவேற்கிறேன். அதனை அடுத்து தொல்லியல் மீதும் வரலாற்றின் மீதும் தமிழ் தொன்மையின் மீதும் என்று ஆர்வம் கொண்டுள்ள தொல்லியல் ஆர்வல் பெருமக்கள் பெரும்பாலும் வந்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்களை வருகின்ற வரவேற்கிறேன். ஒன்றிய அரசு தொல்லியல் துறை, மாநில அரசு தொல்லியல் துறை, அருங்காட்சியகத்துறை போன்ற இந்த துறை சார்ந்த அனைத்து அலுவலர்களையும் வருகின்ற வரவேற்கிறேன். தொல்லியின் மீது கடந்த கிபி என்பதற்கு போல் கீழடிக்கு முன் கீழடிக்கு பின் என்று இருந்த காலகட்டத்தில் தொல்லியல் மீதான ஆர்வம் மாணவர்களிடையே மிகப்பெரிய இருக்கும். அதன் காரணமாக தமிழ்நாடு அரசு தொல்லியல் துறை, சென்னை பல்கலைக்கழகம், தமிழ் பல்கலைக்கழகம், திருநெல்வேலி பல்கலைக்கழகம், தஞ்சாவூர் பல்கலைக்கழகத்தில் இப்பொழுது அதிக எண்ணிக்கையிலான மாணவர்கள் கலந்து அனைத்து இந்த பல்கலைக்கழக நிறுவனங்களை சார்ந்த மாணவர்கள் வந்திருக்கலாம். அவர்கள் அனைவர்களையும் வருகின்ற வரவேற்கிறேன். இந்த பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கம் சிறப்பாக நடைவதற்கு எங்களுக்கு துணை புரிந்திருக்கிற தொல்லியல் துறை அலுவலர்கள், தொல்லியல் துறை அதிகாரிகள் அவர்களுக்கும் வருகின்ற வரவேற்கிறேன். இந்த பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கினை தமிழகம் மட்டுமின்றி உலகம் முழுவதும் எடுத்து சொல்லிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்ற அந்த பத்திரிகை துறை நண்பர்களும் ஊடகத்துறை நண்பர்களையும் வருகின்ற வரவேற்கிறேன். இதில் பங்கேற்ற அனைத்து பொதுமக்கள், ஆய்வாளர்கள், ஆர்வலர்கள் வருகின்ற வரவேற்று விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
I now request Thiruti Uday Chandran sir to felicitate Ms. Kavita Ramu. I call upon Dr. Brenda Beck to provide some of her feedbacks regarding the conference. Please, ma'am.
This has been a wonderful conference, a wonderful experience, and I'm particularly thrilled at the breadth of the conference. We've heard from so many different perspectives, directions, locations, and I think it's opened up a new excitement, a new kind of mindset that we need to go much further in understanding and exploring the significance of the Mohenjo-Daro discovery and its importance to Indian civilization as a whole. It's been 100 years since the first discovery, but we're still just at the dawn of what we can learn. And now with all the new technologies, the AI and the elaborate database software that we have, we can go much, much further. And so I think the next 10 years have much to look forward to. We're going to know a lot more and understand the significance of this wonderful early civilization in a much richer way. And I just wanted to remind you and remind myself of some of the topics we've covered. We've heard just now about gems and glitter, and I thought that was very interesting, and of course it also reflects the ancient appreciation of the glitter in the sky. We've heard about games and dice. We've heard about DNA and the new discoveries, and there are many more discoveries related to DNA that are going to come, and that is something to look forward to. We've heard and seen images from many different archaeological sites all over India that are going to have some significance as we further consider those discoveries. And we've had, the lighting here is a little difficult. We've learned a lot about languages and how to further explore the deciphering of the Indus Valley language. There's, of course, we're only at the very beginning, but I think it's going to come. There are many promising leads now. We've heard about astronomy, about omens, and about planets and constellations, the relevance of the databases and the complex data sets. Particularly, I remember the early presentation by Greg Jamieson, the very interesting new approaches to the Indus Valley seals by looking at the artistic designs and subtle differences which reflect, I think, a civilization that is rich with interconnections, different groups of people, probably different languages, all interacting. And some of that we can further learn about through looking at these subtle differences in the way the seals were made. Also, we focused on the diversity and the importance of how it seems Mohenjo-Daro was a relatively peaceful cohabitation of many different groups in an urban, sophisticated civilizational setting, a kind of a, if you like, a role model for that we should try to do better to emulate today. It seems that the contacts were enriching and the different groups were interacting with success and making the whole society more providing more economic and social energy rather than disputing and conflicting, trying to conquer. So that this emphasis on the diversity and the integration that was possible is very promising. We also learned a lot about the geographic spread, about cave art in various remote interior locations, tribal art, as well as the contribution of sailors and traders. This was a civilization that reached out to many lands and brought back ideas and stimulus, as well as sending out ideas and trades, crafts work to many, many areas. There's some debate, of course, and some research about the developing strategies that we should use and how to approach it, but this conference has suggested that there are many approaches and many research strategies. We must not limit ourselves to one, but be accepting and interested in the many possibilities. So this has been, I think, a very significant coming together after 100 years, and to me, it symbolizes a kind of renaissance, something that is now happening. The seeds have been planted, and I hope there will be very significant kind of developments as a result of this wonderful conference. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be part of it.
I now call upon Thiru R. Balakrishnan to provide us with the conference summary.
I didn't know this. Thank you very much. Good evening. In fact, I was eagerly awaiting words from Uday Chandran. He has come for this concluding. But more than giving, this has been a great learning process. This 3 days has, in fact, have been in a very open-minded, very transparent discussion from the various perspectives. That's precisely the point. It's not one particular thing, language, linguistics, history, archaeology, from genetics point of view, and then from the tribal, a viewpoint came from the one of the person who is doing a research in the Gond tribal thing. Somebody is putting about the Kongu perspective. There's been last 62 years he has been associated with Tamil Nadu. I think the scholars from abroad, the scholars from the various parts of this country, and then the scholars from Tamil Nadu and the practicing archaeologists and others. And more importantly, I have never seen a particular a workshop like this being attended by the researchers and student community from the archaeology and history and so many from the various parts of this state. I think they all been assembled. Actually, as I told you, I'm 66-year-old now. We are retired, and in the sense that the future belongs to you. It's our job to carry this particular torch and hand over to the next generation. That is what people like Airavada Mahadevan did to me. And some of you, I think that I think Honorable Chief Minister has announced $1 million if somebody will acceptably, which is decipher it kind of thing. This is, it's not mere symbolism. It's a kind of, this is what the future is all about it. And we are thankful to Tamil Nadu government, particularly the initiative. I think there's a, very rarely a finance secretary will be also the commissioner archaeology. I think that's his subject. Actually, I remember that but for Uday Chandran, the Keeladi report would not have seen the light of the day. I have no hesitation in seeing. We have not seen what is the report written in Keeladi number 1 and number 2 archaeology. I remember in the 4th stage excavation onwards, how in a difficult situation, 2018, this particular building, I came to know that it was this particular hall that announcement was made. It was a historic occasion. So that became a lot of input for us. So that way, the contribution of Uday Chandran at a personal level and as a kind of a person deeply interested in archaeology and finding the truth. And that's been a very, very important anchoring point, which as a colleague, as well as a friend, it's been always an honor to interact with him. And his presence and his association, his position has been great help to this particular thing. It's our dream coming true, let me tell you. I must confess. And for this day, we were, I don't know. This way it will happen, we didn't know. But it happened. 3 days, jam-packed, and the students asking questions, the priority given to the students, and then various perspectives showed. There is no singular narrative. And as I told you that India is a rainforest pluralism. It's not a melting pot, and it's not a salad bowl. The rainforest pluralism is only the future of India. India's future remains in its understanding, its plural foundation. I think I would like to particularly thank the scholars who have come from the foreign countries and enrich the relevance, and particularly it's a great learning process because of our professional occupation and other thing, the time, the way we are running. This much is happening about the Indus Valley in different parts of the world. It's a learning process. And now, from now onwards, we would like to network with you. I think Roja Muthaya Research Library, we have an Indus Research Center. Tamil Nadu Archaeology Department is very proactive. With all these things, we have an environment whereby we can take this particular learning further by collaborating, by networking. I think that Harappa.com, whenever we want something, anything about Harappa, anything about Mohenjo-daro, one place where we go and see it in Harappa.com, put a keyword and search for it, take an image and read an article. This all is a dream coming through having all of you here. Thank you very much once again for your presence. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for your kind words. We've received 550 plus registration from all over as representation of the participation for the conference. I kindly request Thiru T. Udaychandran sir to deliver certificate of participation to a few representative students. I would request Udaychandran sir to kindly deliver the valedictory address for the conference, after which we'll have the distribution of certificates.
Very good evening to one and all. It's a great pleasure as well as privilege, with great pride that I am standing before you after having successfully, in a grandeur manner, conducted one seminar, and truly international, not only by the representation, by the quality, and as well as the open-mindedness we have discussed, and as well as about the informed audience. And the numbers, in fact, the historic hall could not accommodate the enthusiasm. The audience were overflowing. We had to arrange alternative places for them to listen. In fact, we could not, of course, myself and as well as my finance minister, who happens to handle archaeology portfolio also, both of us, in fact, we were discussing today that, he was asking me how many sessions I watched online. I was asking him, so we exchanged notes. In fact, Brinda Bak madam, he was referring to, I was referring to Omar Khan, so we exchanged notes. In fact, we was watching. We were, slightly, concerned about two aspects. One about the qualitative discussion happened at the stage. Second one is about the, audience. How many people, how they are counting. So every 2 hours, I got the photographs of how many people are working, standing there, and then, we used to get, normally we administrators get multiple inputs from multiple channels to cross-verify. So we did that. So finally we found that, okay, we have really done one particular thing which we collected, assembled the large gathering from diverse fields, from heritage enthusiasts to journalists and to archaeology students. So it's in all respects, it's one of the truly international attempt. So I would say that. But at the same time, with pride, I am making the statement that it's the qualitative attempt we have made. But with humility, with a caveat, with a humility I must add, this is not a great achievement for the archaeology department or the individuals. We Tamils, we do have this kind of tradition. The place called Madurai in Tamil Nadu, it used to be called as Kudal Managar, Nanmada Kudal. The poets and literary persons from all over the place, there is 4 places from 4 different directions, they confluence together, come and assemble at Madurai, discuss with each other, measure their quality, and then prove their superiority. So this is the tradition we follow 2000 years, 2500 years. So it's a continuity. It's a tradition with continuity. So with all humbleness, we continue that tradition, as simple as that. So with all humility, that the tradition with modernity, we have invited people from across the globe, and with the divergent viewpoints, that is more important. So we used to, get exchanged to all the, healthy debates, and finally, in fact, I made the remark in my welcome address. I am specifically making this valedictory address in English because I did it in Tamil with my abundant passion to my language. I made it in a more chaste Tamil, so which could not be understood by many people. That's why I'm making it in this language now. So in that particular speech also I mentioned, we've got a lot of passion towards archaeology. We've got a lot of passion towards establishing our antiquity. But it's not with haste. We'll always do with, we'll test it. I will send our samples to the best laboratories in the world. We'll get the reports. We'll consult all the best, again, the archaeologists and the experts in all the fields. Get the reports. Collectively, we will evolve a consensus and then declare to the world. With evidence, we will prove our antiquity. That is our motto in the archaeology department of our state. So again, I would like to reiterate that point. In this particular event, the contribution by Roja Mudya Library was immense, guided by Balakishan sir, and then led by Mr. Sundar and then his team. I will continue to work on that. So in fact, this particular 3-day event, it has not ended. The journey has just begun. And that's what I will say. The journey has just begun. We will lay a roadmap how to collaborate further. We'll have a roadmap of the future projects. We'll have further roadmap of how to take this debate further, new frontiers. In fact, I am just coming from delivering a lecture at IIT Madras about, in their technical festival called Shastra. It's about, talking about technology in government, is about data-driven governance. I ended the entire, 45 minutes talk about how we use the data. Data is a new oil, how the data is being used for our own governance, data-driven governance, evidence-based policy making, and all. Finally, I ended with the brightest minds available in IIT Madras. Let them concentrate on deciphering Indus script. So that is what my appeal to them also. So we feel that any greatest research is being now carried out across the frontiers, cutting across the political boundaries of the countries, nations. So some is being done in Indian Institute of Science, some of them are in Harvard. So it's a collaborative effort only, it's needed. So we feel that collaborative effort is absolutely necessary to understand any archaeological excavations and related things. In fact, archaeology is not limited only to excavation and to exhibit and probably to interpret it in literary way. Things have changed completely. Multiple fields have come into the play. We need to consult so many different fields to understand whether genetics or in ceramics, different fields. We need to consult so many people in the respective fields to come out with their own idea, to understand each other, enlighten each other, and finally the product should be a solid one. In that way, we just made a beginning. I would like to thank each and every one of the team member in the state archaeology team led by Mr. Shivanandam and all the archaeological officers. In fact, we have done extraordinarily, made a lot of efforts. In fact, the ASI representative, Mr. Arun Raj, was making the comments about the international collaborations. We have sent 2 of our young archaeological officers to Spain, to Egypt. We'll continue to send our people to abroad to learn, to come back with the ideas. We will invite people from abroad to study our, interact with our kind of people to enlighten us. Similarly, we will also send people. We have decided that every year at least 3 to 4 people will be sent abroad to study the best practices and then come back and enrich our processes. So that is the way we approach our kind of things. And as well as we have, in fact, I mentioned in my speech also, it's not about individual-driven projects. We are in archaeology department, whatever we have done, whatever we have established, whatever we are trying to reach out are being dictated by the population, the people of Tamil Nadu. The people of Tamil Nadu decide where the archaeology department should go. The people of Tamil Nadu will decide how many phases the archaeological excavations to be conducted in Keeladi. It's not in my hand, it's not in any other's hands. The people of Tamil Nadu will decide whether the Keeladi excavations will continue or there. It's with the hands of the people of Tamil Nadu. Because if something negative happens, there will be huge uproar in the plains of Tamil Nadu. So the people of Tamil Nadu are very concerned about their heritage. They would like to know get back to their origins and get the glorious past, understand, and then go for it. But at the same time, we have got our own role that with evidence we should establish. The intellectual world across the globe should accept it. So in that scientific way, we are channelizing that particular unbundled energy that is being present in the minds of common man in Tamil Nadu. That is our motto again. In that way, it's an extraordinary event. Probably we would have learned a lot of other aspects also. We'll have a proper roadmap and we'll continue to interact with each other. And multiple programs are being held. And we have got a lot of researches are going on. Again, we are consulting with major reputed laboratories across the globe. We are consulting again with the experts across the globe and come to the conclusion and then present it in a very formidable way, and as well as in a way which can be consumed by a common man also, because whatever we do, it's not only for the intellectuals. For the common man, it should appeal, it should convince, and then enhance the wisdom of the entire population. Now, this is our entire idea behind it. We'll continue to do take the entire mantle as indicated by Bala sir, that the next generation will take it further. So that is the way we should go. In fact, I have seen only few presentations, but definitely I assure all the scholars who come across from the globe that I'll again and again I will listen to all your the presentations personally when I find time, and then come back to you that if there are any queries or something like that. One full presentation I could sit through was Madam's presentation from the software side to for the decoding whatever you have done and publishing the articles in Nature is really heartening. I don't know why Sundar slotted this session as the very last. Probably you could have thought that to hold the entire audience, probably you are the right person to do. So you did very well, as I could see the entire this one. In fact, I can in lighter vein I can say, because in the introductory speech I told that this particular hall only we released the Keeladi report. Again, I can with lighter vein I can tell it to you that the very one this particular hall used to have, I think Commissioner Museum is here. Many school children annual days used to happen, because they will come and exhibit their all kinds of artistic abilities and all. My daughter performed here. I come here and then sitting in that particular chair, listen to her speaking and kind of thing and all. So today I will tell her about the final slide you have shown. When you translate it in Google, the minnum minminigal minnal anaithum Tamilil. Her name is Meenakshi, so I will tell her. I remind you about this. So thanks for all the the glittering kind of examples. So tonight I will carry this tale and tell her, so that she will study her for her 12th exams better. So thanks a lot for everyone. And we'll continue to make great strides, and we'll continue to make, in fact, Madam Brinda Beck is here. In fact, when I told her that when I read her book, this is the first time I'm meeting her, she was nodding her head. And the next statement I made, that I belong to Kongu region. She was really at, kind of, full of smiles at her face. That is a simple reason. When we see the Indus civilization, somebody says, it belongs to us. Naturally, we will bloom. So that is with that particular note, I'll leave it at that. Thanks a lot for everyone. Definitely, we will meet again in some other occasion, in a much grander occasion, for an intellectual discussion and discourse. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for that very inspiring and motivating speech. And I, on behalf of all the audience in the auditorium, would like to wish your daughter the very best of luck for her 12th exams. I now ask Thiru, sir, to please start distributing the certificates. We'll call upon the students. The first recipient of the certificate of participation would be Miss Anisha from Manonmaniyam Sundaranar University, Tirunelveli. The next recipient is A. Hemakshi from SIVET. It's Dharanishwar S. from SIVET. I call upon A. Janani from University of Kerala. Mr. Loganathan from KPR College of Art, Science and Research. A. Manimaran from Tamil University. Ms. Priyadarshini from Tamil University. Ms. Shakti ML from Queen Mary's College. Ms. Sushantia from Madras Christian College. Mr. G. Vishnu Prakash from Loyola College. Dr. P. Murugan from Manonmaniyam Sundaranar University, Tirunelveli. And finally, Mr. Ashik Ilahi Khan from Kala Singham Academy of Research and Education, Srivilliputur. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, ma'am. I now call upon Mr. Sundar Ganesan, the Director of Rota Mutya Research Library, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Very good evening to all of you. 3 days of deliberations, historical occasion for all of us on the 100th anniversary of the discovery of the Indus civilization by Sir John Marshall, the announcement of the civilization. Let me first start, to begin with, let me start by thanking the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu for inaugurating this historically important conference. And I also want to thank the Minister of Finance and Archaeology in whose presence this was inaugurated to attend this function. And I also want to thank Mr. Uday Chandran, the Secretary for Finance and Commissioner of Archaeology, without whom it would have been extremely difficult to organize such a wonderful seminar. He in fact crafted every bit of this program. So thank you very much, sir. And we also kindly agreed to come for this valedictory function and also addressing all of us and distributing the certificates to the participants, the students, especially from long distances. I also want to thank Mr. R. Balakrishnan, the Honorary Consultant for the Indus Riddles Center of the Rojamutia Research Library, who has also been guiding in a big way to take this forward, always continuously, especially in the field of Indus research. I would like to thank the Department of Archaeology, Dr. Sivanandam, who worked with us shoulder to shoulder. It was very important to have somebody like that. And thank you very much, Dr. Sivanandam. I would like to thank Ms. Kavita Ramo. Without her support, it would have been extremely difficult in this place. And for everything, she was nodding her head. And in fact, we had initially some trouble with setting up fire for the kitchen and setting up fire for the bead making process. So she immediately cleared all of that. Thank you very much, ma'am. And there was no glitch at all here. So everything went very smooth. I'd like to thank the bead maker, Anwar, who came from Gujarat, and to demonstrate the process. And I would like to thank all the delegates who came from abroad and from other parts of India to make their wonderful presentations. And we now know who is who, and we will be networking with each one of you, and we will take this forward. Thank you all for making this program a big success. Also want to thank people who actually supported this whole process, like the Tamil Virtual Academy staff, especially Mr. Komagan, Mr. Nagarajan and Mr. Gandhirajan, who were, continuously working for this program. On the eve of the inauguration, I don't think they slept the whole night. It was very important. Thank you very much, all the three of you. And the Public Works Department staff, the DIPR staff, all of you, thank you so much for making all the banners, the media, coordinating with the media. And also I want to thank all the members of the media, both print and visual, and also the web channels. Thank you very much. And you have really been covering this program wonderfully well. And thank you for all that. I'd like also to thank the staff of eVoke. I don't think without you, we could have done much. So thank you so much. Romba nalla pannirkeenga, romba alaga ella banners ellame pramadama pannirkeenga. Thank you. The catering services, Golden Line Catering Services, also provided wonderful service. Thanks to them. And I would like to thank the professors, students from different colleges and universities, and enthusiasts and general public. Thank you. And one more person, I'd like to thank Edel Madi, who really compared this program very well. And it was very difficult coordinating. I know it's not easy thing, so she did a wonderful job. Thank you very much, Edel Madi. And once again, thanks to all of you for this. And also to the Isai Kalluri Manavargal, thank you very much. Inauguration Lavanda Padnanga, and also now for the national anthem. Thank you once again. And let's rise for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलति तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गादा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे